Hello everybody, I would like to welcome you in this course that takes you from the zero level to advanced level by building a cool application with a popular technology like a Laravel and the VueJS. My name is Ranjit Karki and I'll be your instructor. We together will build a complete classifier system from the scratch.
Okay, let's try to explore all the features of this application. First, let's start with login and registration. So we have login and registration. We do have a custom login and registration, but we have also login and registration with the Facebook. So let's try to log in with the Facebook, create an account, and if you give a permission, then your account should be now ready. So you are now redirected to your application and you are logged in here. You can see here. Feature is the registration with the email ID. So we'll be using a Laravel 45 package and we'll explore all the features of Laravel 45 package. So let's make an account. So we'll make some account, and once user is registered, email verification link will be sent to his email box, and once account is verified, then he will have access to the application. So let's create an account, and our account is created, and it should send us the email verification link. So email verification link has been sent, and if I here is, you can see email verification link that is sent, and if I try to access this page, let's say as, it still shows me verify your account. Still, we can send another email verification link from here as well. So I cannot go to the message add system unless I verify my account. However, I do have access to other part of our application. I can see the ads and everything. So let me verify this account. So I'll verify this account. I'll click the email verify, and my email is verified. Now I can go to the chat system. I can go to the ads. I can create the ads. I can do everything in application.
Here you can see I'm logged in here as a Madonna, and this is the form where we submit our ad. We'll choose the three different images. We choose the category. Let's say we don't have any here subcategory and child category. First we have to choose our category. If I choose electronics, then it will say some of subcategory too. If I choose laptops, then I have a different subcategory here. Similarly, if we choose let's say car, we have this subcategory, and based on this subcategory we have a different child category. Okay, so here we provide a name, and we have a text editor where you can format out text. Well, we have the price input, we have the price as a negotiable, fixed, we have the product condition, looks like new, happily used, new, something like that. We have a listing location, we have here country, you can choose any country that you want here, and it suggests you the city, it suggests you the state, and it suggests you the city as well. Okay, and here is the seller phone number, and finally you can provide YouTube or Vimeo video link in this way, and it will generate the YouTube video from this link. Okay, so once they submit the form, your ad will be published, and you can go here and check in your publish section. So these are all the ad created by this Madonna, and you can see these all ad are published, right? And we have a nice scrolling system here that you can see all the images here. We have a view ad, user can see the images from view ad. We can delete once user confirm, he can delete his ad, we can edit the ad, and we have a lot of ads here. So pending ads, if there is any pending ads, that will display in the pending section. The saved ad will be displayed in the saved section. For example, this user has saved this ad, and this is this ad, and you can see here this is the ad, and he can remove if you don't like to save in the ad section, in the save list section. So ad has been removed from the save list section. Okay, and this is the message center, so you can go and check the message here. So I'll show you this later on. And this is the profile section, so you can update your profile, address, images, you can update your password. You have to provide the current password and the new and confirm the password, and then once you do that, then your password will update it. So now let's go in the front end again. So here you can see we have all the menu here, and these menus are dynamic menu. So for every menu we have a sub menu. For example, for electronics you can see we have a sub menu like laptops, computer, tablet, Android, and it can be more than this. Okay, so for laptop you can see we have a child category, child submenu. They are like, for laptop there are Mac, Windows, Dell, and it can be more than that. For computer we have Windows and Mac. Similarly, if you go a car, then you can see the lot of different type of car here. For Toyota we have 4 child category. For Saturn we have 3 child category. So these everything are dynamic we're getting from the database, and we're making this drop down on the front list. Okay, so you can directly go to, like, if you go here, you can directly click the subcategory, and you can see all the subcategory. You can see here for the electronics, you can see all the laptops for this electronics, and here you have child category, and here we have the filter. You can filter the product based on the prices. You can filter based on the child category. For example, here you can see in the top we are in the laptop section, right? And here also breadgum. This breadgum is actually dynamic breadgum. So if I click electronics, I'll be back to the electronics category, and I have all the subcategories here. If I click the laptops, then I have two type of laptops here, like Windows and the Mac. So if I click the Windows, I'll see on the Windows. If I click the Mac, I can filter on the Mac laptop. Okay, so let's go to the laptop, and obviously we can filter based on these subcategories, but let me filter based on the price also. So if I write just for check, if I write 1 to 2000, then I'll see the laptop that come between this range. Okay, so we can click and see individual description of this ad. So let's go to another page here. So similarly, we have the car section, car category, and it has a lot of subcategories here, and these are all the list of the car in our website. Okay, so here is the breadgum, and if I click the Toyota, you can see Toyota. All these cars are Toyota, and I can filter based on the price, and there are only two subcategories, but we can have more than this subcategory. Okay, and these all are things are coming from our database. So if I click the people mover, then maybe there is one car based on the child category. So let's go at front end, and here we have all a list of category. So for electronics, we can see the same thing. These are all a list of laptop that can come under the category electronics. So you can see we have a top category here, and here we have getting latest car, and we're displaying in a nice form. They are scrolling here. Similarly, we have also another category which is the electronics, and we're displaying all the laptops or computer, any other operating system in the electronics category. Okay, and we have a view button where you can view all the electronics product, and we have a latest ad section here. So we have a latest ad section. So let me click this, and let's check the details of this ad. So you can see here we have this little description, like the price and the date when this was added. So if you click the view ad, then we can see the detail of this ad. We have the here title, we have the price, we have the status, like whether it is negotiable or the fixed price, and when this was uploaded 3 weeks ago. We have a listing location. We can save this ad, and this ad was created by this user whose name is Valentine Patterson. We can see the phone number by clicking this, and you can see phone number is displayed. We have a nice pop message here. We can obviously send message. We have to write something, and we can send message. We'll see this feature later. For now, let's see what we have here, and we can also report this ad. Okay, so if you think this has some, if you think this is offensive or for any reason, then you can report this ad. Okay, so just fill these things, and you can easily report this ad. So this ad is reported. Okay, and admin will check if this is offensive, then you can delete this ad. We have also here, you can see comment section. You can comment on the ad, and this is the description. So we have a text editor that helps you to format all these things and can be displayed nicely in the page. So you can see we have everything like description of this product, like operating system, display type, memory, everything. So everything can be done with a text editor. We have a more info here, and we are extracting video based on the URL provided by the user. Okay, so we are extracting video from the YouTube, Vimeo, so the user or seller can also record the video of their product, and they can upload the video to this website. Okay, this was a quick feature. Now let's try the save ad. So I can save this ad. I click the save ad, and you can see ad is saved, and it shows information that ad is saved. Okay, so now I can see this my all the saved ad. So if I go to ads, let me open in different tab, and if I go here, I have a save ad just below the pending ad, and all the saved ad are here. So this was the ad that I have saved, and I can remove this from to save ad list section. Okay, now we'll see how we can send a message to this user. So before that, let's check all the ad of this Valentine Patterson. So if I click Valentine Patterson, and then you can see these are all the ad created by this user. So these are the product uploaded by this seller, and he want to sell this all the product, and we can view the details of all of this ad by clicking the link. So let's go back. Now let's try to send message to this user, and now I'm here as Madonna, and I'm going to send message to Valentine. Valentine Patterson, send message. So if you click outside, it still pop up, and if you try to submit something, it gives just you on warning. Okay, so let's write some message. I'll say hi, is it available, available, and I'll submit this send message, and your message has been sent. And you can see we have now viewed the conversation. So I have sent this message to the Valentine Patterson, and if I go, I'm logged in here as a Madonna, and if I go to my chat, then I will see here name of Valentine Patterson, and I have just sent this message to this user. And here we do keep the track of the ad on which I have sending a message, and if you click this ad link, then obviously you'll see the same ad, right? And here is the date, you can see the recent date, and here is my message, here is the link, and here the image. Now I have to log in as Valentina Patterson, and here I'm logged in as Valentina Patterson. Here you can see here I'm logged in here as a Valentina Patterson. So I'll make this browser a bit small, and let me go to my message. So these are the layers of this user. Let's go to message, and you can see I have one message from this user who is the Madonna. Let me zoom this. So I'll zoom this here as a Madonna party. So this is the Madonna, and I have got one message from this user, and this message was for this ad. Okay, so for this ad, and he asked me, hi, is it available? And I say yes it is, yes it is, and message is sent, and you can see message is now sent. Obviously if you make this big, then it will be more responsive. And now I can send this message to this user. What is the price, or something like, is the price fixed, something like that. If you send a message, you can see the message is displayed in the both section. So user can chat in this way. Okay, so now let's go in the other ad. So if I scroll back, and if I go to Valentine Patterson, and if I message to another ad, let's message to this ad, and I'll send a message to this ad. Let me make some random text and send this. I have sent. Now I have sent a message to again Valentina for this ad. And if you go here, and if you refresh, if you go in the Madonna pattern, then you see now we have a message for the different ad. Okay, and I can simply reply message to the Madonna party. Okay, and likewise, let's go here. Similarly, I can send message to any other user. So if I go here, and let me try one ad. So let's go to the view ad, and let's see this is the user with this name, different user. I can say message to this user, hi, is it available or something. Okay, message send, view the conversion. Now you can see in my dashboard I have sent message to two users, for this user and for this user. Guys, I want to show you the admin section. So let me log out from this user, and I'll log in as an admin. So I have the set password for admin, and now you can see I'm logged in as an admin. If I go to dashboard of admin, you can see category, subcategory, child category, and if you go to the dashboard, you can see the quick overview of your application. The 13 user, 23 advertisement, 9 category, 12 subcategory. You can see this quick information. Here it is the add category. You can add the category, and here is the manage category, where you can manage all this category. You can edit the category, or you can delete the category. Okay, so currently I guess there are 9 category here. So we have the subcategory for each of this category. So we'll choose one of the category. For example, if you want to add subcategory for electronics, the subcategory may be laptop, subcategory may be computer, things like that. You can add it easily, and you can also manage the subcategory. And interesting thing is that we are all grouping these based on the category. For example, you can see Android, tablets, computer, and laptop, they all come under one category. They are electronics, and we are grouping them here, right? And we have a different background color for each of the category, you can see. And all of these come under the subcategory. All of the subcategory come under the category car. So similarly, we have the child category also here. So we have child category, and we have a manage. So we can, for child category, we can again choose a subcategory, and we can manage all this child category. Okay, and we have done the same way here as well. So here we have a child category here, and we have a subcategory here. For laptop as a subcategory, we have 3 types of child category. Okay, so for Toyota as a subcategory, we have this child category. So we can have other child category also, like based on the engine type or based on the kilometer that vehicle runs. We can have also subcategory based on that. Okay, here is we have the manage all advertisement, and these are the recent advertisement created by the user. We have a date here, we have a delete button here, so admin can delete the ad also if those ads are as offensive. Here is the view button where you can view the individual ad and the name of ad, and the ad was created by this user, and you can see these are the list of ads created by this user. Okay, and we have the report ads section. Whenever someone reports this ad, that will be displayed here. And I think currently there are 3 ads that has been reported, and this, if this ad are really offensive, then this can be deleted by admin. So first it will verify this ad, and then if something is wrong, then admin can delete this ad. So let me log out from admin section now. So what you can expect from this course? From this course, you learn Laravel basic like artisan command, migration, controller, models, passing data to view, route, redirection, flash message, form validation, blade, and many more. You'll also learn eloquent like inserting a data and saving in a database, deleting, updating those data. You'll learn the relationship in Laravel. We'll also make a basic CRUD app with the Laravel, and you'll also learn the basic of the VueJS. Finally, we'll make an advanced classified ad system, a marketplace to buy and sell your product. Welcome. Now let's do the setup to get it started with the project. Here you can see in my screen we need few things to be set up before we go to the project. So first thing is a text editor. Obviously in my case you can see the Visual Studio. However, you can also use Sublime, Atom, PHP Storm, or any other text editor which you feel easy to use. Okay, and the second thing is a Node.js. Make sure you install the latest version of Node. If you have a Node already, it's always a good idea to update the Node version as well. And in my case, I'm using the Jam server. However, you can also use the WAM or Homestead. Okay, so if you use the Homestead, you don't have to install other things. So it comes with a lot of options like PHP, database, and a lot of things. Okay, so there is also Laravel cell and Composer. We have to install Composer also, because Composer is a dependency manager for PHP, and via Composer we install the Laravel and other packages. Okay, so let's see how we can install this 4 things in our computer. So first thing is to install the Visual Studio or any text editor. So I'm going to use a Visual Studio. So just go to Visual Studio and download the Visual Studio. And second thing is to install the Node.js. Whether you are in the Mac or whether you are in the window, you have options here. So this is the recommended version and this is the latest version. So just download the recommended version, and if you click the download option here, your window installer, you have your Mac installer. So if you are the window user, just click the window installer, and then once you download, you don't have to do anything, just click next, and that's all, and Node will be installed in your computer. And here I'm using Jam. Okay, so if you want to install a Jam, then you have to type a Jam download, and here in the download options you have, and here the Jam for the Windows, Jam for the Linux, and the Jam for the Mac. So how to install this? So you can download the latest version of Jam here. So just click this, it will download the gem 64-bit for the window, and then you have to click next, 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 and then it will install the gem in your Windows computer. Okay, and for Mac computer also you can download here. So how I downloaded it for Mac? So here is the option. I click this more download options, and here is, you can see gem for Mac. I did in this way, and here the 7 version with the PHP 7 version with the PHP 8 version. This is the gem 8, and here is two options, like you have a virtual and you have an installer. So don't download this virtual machine because it's hard to install. Just go here and download this one. Okay, so it will download. Gem is starting and it will download soon, and install it. So once you download and click the gem, it will automatically install. Okay, so keep this and it will download. So let me pause this because I have already. And finally we have to go composer. So let's go to get composer here, and we have here get started download. So click the download. Let's see the options for the window first. So for a window it's very easy. You just have to download the composer set of file. So I'll click the get started here, and window installing window, and just download composer setup.exe, and then that's all, and click next, 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 and that's done. And open your CMD, and if you open your CMD and if you type composer, 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 you'll get a lot of options like this. That means your composer is installed in the window. Okay, and you'll also see your composer version here. And for Mac user, we have to go here. Let's click download. For the Mac user, we'll copy this. You copy all of these things, and just paste in your terminal. Open your terminal. Just I'll open a new terminal here and zoom it, clear it, and just paste here. Okay, so I do have already, so I'll cancel it. Okay, so I'll just cancel this one. Install the composer. And one more thing is, now we have to make this global so that we can type composer command from any directory. Okay, so to make global, so in Windows you don't have to do anything, just download, get started, and then you'll click the Windows installer and you'll download the exe file. That's all, right? But for Mac and Linux, you have to paste this command first, and then you have to go again, get started, and make it global. So here you can see globally. So click the globally and just copy this command and paste here. Okay, so now we'll paste over here. So paste here. Since I have already this command, I'll cancel this, and this will install composer globally. And once this is done, you can type the composer and you'll get some list like this. Okay, the next step is to install the Laravel. So let's go to laravel.com. Let's go to the documentation here, and here is a lot of option. You can read what is Laravel if you want. So let's go here, installation and installation configuration. Let's go to installation, and here is the install Laravel by composer. So installing via composer, you can see here, and let's install this Laravel project. So composer create project Laravel example app. Here you can see, so it will create the example app project. So let's go here and clear this. Now what I'll do is I'll go into my htdoc folder, which is inside the gem, cd/application applications cd gem cd htdocs. Now you can see I'm in htdoc directory and I'll have my Laravel project here. So I'll write this command, composer create project Laravel and Laravel example app. You can change anything like CLASSA, classify, like classify, add, or anything, test, anything. Okay, so this is the name of the project, okay, that you are going to create. So hit enter and it will install the classify add. Okay, Yes, you can see here our project install, and let's go to the directory cd classi class cla classify at clear. I'll clear this, and now I'm in the project. So here I'll write php artisan serve. So this will start our server, and you can see if you go to localhost 8000, you will see Laravel application running there. Okay, so let's type localhost 8000, and you can see the project is running here. Welcome back. In this section, you can download all the project source code. So just click on the side of this video, you'll see the resources where you can download all the project. So you can download classified ad code, you can download the Laravel book code, that is a simple project with a Laravel for beginners. You can download the bootstrap template, you will download the SQL file for this marketplace, and there may be more other. Okay, so just check on the sidebar on the right hand side, you can download all the code from there. Welcome back, guys. So you can see here our application is running. So before we write any code, let's see the folder structure of our application. So I'm here in Visual Studio, and the practice is my folder, which is the project folder. And if I click here, you can see the bunch of folder here. So we are not using everything here, and we're not going to explain everything here, but we'll explain some of the important things that we'll be using in developing the project. So first thing we need is .env file. The reason we use .env file is that because we have the database connection. So whenever we make application, we obviously need to connect to the database. So we use here, you can see where we have a DB connection, MySQL, and our host here, path here, and Laravel has given a default database name Laravel, which you can change it to anything like blog or e-commerce, whatever you're making. And if you have username, you can give the root if it is a root, and if you have password, you can give as password. Otherwise, you can leave this as blank. So if you scroll down, we have a lot of things like we have the pusher, app ID key, we have mail trap. So we'll not be using this, so I'll not explain this, but the most important thing is the database connection. And one more thing is that here you can see app name is Laravel. You can change this to anyone, and once you restart server, you'll see the different app name. So currently we have the Laravel, so you can see this everything here, uh, app name as Laravel. Okay, so now let's go to the app directory here. So here the app directory, and other thing I like to explain here is first let's go to public here, and it is the root folder which helps in initializing the Laravel application. So you can see here it includes the st-access file. So st-access file is basically configuration file which you will not be using here and making application, so let's not go into it. And similarly, we have the index.php file. The file is required for initializing of web applications. But the most important thing here is the resources, because this is the folder that we'll be using frequently when we actually make a view. So we have the CSS file, we have the JS, and this language for actually will make a multilingual website. This is important. So here the view file, and here the welcome.blade.php, and these stuffs are actually this page, and we can make any number of the views file. Yes, just whenever we are making the view file, we have to go to the resources views folder and just give the name here anything. For example, let's give the test.blade.php. Okay, so this is the thing that we'll be using most frequently. And other thing is the models. Here you can see here models. Currently we have one models by default, and the name of model is users. So when we migrate this, the table name will be the users. The table name will be always the previous, and the model is always singular. So if you don't know about migration, share, don't worry, we'll learn in later part of video. For now, you can see here this is a fillable array with the name, email, password. That means this name, email, and password is also exist in our users table, and whenever you submit a form, the name, email, and password will be actually inserted, and that will be saved into the database. However, we need to write the logic in our controller as well. So whenever we create a model, all the models will be inside the models folder. Okay, so don't worry about this, we'll be learning about the models as well. Just I want to show you where is our models, and inside the HTTP we have the controls, and we can make as many as controller here. Even we can make a folder, and within the folder we can make controller. For example, test controller, category controller, anything. Okay, so our MVC here is the M is the models, and view is within the resources, and C is our controller. Okay, now let's go to the other things here. So let's go to the bootstrap. The folder includes all application bootstrap script. It contains a folder namely cache, which includes associated which include all the files associated for caching a web application. So this is not the things that we'll be using, so let's not worry about this. And we have the database here, and we have the migration. We'll be creating the migration, a lot of migration. So you can see here we have, for example, users migration. So I'll teach you how to create a migration file as well. And when you migrate this file, it will create a table name with the users, and that will have the attribute like name, email, email verified, and password. Okay, and we have also the factory, and with the help of factory we can create the fake data. Actually, it uses a fake library to create a fake data. For example, you don't have to manually submit the form and create a user. You can just create the fake name, and it stores into and can store in a database. This is especially used when you want to show the demo of the application and when you need the data. Okay, so we'll cover about this as well, so no need to worry about this. Now let's go to storage folder. uh, this folder stores all the logs and necessary files which are needed frequently when a Laravel project is running. We have app, and we have you can say framework contain like sessions, views, and cache. And we have also logs. Logs is basically used to log the errors. So we have here storage, and the most important thing here is the routes. We frequently use routes because we need to navigate to the different URL. So we have routes, and we must use the web.php route. And here is one example. So if you don't understand anything, don't worry about this. We'll be also learning about route. We'll learn everything about route. And this is the web route. We must use this. And we have the API route. API route is used when you're actually making API. We have the channels, so we use for broadcasting. When you're making something real-time application, we use this. We have the console.php where we can make our own custom artisan command. Okay, and then we have a vendor. So whenever we install the third-party packages, all the packages will be within the vendor folder. We have the test for unit testings, and here the composer.json that gives the overview of your PHP, overview of a Laravel application, and a lot of things. Whenever you install the package, and everything will be installed here. For example, when you install the Laravel, we have also Axis already installed here. We have Lodash and much more thing here. Okay, so that was the overview of the folder structure, and in the next video we'll be learning more. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Now let's learn about artisan command. So as a Laravel developer, we frequently use the artisan command to make the things much more easier. So if I have to make a controller, I simply can go in HTTP controller, and I can make one controller just like by giving the name. Similarly, I can make the model in the same way. Similar like user.php, I can easily make the another model name that can be like category.php. But artisan command help us to get all these stuffs, and it's quite easy to use. So let's go to your terminal, or if you are in Visual Studio, you can also go to your new terminal. You can click here. So I like to use this terminal. So here I'm in my project directory, which is the practice, and let's write a PHP artisan. It shows you the list of artisan command available. There are a lot of artisan command, and they have their own purpose, but I'm not going to use all of these command. So frequently we use the make command. For example, we use a make and colon controller to create a new controller. Similarly, we use the model to create the model. And similarly, we use the migration, and then we create the migration file. So let's make one controller, and here I'll write PHP artisan make, and then we'll write controller. If it's controller, just controller. If it's model, then model. And name of controller, let's write a test controller. control, allow the control, and hit the enter. And it says that the controller was created, and you can see here we have now test controller. So if you want to dive further, you can write php artisan make and then controller and dash s for help. So when you create a controller, you can also create a lot of stuff along with the controller. For example, if I use dash r, it will generate the resource controller class. So I'll have 6 methods like index method, show method, edit, delete, and update method. That means I don't have to write or declare the method here. So let's try that. So let me delete this one, and it's gone. So I'll clear this, and let's write here php artisan make controller, name of controller test controller, and I'll give the dash r. So now controller is created here, and now you can see here the dash r has given me the 6 methods here. So index, create, store, show, edit, update. In the same way, I can create the model as well, and I can create a migration file as well, and that will be created in migrations folder. So let's see how we can create it. So I can write a php artisan and then make, and then I'm going to create a model. So model, and let's make this as category. So it will create a category model, and in the model you can see I have now category model. So again, we can dive deeper here. So php artisan create model, and if I give dash h, and if I use dash m, it will create the model. Along with the model, it will create a migration file for me. So let's try that as well. So let's delete this model. I'll delete this, and then again I'll go here and I'll write php artisan make model, and then name of model I'll give it is category and dash m. So it will create a category model. Along with the category model, it will also create a migration file. So if you don't know anything about the migration file model, don't worry, we'll be learning that in later part of video. So now I have category model, but this time I have the migration file as well. So let's go to the database folder here. So let me scroll this here, and in the database I have a migration file, and here now I have the category migration file as well. So I don't need this, so I'll remove this, both category migration file and category. So, and another most important command that we frequently use is php artisan sharp to start our server. About the route. So all the routes are in the routes folder, and we have already discussed about all this route. We use api.php to make the API, but mostly we use the web.php route. And in the web.php, you have only one route, which is here just slash, and is the return view and welcome. Basically it's returning the view, and name of the view is a welcome.play.php, and it's in the resources view welcome. Okay, so we can have different routes. For example, route get, if you want to go particular URL, same like this. You can have a route post if you are submitting the form, or you can have a route put or route pass to update the resources. Similarly, route delete to delete the resources. So we'll talk about this later part of the video. Just we'll look about the basic route here. So here you can see we are rendering the form and everything is within the closure. So let's make another route. So here I'll write a route, and I'll make this get route, and then slash. So whenever it's slash, only slash is the main URL, that is this one, localhost 8000 is the slash. Okay, so let's give here home, and then let's make the closure like this. We can make the closure, or we can create the controller, and within the controller we can have method, and that method is responsible to render the view. We'll talk about this later, but for now let's look about the closure. So we can have this closure, and then we can return here anything. Let's return home, home, and likewise, so let's make another one, closure, and let's write about, and this is about page. So now let's go here, and if we type here home, sorry, so it's route route, and we don't have the semicolon here. Now it should be fine. So home. Similarly, if you go to about, it should show the about message, about page. Now let's achieve the same thing with the controller, making the controller. So let's go here, and we know how to make the controller. So PHP artisan make control controller, and I'll write here test controller, test control controller. So test controller already exists in my case. So let's go here and let's make some method in the test controller. So I'll show you my test controller first. So here I have the test controller. Here it is. And before making any method in the test controller, although we have all the method here, so let's go here and let's remove this for now. And here I'll write route get, and then I'll write about, and then the name of method, main name of controller, which is the test controller, and which method I want to use. So I have different methods here. So for now, let's remove all the method, this remaining method, because I'm not going to use, or you can keep as it is. So I have just one method here, index method. So now let's write here name of method, that is index method. So what index method does, so let's return just home. Okay, this time we have a controller and we have the method, and this method is returning something, either some data or is rendering the view. So now if I go to the slash about, it should hit index method and it should generate this home page or this home message. But actually I think it displays the error and we have to fix that. So it's saying for not found. The reason is that we are just using home, but actually it should be the about, as we have about. So let's go to about, ABOU to about, and now this time we should have this error. So in order to solve this target class not found or target controller not found, we have to go to the provider first here. Let's go to the provider. You can find this provider in the app directory, and you have a provider folders and the route service provider, and just remove this comment. So protected namespace f/sv/controller, which is the namespace. So now it returns the home. Great. Now instead of returning some message from the method, let's return the view, and we'll do the same thing. So return view, and let's write home. I'll make this as home. And let's go here in the resources, and in the views we'll make all the views. So within the views I'll make home.blade.php. Here I write home.blade.php, and here I'll write welcome to Laravel. Now if I go to the same about URL, it should show our page, which is welcome to Laravel. Okay, so in this way we can create the route, and we can have a controller, and we can have an index, and we can have a parameter also. So if we are passing something, then we'll pass here. For example, if you want to pass ID, then we have a two curly braces, and then I'll write ID, and in the method I have to pass that ID here. I'll receive that ID here. Okay, and now if I do this, I don't get anything because I should have here some ID. So if I write 1, then only I get ID. And if you want to equal that ID, you can that easily. For that you have to pass that to the view. We'll learn that later. And one more thing I like to show you here is we can have the name route as well. So for example, let's say let's go here in the welcome.blade.php. First we have this welcome.blade.php, and so let's go to the welcome.blade. So let's go here. This is the welcome.blade.php, and here I'll give the some anchor tag. So here I'll give here anchor tag, not here but anywhere here in the body. So within the body here, let's give the anchor tag. So I'll write here anchor tag just to show you something here, and copy here, and I'll write a click here, and I should see this one, click here, and you can see I have a click here. It can be anywhere, don't worry about this. So let's give the /about /about, so it should take me to the about page. So if I refresh this and if I click, it's taking me to the about page, because we have now here ID as well. So I'll remove this ID. So it's just /about, and in the home controller I'll remove this ID as well. Now I should say this page, welcome to Laravel. So now what I like to show you here is what happens if I change about to about dash us. So probably it shows me that the page is not found. Yes, because my URL has been changed now. So that's the reason we use the name route here. Even though if we have changed in the URL, or if we have the route name, we can still see that page. So here I'll write about, and then here let's save this one, and let's go to welcome.blade.php, and instead of giving here /about, here I can easily write route, R-O-U-T, route, and give the route name, and my route name is about, and the route name is this name. Now whatever is your URL, if you are using the route name, you will not get an error. Now it is still render this page, should render this page. So let's go back, and now let's click this, and you can see welcome to Laravel. Welcome back, guys. In the last video we talked about the basic route, and if you have any questions, any confusion, please ask me in the Q section. I'm happy to help you there. Now in this video we'll talk about the route group. So if you have a long list of route, you can group them into one certain prefix. Okay, and this gonna be very important when your size of application is going to be longer or lengthy. When you have a lot of routes, you can group basically them into one prefix. Still you have a confusion, so let's say this with example. So again, let's go into the web.php for making the routes, and let's make the two routes here, and then we'll group them. Okay, so first let's make the route. So I'll make the first one route here, and I'll make the get route, and then I'll give this as account, and then I'll give register, R-E-G-I-S-T-R, register, and then here I can make a controller, or I can make a closer. It's up to you. So let's try this with the controller. So I'll make the test controller, and then I'll give a name as register. Okay, and then I'll make another get route, and this will be the account login, and I'll make login. Obviously we need to have these two methods in test controller, otherwise our application will throw an error. So let's make two methods here. So I'll write a public function register, and then the next will be the public function login. So let's return something. So I'll return some message. Here I write login page, or we can also redirect to the login page, up to you. Return, I'll write register page. Everything is okay here, and now if we go to account/register, I should get register page as a message displayed. Okay, so now let's go here and I'll write account slash register, and this is the register page. If I write account slash login, and this is the login page. Now let's look the actual use of the group route. So we may have like bunch of other route like account slash forget passport, account slash reset passport, and lot of things similar like there may be like companies slash profile, company slash home, company slash index. It can be anything, right? So if you want to group them, you have to use a group, route group. So how are we going to do that? So for that, you can write route, so that you don't have to write every time this prefix account, account, and account. So you can simply write register, and then you can put account as a prefix. So for that, you write route group, and then here will be the array where we can pass a lot of things like middleware, prefix. We'll not talk about the middleware for now. Let's talk about only prefix. And then here will be closure, and then here will be opening and closing, and let's put semicolon. And now let's record this from here and let's insert it here. Okay, and here I'll write prefix, and here I'll give account this one. So now I can remove this account from here, and I'll remove this account from here. Now I want this to be same account slash register and account slash login. So now I can put here easily account. So it works exactly same, and now it seems that our route is organized and we are not appending account every time in our route now, and it looks much better, and still we'll get the same result. So if I refresh page, and you can see account slash login, account slash register. Now let's learn about passing data to Vue, and this is very important because we have to get data from database and that need to be rendered in the page. But we have not covered the eloquent part yet, so we'll not work with the database. We'll simply make an array, and then we'll render that array and display those data into our Vue page. Okay, let's see how we do that. So for that, I have to make one Vue file first. So let's go to the resources views, and then we can make one file here. So resources, in the resources I have the views, and in the views you can just make one file with the extension .blade.php. So I have already home.blade.php and Laravel use.blade, so make sure you have .blade as well. And then here we'll write the HTML code, and let's write this as Laravel, and let's make the route. So we'll make the route, and let's give this as product, and again we'll make the test controller sorry, controller, and let's make the name as product. So this is simple route, it has no any parameter. So let's render our Vue function product, product, and then we have return Vue, and then name of the file, so home. So if we have file inside our folder, let's say this, so if we have here one folder, let's say product, and within the product if you have home.blade.php, so you have to do product.home to get the home.blade.php in product folder. So since it's outside of the views, within the views, so we don't have any folder, so we simply write home. Now if we go to the product, it should render this page. So let's go here and write product, and you can see Laravel 8. Okay, now let's pass the data. So let's pass anything. It can be the username, it can be the ID. Let's see, it's the product ID, and in here we need to receive this parameter. Since this we are passing ID, we have this ID here, Now we have to pass it into view, and whatever user types here, it may be like product 1, it should be displayed in the page. Okay, so for that I have to write here, I'll make an array and then I'll write id equals to this value in the parameter id. So we can pass data in this way. We make the array and then we give this in this way, okay, key and value. So let's go to home.blade.php, and here I'll write user id, and then here we have to write curly braces, 2 opening and closing curly braces in Laravel if you are using the blade.php extension. If you write this way, I think it gives the error. So if you write $id, definitely it gives the error. So if I write here, so it's not giving any error, but it's not returning anything. Since we pass your ID, nothing is displayed here. So in Laravel, we have to write 2 opening and closing braces. Okay, so this is basically like echo. So sorry, I missed one thing here. So here we have to write echo. You see at your echo, and now so we get ID 1. So everything is working perfectly, there is no error. However, we don't write the PHP opening and closing tag when you use the blade, right? So for that we have to write 2 opening and 2 closing curly braces. Now we will get exactly the same result. Okay, so if it's like 2, then user ID 2. Okay, now let's not pass the parameter, we can pass anything, right? So it can be username, and in the test control you write username, and then username, and here write username, 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 which is this variable, and we'll display this username here. And now whatever username you type here, so product slash, let's say product name, not a username, so iPhone, and this is the iPhone. Okay, now this is done. Now let's go here and let's make the array here and let's pass the data. So let's remove this parameter, we don't need this, and we'll remove this as well, and here we'll remove this as well. Now let's make the products folder, products, products, and here we'll give the name of product. Let's give the name iPhone, and the price, let's give price equals to price, let's say 799. So let's imagine this is the data we are getting from the database, and we want to display this data into our view page. Okay, so here now we can write products and products, and then now we have array. Now we have to loop the data here. So here I'll loop here, so we can write a for is. So we write @ here for is, and then we have to int this statement. So we write int for and is, int for is. If you have a for statement, you will have an int for. Okay, so int for is, and then we have the products as a variable at product, where do you see product, and then we'll echo this, so $product. So now we should see the product detail, and nothing's in here because the URL is just product, and you can see iPhone and the price is $799. Great. So instead of doing this, you can simply write compact as well, which I mostly use compact, and then you can pass here as products, and it basically work in the same way. Welcome back. So in the last video we loop the data and we display in our page. Now let's use if and else statement within the blade. So we have the product, and if we didn't have any product, we should display the message that there is no product. Before that, let's use the count and let's write the products, so it displays the count, displays the number of products, and we have the products we are passing from here, and we have two products, so it should display 2, and you can see we have here 2. So now let's go here and let's write if and else statement here. So I'll write if count and products products, then we'll have this, and here we'll write else, and we have to inif this. So our if is started here and inif is here. So if we have product, this will be executed, and if we don't have, everything will be displayed within the else block. Okay, now here I'll write no any products to show. So obviously we have one product, so this will be executed and this never get executed. So if I refresh, then we have product. And now let's make this an empty array, so we don't have any product, so this will be skipped and else statement will be executed. That means no any product to show. So if you don't like to use the if and else, there is other way to achieve this. So for that you have to write, instead of for is, you have to write for else, and here for else. And in for else, if you use this for else, you have to write empty block as well here, empty, and this is for displaying the message when you don't have any product or you have a 0 count, no any products to show. So it loops the data also, and it checks if there is any product or not. So if I refresh, then exactly the same message you can see there. And if we have some data, then now we should get the data. Welcome back. Now it's time to see how we can use our post method. Till now we have used the get method to render the view and to see some pages. Now let's see the post method. We'll design a form and we'll submit the form with the post method, and we'll grab the user input. Okay, so in the last video we used the if and else statement and different type of syntax in the Blade. So now let's design a very simple form, and let's see how it works. So first I have to make a 2 route. One is the get route that is responsible for showing the view, that is my form, and another route will be the post route that will actually submit our form. Okay, so let's start then. So here I'll make a 2 route. So first will be the get route get, and let's make this as product slash create, and here I'll write a test controller. So test controller, let's give this as a test as create, and here will be the test controller, and I'll write this as a create method. And the next route will be the post route. So here I'll write route post, and I'll give this as a test slash store. And now let's give the name of controller, which will be the test controller, and then in the test controller I'll make the store method. So now I need a 2 method, one is the store and one is the create. So let's go here first, and here I can make the 2 methods. So public function create, 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 and I need one more function, that is the store, public function store. So create is for showing the form, or let's say show the form, and store is to submit the form. This method basically submit the form. So now let's make the form. Let's make first a view file. So in the resources, in the views, let's make the folder this time, and here I'll make the product as a folder, and then here I'll make the file. So let's make this as a create.blade.php, and now let's include HTML here, and here let's write Let's make this as a form. Now let's get this view. So here we'll write return view, and it's in the product dot create. So product is our folder, and in the product we have the create.blade.php. So if you go to this get route test/create, we should see this message, which is the form. So now let's go here and let's go there. Sorry, and it's just so it's not double slash, sorry, so it should be the single slash, and you can see form. Okay, so now let's design the form here. So I'll make the form here, I'll make the form, I'll give the action, and we'll write the method as a post, and let's close the form. So let's get the input here. So I'll write input type, and then this will be the text, and name equal with title, and let's give the placeholder, enter the title of your product, and then let's make the submit button here, button type submit, and let's close this, and let's write here save. Okay, now let's see this form. So we should have form now, and here is the form, and now we need to give the post method here. So we have the post method, and our post method is /test/store. So here I can give /test/store, but I prefer giving name route. So let's use the name route. So here I'll give the name. So I'll write a name, and I can give anything. So I'll just write test.store. So now I can use route, since I have the route, name route. Here I can use the two curly braces, and I use the route, and then I can use test.store, test.store. Okay, so now let's check. For now, let's do DOM-die, and then let's give the OK message, and whenever we submit this form, we should get this message. But here we don't get any message. So if I refresh and if I submit, here you can see 491, and it gives the page expired, and this is important to know. So what happened is that in Laravel, each time you submit the form, you have to mention cross-site request forgery, or in shortcut is CSRF. So this is basically for security purpose, so that no one can submit your form on your behalf. Okay, so if you write CSRF, then Laravel application will know that this form is submitted by only you, not someone else. So it's basically for the security purpose. Now you have CSRF, and if you now refresh this, and if you go and inspect, now you will see the token is attached to your form. So now if you see here, so I'll click here, and then I inspect here, and you can see here this type is hidden, and you can see this is a token, and this is actually coming from this CSRF, and it takes care of your form, so it will know that this form is submitted by you. Okay, and so here if you now go to the route middleware, so middleware, and then we have the first, let's see the kernel, and we have web.php here, and in the web.php you can see here we have the verify CRF token. So every time you submit the form, so this is every time check verify CRF token, and if you go to the middleware, we have the verify CRF token. So we don't have anything here, so let's check this verify CRF token. So verify CRF token, and here is the code, so you don't need to modify this code, leave as it is, and here is the handle, it checks bunch of things, and here you can see CSRF token mismatch if there is no any token. Okay, so now it should work perfectly. So now if I submit this, and you can see here I got an OK message because I have included token. So whenever you make a form, whenever you have a post request, you have to always include CSRF and then only submit. Okay, so now let's get the input. So our main target is to get the input that is submitted by the user. So here now we write a request. So here write a request and then request. So request request. So this can be anything. You can write anything here. You can give name anything. Okay, but it's always it's like a condition that you have to mention this request. So we always mention this as a request. So why we use this? Just to know what user has submitted to get input. In PHP, we might use like $post and whatever user submit from the form, like title, right? So in Laravel, we do the same thing by using the request, and if you write a request all, you'll get everything that has been submitted from form. So request $request and all. So it displays everything whatever you have submitted from the form. So let's refresh, and here I write the watch, and if I submit, and you can see here we are submitting the token and we are submitting the name as was, title as a watch. So now I need to get only the name, that is the watch, so I have to use this title. So here now I use the title, so let's remove this, request title. So now it will give me the input that I have submitted. So I'll write PC, and you can see PC. Okay, so instead of doing this, you can also write request get and title. You can also write this also work perfectly. So let's see here, and I write computer, and you can see computer was our input. And if you don't like to include this one, you still can remove that one, and instead of doing this and to get the same result, you can simply write a request with no dollar at front. Okay, so it is a request and then title, because title is coming from our form. So still you'll get the same input. So refresh this, and here I like Mac, and you can see you got the same input. So in the last video we made a post request to our form, and we were able to grab the input submitted by user from the form. In this video we are going to learn about the validation, because at the moment I can submit the form and we don't have any validation here. So Laravel has a lot of validation method available, and all this can be learned from the documentation also. So here we'll be using the validation. We'll check if the user has provided some input or not. If not, then we'll give a suitable message so that user know that there must be a certain criteria that need to be fulfilled before they submit the form. Okay, so let's learn about the validation. So first of all, before we go through using the validation method, so let's go to the controller. In the controller we have the validate request. So if I source for this validated request here, then you can see this validate request, which is in obviously in the Element Foundation validation. And here you have a trade validation request, and the things you're interested here is the validate method. So it takes the request, it takes the input as array, and we have the message which is empty, and it has a custom attribute as well, and it checks all things, and then it finally return the error messages. Okay, so we have to use a validate method in order to display the error. So let's use this validation method. So here we have we are getting the title. This was from the last video, so let's use here. So we'll use the this, and then we'll use the validate method, and then we'll use the request, and then we'll have the second parameter is the array of things that we want to validate. This is basically the array of things. So title is coming from our form, so we'll make this validation. So if you want this to be compulsory, you can simply write a require, And if you want the second things, again required minimum character, maximum character, you can give the minimum, like required the minimum characters should be at least 3, right, and maximum characters should not be more than 20, things like that. You can give all those this. Okay, so now it takes the validation, and now if I submit this form, and you can see it's not submitted, it's submitted, but the error is checking whether we have some input or not, so it's checking. So if I hit something, if I put something, then it's work perfectly. So now let's display this message. So we have to display the error message, and to display error message here we can use the error directory, error uh, error block in the Laravel. So error, and we'll write here the name, which is the title. So here we'll write title title, and then we're in this error we'll write an error, and here we'll display the message, and then we'll write. So this everything is built with the Laravel. This is not made by me, so everything is given by Laravel. So first we'll write error, and then what field we want to validate. We want to validate the title, so we'll write title, and we'll write and error, and then here we'll write $message, so it displays the error. So now whenever we submit this, first of all these things are matched. Is the form is there some input in the field? Yes, then it passes. Is there minimum 3 character? Yes. If there is maximum 20 character, not more than 20 character, it checks everything. So now if I submit blank form, now you can see the title field is required, and we have minimum also. So if I just write 2 character, and you can see the title must be at least 3 character, and if it's 3 character, then you can see we get the output. So we can give the custom message also. So if you want to give the custom message, you can make here array comma, and then you can give here array, and then you have to write the name of the field with the title, and then you write required, and you can give here the custom message. Let's say please enter the name of product. You can give the custom message. So now we must get this message, and you can see please enter the name of product. Cool. Now there is other way to show the error message also, to display error message also. So before we do that, here instead of writing request in this way, generally I prefer writing here request, request request, and object request, request request, and then I'll pass this variable here, request request. I usually prefer in this way, and it works in the same way. Okay. Now if something goes wrong, let's say if I have 2 character, and if I hit enter and the page is refreshed and the input is gone, but I want this input to be still within the form, because if we have the big form, let's say sign up form, which contain like name, first name, last name, let's imagine the Facebook form, right? And whenever you submit that form, sign up form, and if you refresh, and if your input is all gone to the form, it's lost, then it takes time you to fill again those field, right? So how to preserve those value within the field if something goes wrong? So for that, Laravel use the old helper, and you can use the old helper to restore the thing even if something goes wrong. For example, here I'll write, you have to write the value, and then 2 curly braces, and the old, and the name of field, title. For example, we need minimum 3 input, and if I write only 2 input, let's say AB, and if it's submit, you see the input is still in the form. It's because of the old helper. So this will be very convenient when there is a long sign up form, and then we can use the old helper, so that even if something goes wrong, the value will be still within the field. Okay. Now let's see a way to display the error. I'll remove this custom error message. So I'll remove this message here, and this is the default message by the Laravel. And now let's see the other way to get the message. So to generate the error message, so if you go to the kernel.php, you can see we have a share errors from session, and if you search this file, share errors from session with a vendor Laravel framework in the vendor folder, and here we have a handle method. So it gets all the errors and store in session all the errors from the session, and then it stores in the errors variable. So in the blade we'll just loop these errors and we'll display error all in one line instead of displaying one by one. So before that, let's make here one more field, and let's send the error for another field as well, so that it will be more easy to understand. So for that, I'll copy this one, and then here I'll paste here, and let's make this edge the text area. So I'll make the text area and close the text area, and here I'll give the name description, DSC and description, and placeholder description. And now here we have to write the name as a description here, and let's make the validation rule for this as well. So I'll write DSC and description. I'll write require. I'll just write require. So now if you refresh this, we have the name and title and description, and if I submit this, and you can see the title field required, the description field is required. Now instead of getting this error one by one, we can also generate all these error in one place. So let's see that. So for that, here we have to go here and anywhere. Let's make the here. Let's do here. So first we'll check if errors any. If there is any error, then we'll just loop that error and we'll display that error in if. And within here we can write, let's make the UL tag, and here we'll write a for each errors, ERRORS errors, all adds error, and we'll write in for each, and then he will display the error here. So I'll display this within the p tag. Let's make the p tag here, and then we don't need p tag because we have UL, and here we'll display this error. We'll get all the error one by one, we'll loop that errors, and then we'll display here. So what I mean to say here is that you can either display the validation error in this way, or you can display the error in this way. One of this way you can use. So now let's see this. So if I refresh, and you can see here the title is required, the description is required, and obviously you can give here p tag if you want, and p tag, and let's submit this again, and you can see the title field is required, the description field is required. So this is the one way to display the error, and this is the another way to display the error. Welcome back, guys. Now let's learn about the migration. So in the previous video, I have already shown you how to create a model and the migration. So you can watch that video as well. So here, first let's do the database connection. So why we need a migration? So in a Laravel, what happens is that we actually do not go to database and manually create the field name for that particular table. Okay, so we just create everything in the migration file. So if you go to database here in a project directory, we have here 3 migration. You can see here we have the users, password, reset, and the failed jobs. For now, let's look at the users table only. So this is the migration file, this is current migration file, and you can see it is named as like this. We can have the current timestamps when it was created, and then we have create underscore users under table. That means whenever we migrate this, it will create the users table in our database. and you can see it has id which will be the auto increment big integer, and here we have a name, string is a varchar, we have an email, and you can specify this as a unique because email need to be unique. And similarly we have an email verified at, and we have also mentioned null label here. So whenever you specify null label and whenever you submit this data to the form, this data will be still created and all the results will be stored in the database, even if your email underscore verify at is nullable. You have not mentioned anything, but you want to create data, then still you can do that. Okay. So if you think that name should be the nullable, then you can still copy this and you can paste it here and you can make nullable. So whenever user enters data to the form, and if name is not mentioned, the data will be still created. Okay, so it will not throw any error. And similarly we have the remember token and timestamps. Timestamps will give the two time, that is created at and updated at. That means when that record was created and when that record was updated. So first thing we have to go is in the environment file, which is .env, and we have a lot of things here, so let's focus on these things here. Okay, so we have a database connection MySQL, so I'm going to use the PHP myadmin for database. So let's make one table here, so I'll just name this as a block. So my block is created, and in Laravel, as I already said, that we're not going to go here and make the table name like post and specify the field. So we do everything with the help of migration file. Okay, and now let's go here. So here we have the host, here the port, and database name is default is Laravel. We can change this as a block, and you can see we have the root, username root in my case, and I don't have any passport, so I'll leave this as blank. So in the config file, in the config folder, we have the database.php here, and everything you can see here. We have the database configuration. So the default is MySQL in my case, so you can change it into whatever you like. So it can be PGSQL, it can be SQLite. So if you change here, you have to specify here. For now, I like to make this as MySQL because I'm using the MySQL database. And we have the connection for here. You can see this is the connection for SQLite, and this is the connection for MySQL, and our default is the MySQL. And similarly, we have for the PGSQL as well, and we have a lot of things here. So now let's focus on this here. So main thing here, we need to focus on these things, and you can see we have a env db underscore database. That means env is whatever you write here, that will be reflected here. So now you can see it is taken from the environment file. So my database is now is the block, and you can see my username is root, and I don't have any password. Okay, so my application is connected to the database. Now first thing we have to make is the migration file. So let's create a migration file. So let me clear everything from here, and I'll create a migration file. Before we create the new table, let's migrate our existing table. Okay, existing migration file, and for that we have to go in the project directory and we'll write a command to migrate this. So it's the php artisan migrate, and you can see all three files has been migrated. And if you check the block, now you have all these of the migration file, migration table. And let's see the users table, and now you can see we have the id, which is big integer auto increment, name which is varchar, email verified add is timestamp, and which can be the nullable and it's yes. Similarly we have the passport, we have the remember token, and the timestamps will get created at and updated at. So here we have the three migration file. Now let's create our own migration file. So let me clear this. And in the previous video I show you how to create the model and migration file at the same time. So that the command was php artisan make and model, and let's say name of the model is post and dash m. That will give the model and the migration file. So if you have not watched this video, please go and watch that video. Okay, so here I want to just focus on the migration. So let's create only the migration file for now. But whenever we create and whenever we work in the project, it is always convenient to create a model and migration at the same time, because instead of writing two commands, one command to create a model and the another command to migration, it is easy to create a model and migration at the same time. Okay, but let's focus on only creating a migration here. So the command is php artisan migration, and when you create a model, it will be model make model. When you create a controller, it will be make controller, and when you create a migration, it will be make migration. And then we write create, and let's say our table name will be post as, and then table. So post, so it created the post table, and now we should have that in our migration folder, sorry, in the database folder. So in the database migration and the last migration, you can see here the post. So we have the up and down. The up is actually to create the to migrate this file, and that you have already seen that how to do this with the php artisan migrate command. And this is usually to delete. We can roll back the created data. So that means we can delete, okay, anytime with the command php artisan rollback. So we'll see this later. So now let's focus on this. So let me create a to field here. Okay, so I'll create two field, and the one is will be the title. So I'll make this as a string, titl, title of the post, and another will be the body. So I'll mention this text instead of a string, because if we write text, we can write a more character. Okay, now let's migrate this as well. So the command is again php artisan migrate. So it's migrated here, and if I click here, and you can see now we have the post as, and we have title, which is barrier, we have a body, which is text. Now let's roll back this also. Okay, so if I write a php artisan migrate, 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 and roll back. So you can see the currently created table, which was the post, is rollback. That means it is now deleted from the database. Okay, so now again let's migrate this php artisan migrate. So now let's write so let's store some data here in the post table. So in the post table, let's insert some data here. So I'll write here title as the post 1 and body 1. So let's create this. It's created. Now whenever you want to add one more field here, you can do in this way. You can write, let's say you can do in this way also. So let's say table, and then you can give again a string, and then you can, let's say, slug or anything. Okay, so now if we write php artisan migrate, it won't migrate because this file has already been migrated. So let's try php artisan migrate. So you can see nothing to migrate. So actually you want to create slug here also, but nothing has been migrated, right? And whenever you do like this, php artisan migrate phrase, so what it actually does is that it deletes all the table from the block and re-migrate all the migration file, so that we can have a new field with slug. Okay, so on doing this, we'll obviously lose all the data that we have already here. So now let's do, and it has created, and if you go here, and we have the post here, and you can see we have now slug, but data was deleted, right? So in the next video, I'll show you how we can add additional field to our existing table and save our previous record as well. So now you see that our data was deleted, but in the next video we'll see how we can add a slug or something like that, any field, and still we'll be able to save our data. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Bye guys. So in the last video we learned about the migration file. We learned how to create and how to migrate the file, and we also learned about how to add the new column to your existing table, okay, and do all this stuff using the command php artisan migrate phrase. So in this video we'll add one more field, one more column to our existing table, and we'll not write a php artisan migrate phrase to remigrate, but we'll use other command, and that will not destroy the data you have already in your post table. Okay, so let's create first let's create one table here. So we have already a table, let's create one data here. So here I'll write the post one, and here I'll write the body one, and then let's migrate. So I have a post table, and now I realize that I need a user underscore ID just to track who has created this post. Now how can I create a new column to our existing post? So we'll learn these things in this video. So this is basically all about writing the command. So we write a command to create a new column to our post table, and the the command will be php artisan. So here I write php artisan make, and again we write migration, magration, migration, and then we write at. We have to write at, and then we have to write and what you want to add. So let's say I want to add user underscore ID. So I'll write user underscore ID, which will be our new column. And what you want to add to, you write to, and you write users. That's the column name. Okay, user. Sorry, that's the table name, which is the existing table we have already here. So I want to create. So I want to create it in the post table. So let's write the post. So it's the post, posts, post, and then you finally write table, tabl, table. So let's see this again. So php artisan make migration add, we'll write first add, and user underscore ID. This is the column name. It can be anything, like it can be username, and or it can be anything. It can be date, anything. So add username, add date, or add user underscore ID, and you write to, and then you write a post, which is the table name, existing table name, and you write underscore table. So if you hit the enter key, then you see this has been created. New migration file has been created, and you can see we have now new migration file, and it has also up and down command, and you can see the table is post. That means whatever we create here, that will be created in our post table. Okay, so now here we can create a table name. So here I write table, and then I write int is integer, and then here I'll write, and what I want to add user underscore ID. So here if you see this file, it gives the information, it gives what you are going to add. You are going to add user underscore ID. Okay, so let's write user underscore ID. So we are going to add user underscore ID, and here, so whenever we roll back, we have to delete this user underscore ID as well, right? So here we write a drop column. So we write first table, and then drop column column, and the name of column we want to drop is user underscore ID. So this is for migration, and when you want to delete, this command will drop user underscore ID. Now we have to migrate this. So now let's write php artisan migrate, and you can see this file is migrated, and we should see this user ID now in the post table. Okay, so if I click here and if I go to the post, and you can see our previous data is not destroyed, it is still there, and you can see new column has been added, user underscore ID, which is in the post table. Welcome back, guys. In the last video we created the migration file, and we migrated that file, and in our block table we have the post. In our block database we have the post table, and we have the title, body, slug, and user ID. Okay, so now in this video we are going to learn about looking basic, like creating a record, updating a record, finding record, and deleting the record. So we'll be using the post table. Okay, we'll do all the stuffs in the post table. So first of all, before working with the database, we have to make sure that we have the model set up. Okay, so here if you go to app slash in the models directory, we have only one model. So the name of model is always singular. For example, let's take the user model. So user, and the name of the table should be always plural, which is the post, which is the users. Okay, so we have only the migration file for the post. That's why we have the post table here, but we don't have any model here for the post. Okay, so let's make first model and then we'll be ready to start. So first here I'll make the post model, and the command is php artisan make model, and name of model is a post, and if you give -m, it will create the migration file for the post as well. But we have already created a migration file that you can see here. We have already migration file for the post. Here we have already the migration file for the post, and you can see we have the table for the post. So we, in this case, we don't need plug -m. So just I'll create the post model. Okay, so hit the enter, and now you have the post model here. So as I already said you that, so the class is always, or model is always the singular, and your table name is always plural. So Laravel knows that if it is a post, the table name should be post as. For example, let's say you have a different table name. So your name of model is a post, but your name of the table is not a post, it's different. Let's say it's articles, then Laravel won't detect your table. This model won't detect your table. It will not know that your table name is post articles. So in that case, you should let Laravel know your table name. So in that case, you can simply write this protected and $table, table, table, and whatever the name of your table. So let's say my table name was articles, so I'll write articles here. But since we have the post, we don't need to mention the name of table here. We don't need to mention here it as a post, because Laravel will automatically know this. Okay, so now our model is a post and our table is a post as. Now instead of doing everything in the route, I want to do this in controller. So let's try this everything in controller. For that, I'll make a controller. So PHP addition make controller, and let's make the post controller. I'll make this as post controller, and let's start our server as well. Okay, PHP addition serve. So now we should have the post controller in our controller folder. So let's go here, and you can see we have the post controller. So the first thing we do is we import our model. So we are going to work with the post table. So we'll write use app, and in the models folder, MODES models folder, we have the post. So this is the first thing we do here. Okay, now the second thing is we go into web.php and we create the route. We create a route to insert the record, to update the record, to find the record, and to destroy the record. So let's create here somewhere here. So I'll write here post, and first record will be the post record, post route, sorry, since we are going to create the post. And here I'll write post create, or let's write post store. So this is the post, this is not a get, because it's going to store the record. So since we are not doing this everything with the form, we are doing through the route. So let's make this as a get route so that we can navigate to the post slash store, and when we hit the post slash store, it will store the record in our post table. So we should make this as a get. Okay, so now here we'll write a post controller, control controller, and let's give this as a store method to store the record. So now in the post controller, sorry, the spelling mistake here, POST post and CONTRO controller. Now let's create a store method here in the post controller. So store post, and here I'll write public function store, and open and closing parenthesis this, brushes, opening and closing brushes, and we have to create a record here. So now we can use, so there are two ways to insert a record. First, you can instantiate your model. So here you can write post and then new and then post, which is your post model. And then once you do this, you have to write post and what you want to insert in your, so I want to insert in title and body, slug and user ID. So here I'll write title, here I'll write a new title, and then post body. So here I write a new body, and I'll write a slug, SL slug, and you can give this as a new title as a slug, or in Laravel there is a helper that creates slug for you. So that is the str to colon SL slug. This will create slug from your title. So post title and then the user ID, post and user underscore ID. So how to get currently logged in user ID? Since we are not worked at with the scaffolding, we are not logged in, so we cannot get a user ID. Otherwise, if we had login, we can get user ID with auth user ID. This gives the currently logged in user ID, but we are not logged in at in our application, so we cannot write this. So let's assume the user is 1. Okay, and finally we'll save this post. So post save save. So we instantiate model and we specify the column that we want to insert the record. So title, body. So instead, if you don't like to write a string slug, you can simply write whatever here you like. But string underscore slug will create a slug for the title. Okay, since we are passing here post underscore title, and that's it. And post save. So now if you go to the post slash store, it should create a record. Missed here in the post controller is that since we are using the str, we need to import the namespace for this. So we can write use str. Now let's go to this particular URL and we should able to create a record. So let's go here, and here I'll write slash post store, and there's no any error. So if I browse this, and you can see here the new record is created, new title, new body, and here you get it created automatically slug with the help of string slug, and there is a timestamp and the user ID is 1. So to create a record using the mass assignment, so let's remove this, and first we'll write the model name. So post create to small bracket, and then here we'll have array, and then we'll write the column that we want to insert. So here is the title. Alright, this is our title, and then we need the body. So here you can write this is a body, and we have a slug, and the slug is actually we make from the title. So we can write string slug, and you can copy this here and then you can paste over here, or the better way to do this is to store this in one variable. So we can do like this as well. So here I write titl title, and then so now we can use this dollar title, which is our variable. So here I'll write dollar title, and finally we have the user underscore ID. So let's assume the user is 1. Okay, so since we are doing the mass assignment, it's always good to go to your post model or whatever model you are using here, and you need to make a fillable array. So before you create any CRUD operation, you have to always make a fillable array. So fillable array allows you to insert the data that is coming from the form into your application. Otherwise, your data won't be inserted into database. So let's try this. So if I go here and if I refresh this, and you can see the error. So add title to the fillable array. So it gives error 1 by 1. So if you add title, it again says you add body to your fillable array. So let's try this or this. Let's learn here. So go to the post model, and here we write a protected, and here we write fillable, and then so title. That means if title is coming from your controller, just save that title into your database. It means that, okay. So if I now refresh this, it gives me other error like body doesn't have a default value. That means your body should have also have the fillable, and similarly we should have a slot fillable, and similarly we need a user ID to fillable. We don't need created ID and update ID in the fillable array. It automatically stores, okay. So now let's go here and let's mention other things as well. So we have the column like body, and then we have the slot, and then we have the user ID. So if the title, body, slot, and user ID are coming from here, either that is from the form, whatever input you are getting from the form, and you want to store in your post table, then that must be in your fillable array, okay. So now this should be fine. So if I create, then here is no any error. So if you go here and if you browse, then you can see you have now new record here, okay. So instead of doing the fillable array, you can simply write guarded as well. So the other way to do is, so here you can write protected, 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 guarded, and give the empty array. So what this actually means is that whatever things or whatever stuffs is coming from your form, your controller, okay, it just allows to store in your post table if you have an empty array. So if you write a fillable here, you need to specify every column name. So if you want to insert title, you have to specify title. If you want to insert a record in the body, you have to specify body, slot, user ID. So each and every column name should be here, right? Except the created ID and update ID. But if you write protected, you don't need to specify. This is actually opposite. So if you don't write anything here, Laravel will assume that everything needs to be inserted into the database. But if you write something here, let's say title, then Laravel will assume that title should not be inserted, but rest of things should be inserted into the post table. So let's try this. So save this, and if I go here and if I refresh this, so record is created, and you can see new record is created. But if I write title, then it will not allow you to insert the title, okay. So rest, body, slot, user ID will be created, but it will not insert any title. So obviously it gives an error because the title should have the default value, and we don't have any value. So actually what it means that if you want to create everything, then you should make this always empty. So you can use either fillable. If you use a fillable, you need to specify every column name here. If you use guarded, you have to mention this as empty array. So this was for this video, guys, and in the next video we'll learn about find, we'll learn about update and destroy. So I'll see you in the next video. This video we'll learn how to save the record using the save method and using the create method, right? So in this video we'll fetch all the records from our post table. So this can be done using the two method. One is the get and another is a all method. So we'll see this, okay. First I like to make here one get route. So let's make the get, and let's make this slash post s since we are getting all the record. And then here I'll make the post controller, and let's have an index method, okay. And here let's make the index method. So on the top I'll make this here as index method, display record, display records, and here we'll have a public function index, and we actually get all the records from the database, and we return that records to our view file, and where we loop all the records and we display that records. But here we are not making any view file, we just get the records from the database and we'll dump that and we'll see in the browser. So first we have to make a variable here, and then we'll use the post, which is our model, and then we can simply write a get, so it will get all the records. So here I'll write dump die and then post. So now we have to go to this particular URL, which is the post as, and it targets the index method in post controller, and post controller is just grabbing the record, and we are using the get here, okay, to get all the record from our database. So now let's go here, and here I'll write post, and you can see we have the 6 records. Here are 6 arrays, and if you click one of these, and in the attributes, if you click here, then you'll see the first record here, which is the post one, body one, and if you go here, we have the post one, body one. Similarly, let's go to the another record. Let's go to this one, and in the attributes here, we have a new title, a new body, and here you can see a new title and new body. So we can do a lot of things here. So once you get the record, you can count the record also. You can see how many records are there. So you can simply use the count, get, and then count. It will display the number of records. So here is, you can see we have the 6 records, okay. And here you can write all also. So if you write all, you'll get the same result. So let's write all, and if you refresh, you get the same records. We have the 6 records, and in the attributes we have the same records. So with all also you can write here count, count count, and it will display again the 6 records. So refresh this, you have the 6 records. Now let's use the where clauses. Sometimes we have to use the where clauses also. So here I'll write where, and I want to display only one record whose ID is 1, and then I'll get that record. Okay, so I'm getting the records from the post table which has ID 1. That means I want to display only this record. So refresh this, and now you can see I have only one record. And if I click here, and in the attributes, we're getting only record with ID 1. Similarly, we can get the record with ID 7. So for that, let's change this 7. So you'll get ID with 7 here. Refresh this, and you can see here in the attributes, this is the record with ID 7, and you can see here ID is 7 here, and this is the record with ID 7. So you can write the where clauses with all also, but if you write here, you'll get a wrong here. So if you write here where clauses, you get a wrong here. So in the where clauses, you have to write where clause after the all. So this, remove this, and then here, now you have to write here, okay, where. So we are getting all the record, but we are getting the record where ID is 7. So now you'll get exactly the same record. But I frequently use the get method to get the record instead of using the all method, because the Laravel query builder are very faster. So I prefer to use this query. I prefer to use the get instead of using the all. So this much for this video, guys, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, in the previous video we saved the record. Now in this video we'll find the single record. So in an application we have to frequently find the record. We have to show single post to the user, or we have to find the record before we edit the record or before we destroy the record, right? So we need to find the record. So we'll use the find method to find the record. So let's see how we do that. So first we have to make a route. So let's go here and let's make the get route. So route get and post. So we're going to find the record based on ID. So here I'll write ID, and we have give 2 curly braces, and then we'll pass ID. We already learned this about this. So if you have not learned about like how to pass an ID or how to pass a parameter, we have the video on that. So please watch that video. So let's go here, and in the post controller here, control controller, we'll make the show method here. Okay, so let's make the show method. So post slash ID, post controller, and show method. So show method will accept one parameter, which is the ID. So in a post controller, let's make here show method. So here I'll write display single record, single RECU on the record, and here we'll make the function public function show method, and here I'll pass ID, and here I'll find the record based on this ID. So first let's grab this ID. So what is the ID? We can easily grab this ID. So whatever that is coming from the browser URI, that is our ID. So if we now go to the post/1, then 1 is our ID. If we go to post/2, then 2 is your ID. So if you hit post/1, you should grab this record, right? So let's see this, how we can do. So for that, first we have to, we'll make here one variable, and then here we'll have the post, and then we here write find method. So it will find the record with that particular ID from the post table, and then we can return or we can dump that here. So post. So now let's find the record with ID 1, and you can see we have one record, and in the attributes this is the record. So if we go with the ID 3, since we have the record with ID 3, so if you go here, then we'll get the record with an ID 2, with an ID 3. Okay, so we don't have record with ID 2, so it will return a null. So since we don't have ID with the 2, it will return null. So there is other way to do as well. So instead of writing find or find, we can also write find or fail. So this exactly does the same thing. So it will find the record with that particular ID. But in find method, if we use only find, if there is no record, it will just return a null. But if we use a find or fail, and if we don't have any record, it will return the error message. Okay, so if you go to 1, it actually does the same thing. It actually does the same thing, but if you don't have record, it's not returning null, instead it's returning you the error message. So in my case, I frequently use the find instead of find or fail, but you can use one of them. In previous video we find the record. Now in this video we'll learn how we can update the record, right? Since we are able to find the record, so once we find the record, we can update the record or we can delete the record. So for that, let's make here one get route to update the record. So get, and here I'll give /post/update update, and let's first ID. We need to know which record we want to update. So here I'll write a post controller, and here we'll have the update method. Okay, so this update method will accept ID as a parameter. So save this, and let's go here, and we have the update record here. So here we'll write the function public function update, and then we pass this ID here. So first we'll find the record. So post equals to post, and then I'll write a find method, so it will find the record. So for example, here you can see I have ID 5. So we first find this ID 5, and it looks ID 5 here, and we can update whichever column we want from this post table with ID 5. So now let's go here and let's update title and the body. Rest will keep as it is. So post title, and here I'll write updated title, and we can also update the body. So let's write updated body. So you can update the slug and user ID also, but I like to update only these two things, and then we can save this. Okay, so now let's go to this particular URL, and currently you can see we have this title, this body, and if you go to this particular URL post/5, first it find this original value of ID 5, and then it changes the title and body, and it saves into the post table. So let's refresh this. So we have some syntax error here. So public function, so we have to give here semicolon. So now let's refresh, and let's go here, and so the record was not updated. So let's see what's wrong going on here. So we have update method, we find this post title, and we have the post body, and finally we save the post, and we have to save this. Let's save that, and we have to go now, sorry, we have to go to this URL, particular URL, post/update URL, because our URL is changed now. So it should be post/update and then ID. And now if you go here, and you can see here updated title, updated body. So if we go to the another ID, let's say 1, we can update this as well. So let's change this again. So here I write updated title 1 and updated title, updated body 1. So now if you go here, and you can see updated title 1 and updated body 1. So now we were able to find the record and update them, but there is other way to update record as well. So here you can do like this as well. Your model, this will be your model, and then you can write update here. Okay, and you can pass whatever you want to update here. But first you have to write here what ID you want to update. So where, you have to write a where clauses. So where the ID, so it can be ID 5, it can be ID 1, it can be ID 3, whatever you want. So where ID is a $ID that is coming from our URL. So we first write the where ID, and then we can write update here. So here now you can write title, so you can write update, and if you want to pass the another column, so let's give this enter here, and let's give here enter. You can simply give here comma, and then sorry, this here, this here, and no need for comma here. And if you want to pass the body, you can write a body, and here I'll write update body, update title, and update body. So now let's update with the update method here. So you can also give here as a variable, but this is not necessary. Okay, just you can write a post here. So now let's update this. Okay, so if I refresh this, now here you can see update title and the update body. So there are two ways to update record. Once you can find the record and you can update record, or you can and then instance it and update the record, or you can use the update method to update the record. Let's delete the record. So for that, let's make another route here. So let's make the get route again. So here I'll write the post, and I'll write a delete, 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 and then we'll pass the ID, and we'll write here post controller, and let's make the destroy method, destroy, destroy. So we have to find the first ID that we want to delete. So here I'll write delete record, and let's write a public function destroy method, and here we'll accept the ID. And first we need to find that particular post that we want to delete. So we'll write a find, and then we simply write a post, and then we write a delete. So this will delete the record that we want to delete. So now let's go to this particular URL, so which is the post, delete, and ID, and we have the destroy method, and destroy method will accept that parameter with the ID. We find that ID, and then we delete that. Okay, so here we write delete, and hit the enter, and if you go here, if you refresh here, and you can see record the ID 1 is deleted. And let's delete record the ID 3. So for that, we go to post delete /3, and record with the 3 is also gone from here, which is deleted. Or the first method. So first method is used to find the first matching record from our database. So let's see how this works. So we have to make here one get route, and my get route will be so, and I should have the get post, So here I'll make the method here. So public function functn function get post, and I want to find the first matching record with the help of first method here. So here I'll write the post where post and where. So if we go in our table, we have the user ID and all user ID is 1. So here I'll write user underscore ID 1, and then here I'll write the first. So user ID 1, so it will find the first matching record. So you can see here we have user ID here in every record. So the first matching record is the 5, so it will face the 5, but it will not face 6, 7 and 8, because this is the first matching record. So it looks from the top. Okay, so now we can DOM die this. You can make here as a post, and you can do DOM die $post, or you can return this. So let's return this. I'll return it, return. And now if you go to this particular method, show method, show, and you can see the first matching record was with ID 5, and this is shown here. Now similarly we have the title here. So you can see 6, 7, 8 title are same. So if you write this title, the first matching record will be 6, so this will be first. So let's copy this title, and here now it's the title, title title, and then here I'll pass the title. So now it should fetch the record with ID 6, because this is the first matching record, and you can see this ID record with ID 6. Guys, now let's learn about the pagination. So pagination is very important in an application when you have a lot of data and you want to show all the data in one page, right? So imagine that you have 100 records. Like, it's difficult to show all the records in one page, because user have to scroll to the page and need to go to the bottom of the page to view all the data, right? So even if you have 200, 300, even 1000 data, it's going to be more difficult. So why not paginate data and so certain data per page, like 30 data per page, and we'll have a link and user click the pagination link and he gets 30 more data, right? So pagination in Laravel is very easy. Everything is built for us, but Laravel 8 by default use the tailwind pagination, so we need to convert it into the bootstrap pagination. Okay, so let's go here and let's go to documentation here, and you can see on the documentation we have using bootstrap. So first we need to use a paginate method to get a pagination. So you can see here we get the pagination, and here is the we're grabbing the record from the user table, and we are paginating here 50 record per page. Okay, we'll do something similar. So I have a post model here, and I have some data in the post table and some data, and let's paginate this. So for this I'm gonna use this one route. So first I'll use app slash model slash post. So here I use app slash model slash post, which is my model, and then I'm grabbing the record here. So let's get post, and I'll write post. Now we don't write something like a get, because you want to paginate, so we write paginate. And we don't have much record, we do have only 5 records, so I want to paginate 2 records per page just to show the pagination. And then I'll pass this in a view, so post. So if we had a controller, we'll have a method, and in the method, any method will write the same stuff, right? So now welcome. So instead of welcome, let's do something pagination. So I'll write pagination. Okay, so this will be the pagination dot index dot blade dot php, and here we'll make that. So let's make the home instead of pagination home. We do have only home here, and this is the home. Now here I like to remove this stuff, so car, and this and this. I'll remove this stuff. I have already this template ready here, so just I want to get all the data. So now we'll write for each and we have a post as h post, right? And let's make the p tag and display all this record in the p tag. So post $post, and we want to display, let's see what we want to display. We want to display the name of the post, so we just write here name, and then we in for each, and then we in for each. Okay, save this, and now let's go here. Now let's go in the browser and let's go here and let's refresh. So in syntax in the file, so it's in for each, and now we should get 2 posts, and you can see I have 2 posts. Though I have here 5 posts, I'm getting only 2 posts because I'm paginating 2 posts. I have passed here 2. If you pass 3, you'll get only 3 per page. Now how to get a pagination? So pagination link. To get a pagination link, we have to let's get here. So now we'll write something like anywhere you can get. This is just for testing. We'll write a post as. Okay, this we'll write this on post as, and here we'll write links, links, links. So this will give the pagination. Post as links will give the pagination. Okay, so save this and reload here, and you can see we got a pagination, but this is not what we wanted, right? So this is actually because Laravel use tailwind pagination by default, and this perfectly work. You can see we are getting the result on the page, but we are not getting this in proper form, right? So for that we have to use a bootstrap pagination. So we need to convert it into the bootstrap, and to convert it into the bootstrap, simply we'll click here and we'll grab this one, and now we'll go to the app provider, app service provider. So here we have app, and then we have a provider, and we have an app service provider. So on the top we'll define this, and we'll use this, and on the button we'll use it, and we'll use it, and then we'll get the bootstrap pagination, and this is the bootstrap pagination. And if you do not get a bootstrap pagination, means that your bootstrap is not installed in your project. We need to install bootstrap using npm install bootstrap command, and if it's not giving you bootstrap pagination, that's fine, that's totally fine. At least you learn how to get a pagination. In the coming up lesson, in the coming up project, I'll show you how to install a bootstrap as well. Welcome back. So in this video we'll learn about the one-to-one relationship. This is the basic type of relationship in Laravel, and we may not be using one-to-one relationship frequently, okay? So but it's important to learn one-to-one relationship, and we'll see how we can insert the data and how we can retrieve the data. So I have one table which is the users table. Let's go here in the project. I have the user model and the users table. So here the migration file for the users, and it has attributes like name, email, email verified, passport. Now for this one I like to create another migration file and model. So php artisan make model, and I'll make the profile, and I'll also make the migration file. So I'll give the -m flag, so it will create me 2 files. The first one is, obviously you can see we have now profile model, and we have now profiles as a migration file. Okay, so one user can have one profile, right? One user with ID 1 can have one profile with the user underscore ID 1 in the profiles table. One user can have a 2 profile. So we will see how we can relate this relationship. So let's go in the profiles and let's make the integer and user underscore ID. So user underscore ID will help us know which profile, for which user this profile belongs to. Okay, for which user this particular profile belongs to. So it helps to track the user, and we are interested here in the address. So we'll see how we can insert the address, and we'll see how we can retrieve the address for that user. Now let's migrate this. So I do have already the migration, so I have already migrated this and the data are here. So if I write php addition migrate, it will, so it's not throwing any error, that's fine. So now let's go here, and I have a now profiles table. It has a user underscore id, and I have a user, so I have one user. Okay, so you can create a user from insert here, click here, or also how to create this user. So let me delete all of this. I'll write php addition migrate fresh, and it's fresh migrated. Now I don't have any users here, and I don't have any data in the profiles table, neither in the users table. So let's create from using the tinker. So I'll write php addition tinker, and now here app slash models slash user, we're going to create a user, and we'll write create, and here we'll write name, and here we'll write John, comma email, and here we'll write john@gmail.com, and here we'll write password, pass password pcrypt, pcrypt, and let's give something in the password, pass. So now we do have one user created. So if we go here, now we have the one user. Okay, so now let's go here, and our target is to insert data into the profiles table. So here the profiles table, and we have to insert the user underscore id and the address. So if you go to the profile model, we should have here fillable array. So we have to make fillable array so that only we can insert the data. Okay, so protected fillable. So what do we want to insert? So we want to insert user underscore id. So we have to make this into fillable array. We have to pass this in the fillable array. You don't have to provide id with the primary id here, because it is auto increment id, so you don't need to provide id. Whenever you insert data, this is always incremented every time. Okay, so except the id and except the timestamp, we provide everything here. So we have user underscore id, we have address, we want to insert user underscore id, and we want to insert the address. So instead of making control, I like to do everything here in the web.php. I'll make a route, I'll make the callback, and I'll do here. So I have here, which is the main page, which you can see this one. So I can do here everything. So I'll close this here, and now the first relationship, we have to set up the relationship. So what I want to do here is I want to insert the data in the profile table, right? So first I'll access the user. Let's say first this is my controller, let's say, and I'm in certain route. So first I want to find the user. So user find, I have user with id 1 in my database. You can see here I have a user with id 1, so I'm writing 1 here. And make sure you have app slash model slash user, and you also have app slash model slash profile. Okay, you have a namespace here. And what I am to do here is I want to insert data into the profiles table. So I have to instantiate let's close this first. Without relationship, we can directly do something like this, right? Profile, if I have to insert data into the profile table, I can do something like this. Profile equals to new profile. I'm instantiating my model, and then I'll write profile and address, and give some address, something, and in user id I can give this user underscore id, and then you can pass some user id, right, in this way, and then finally save this profile, profile, something like this. Is without relationship. So we'll obtain the same result we using the relationship. So let's see how we can do that. So we'll find the user, first user, and we're instantiating the profile model because we want to insert data in the profile model. So we do have to instantiate the profile model. Okay, so profile, let's say address ad DRESS address, and let's give the address. I'll give here as Melbourne. And now I want to insert the Melbourne and the user ID, which is here you can see 1, right, into the profiles table. So how we can do that? Use the relationship. So for that, since I'm instance setting this user model, so I'm finding the user. So I have to go to the user.php here. So let's go to the user.php and we'll set up the relationship here. So user can have only one profile, right? That is the relationship. So public function profile, and here we'll write return this user has one profile, profile, okay, and we'll import this profile here. So we have imported here, okay. Now profile obviously belongs to the user, right? Profile belongs to user. So let's go to profile.php and here we'll write belongs public function. It belongs to user, so I'll give the name as a user, and then I'll write a return this belong belongs to user, okay, CLSS class, and we have to use here user. That's all. Now here to insert the data, I'll write the, so I have to insert the user underscore ID into user ID into the user underscore ID in the profiles, which is here you can see here. So here I know the user here, so I'll write user and then we'll write a profile. Okay, profile is the relationship in the users table. So in the users model we have the relationship profile, okay, and we have user. So we'll write this and then we'll use the save method, save, and then we'll pass the profile, profile. So profile will get this address, and user profile user is this one, and so it will insert this one ID and it will insert this address. Okay, this is the relationship setup. So now if you go and if you refresh this, so let's exist there and then let's start the server. So PHP addition serve, so PHP addition serve. Okay, now let's reload. Everything looks fine, and if you go here and you can see user underscore ID has now one and address is this. Okay, so Laravel automatically knows that this ID should be inserted into user underscore ID because it takes the user model and then it concatenates with the ID, right? But let's say if we don't have user underscore ID, then what will happen? So let's go to structure and I'll change this something different. Okay, so let's say this was not user ID but rather this was something like UID, U underscore ID. So now Laravel don't know that the profiles table has U underscore ID. It still assumes that the profiles table have or profiles table should have user underscore ID because Laravel takes the model which is the user and concatenates the ID, and it makes user model and concatenates with the ID, so it is user underscore ID. But now we don't have user underscore ID but we have U underscore ID. So in this case Laravel won't detect this, right? So Laravel will not detect this, so it still assumes that the profiles table has user underscore ID. Now if you go and if we try to do, we'll get error, and you can see here. So SQL query is insert into profile address user underscore ID. So it assumes there is user underscore ID. So we have to tell Laravel that we don't have any user ID but we have now U underscore ID. So for that you can go into the user model. We can go here in the profile model and Here simply we'll pass the u underscore id, which is the foreign key in the users table, and id the local key in the user. Now Laravel know this, so if we go here, so unknown u underscore id, so let's see, we have the profile and user, sorry, not here, sorry, it's not in the belong, sorry, it should be here into the user. Okay, so here now we have u underscore id as a foreign key in the profiles table, and id is a local key in the users table. Now the Laravel knows that, and everything is fine. Now we can insert the data, and you can see data is inserted. Again, if you refresh, yes, data is inserted. Okay, so in this way Laravel works. So let's make this again user underscore id. So user underscore id, USER user underscore id. And now here in one-to-one relationship, you can completely get rid of this, or you can leave like this, USER user. That is also fine. Okay, so if you go refresh, still that's fine, and new record are still added here, So now let's delete for this, and I'll get only one. Now to face the record, so what I can do here is, so let's use the same here. So to face the record, we'll find the user, and then we'll use the relationship here. So I'm finding the user, and I want to get a profile of that user. So I'll write dd user, and in the user we have profile as a relationship. Okay, so if I go here and if I access this, then I get this data. Okay, so if I return, then that will be, I think, more clear to understand for you. So if I return RET and return, and if I refresh this, then you can see here. So what I'm doing here is I'm finding the user, and I'm using the relationship profile which is in user.php with the profile. So it gets me the user, and along with that user I'm also getting the profile of that user. And you can see this data are from the profiles table, right? So for that user ID, his profile is this one. So if I write 2, I don't have any user with a 2, so definitely I'll get some error, right? Because I don't have any user 2. So if I had a user 2, let's say something, let's say Sam and something, Sam at gmail.com something, and let's make an account. So I have user with ID 2, and if I refresh, I don't get anything, because I do have user with ID 2, but I don't have profile for that user, right? So I don't have anything in the profile for that user. So let's insert something. This is for user ID 2. This is address is, let's say, Sydney, and save this, and if we reload, now we do get data. So for that user ID 2, his profile is look like this. Great. Now to access any of these, you can specify. Let's say I want to access the address. So what I do here, so I'll write the address. Now it will show me the address of that user, and you can see Sydney. Welcome back, guys. In the last video we used a one-to-one relationship, and we grabbed the profile of user. So that really makes sense, because whenever we find a particular user, we really want to grab more data about the user, such as profile, right? So we find the user with ID 2, and we use the property profile, which should be defined in the users.php, because here you can see we're finding the user. So in the user.php, we have the profile as a property. We have has one relationship because we assume that user has only one profile, right? So we simply use this profile as a relationship, and we grab the address from the profiles table. So whenever you use the profile, that means we are now in the profiles table. And we simply grab the address from the profile. So in that case, We don't need this inverse relationship. Only we need is the profile, which is in the users table, and we can still insert the data, and we can still fetch the data. Now in this video we are going to use the inverse relationship, which is this one, which belongs to, right? So obviously the profile belongs to the particular user, that's true, but in a real case we may not be using this inverse relationship much, right? So finding the profile, and then we're finding the owner of that profile, right? But still it's important to learn. So let's see how we can get the owner of user by finding the profile for that particular user ID. Okay, so let's go to the web.php. I'm using the same route. I'll remove this one, and here I'll return everything. So first thing is, in the previous video we found the user and we found the profile of that user. Now we'll find the profile, and we'll find the owner of that profile. So we'll find the profile for that particular ID. Let's say we have ID 1 and 2. Let me use 1, and let's see what we get. So if you refresh this, you can see we got the profile for user ID with the 1, and the user address is Melbourne. Now who's that owner, right? We need to find that. So here is the Melbourne user ID is 1, and if you go here, user ID is with the 1 is named John. So John is the owner. So how to grab the John? So we'll simply use that property in the profile. So in the profile.php we have user, and now we can grab, sorry, not here, now we can grab the user. And now let's refresh this, and you can see that profile 1 belongs to user John. In this video we learn about one-to-many relationship. This relationship is important because we're going to use this relationship most frequently when we build an apps. So let's learn about one-to-many relationship. So let's think that we have two tables. One is the users table, and another table is the post table. So user can have many posts, right? So let's say user with ID, he is John, his name is, he can have many posts, right? So here is user underscore ID in the post table 1, which is the John. He can have many posts. So let's say this is the name of the post, and this is something like, this is first post, something like that, right? And this user can have another post also, right? Same user ID can have the second post. So one user can have many posts, and all this post belongs to that particular user. So for this I'm going to make one controller and one table, that is the post. So first let's make a controller, and I'll make one controller because I like to show data in the view instead of doing everything in the route. I think that will be more easy to understand. So let's make a route. So let's make a controller. PHP addition make controller, control controller. I'll make relati relation control controller. This is a relation controller. Let's clear here, clear. And now I'll make the model, PHP addition make model, and let's make the post, and let's make the migration file as well. So let's remove this one, and let's go here. I'll copy this one, paste over here, and now I'll make hatch dash many, and my control is a relation controller, relati relation controller, and we don't need the name route, so let's remove this name route, and we'll make a method named index in the relation controller. So now let's go to the relation controller. So here in the relation controller, let's make the method index, public function index, index, and now we have two model. One is the user model and another is the post model. So let's go here. These are the two models that we may need. So let's use this. So use user app slash model slash user and use post app slash model slash post. Now let's set up the relationship. So I want to grab the user and I want to grab all the posts created by that particular user. Okay, so before doing that, let's make some post. So here, if you go here, we do have two users, and in the post table we don't have anything. So let's make the post table first. Let's make the migration. So let's go here in the database migration, and we have here post. Here we have a post, and now here we'll give the table, and we'll give integ integer user underscore id, and here again we'll give table string name. So let's migrate this. PHP artisan 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 migrate. Okay, now let's run the server PHP artisan serve, and we have now post table, and in the post table we have user underscore id, and let's create some post. Okay, we have a name, and okay, I'm going here and I'll make some record here. So here we have the get route. Let's make one different post route. So here I'll make the post route. This will be the hasman and this will be the post route. So we are not sending data to the form, so let's not make the post route. So we do through the get route. So now here I'll make a post and I'll write create, or I can instantiate. Let's instantiate. So I'll make the post, new post, and post. Let's make user underscore id. We have 1, and post. We have the name, which is the title. This is first post. Okay, this is created by user with id, and post finally save this data. Now let's go in the model, which is the post, and we'll make the fillable array, protect protected, fillable, so that we can insert the data here. So we need user underscore id and the name of the post. That's it. Now if you hit this particular route has many, it will target the index method in the relation control, and in index method we're just saving the post. So let's go to the has many. So slash has many, and looks like everything is fine. Now we have the first post created by the user with id 1. Let's make another post created by this is the first post, this is the second post. Alright, second post by uid 2 1. Again we'll make the uid 1 and refresh. So we have the another post created by the same user id. Now we'll make 2, and here we'll make the first post created by uid 2. So this post will be created by the user with id 2, and again we'll make the second post created by uid 2 and uid 2. So 2 posts are created by the user with id 1 and 2 posts are created by the user with id 2, and make sure that you have id 1 and 2 exist in the users table, and I do have here. Okay, now our target is to fetch the data. Okay, so first we'll find the user. So let's say user and find with the user id 1. Okay, and if you return this, return the user, we'll get the data of user from the users table, right? And now we set up a relationship in the users table. So let's go to the user, and we're going to access all the posts created by that user. And here This is the relationship from the previous one, so let's leave this as it is, and here now I'll write has many. So now user can have many posts, right? So user function, I'll write a post as a relationship, and here return $this has many, M-A-N-Y, many. Return $this has many. So user can have many posts. So post class. So it's pretty easy to understand. User can have many posts, and we need to import the namespace here, post. So use app/model/post, and now I'll use this post property. So first we return the user, and now let's return the view, and we'll show everything there. So return view, let's make the view somewhere here. So in the resources we have the views, and in the views we have the home.play.php. Okay, so here I'll make another file. Let's name this as index.play.php and copy every stuff from the home.play.php, or you can get rid of this, just we can display in HTML font. So let's make the home.play.php. Okay, now here I'll write an index, and then I'll write a compact and pass this user. Okay, user, sorry, user, I'm passing this user, and let's write index, and it should now render the index view. So compact, sorry about this dollar. So we can see here now index view, right? So what I want to do is I want to get all the posts created by this user in that particular blade file. So now in the first relationship, one-to-one relationship, we have seen that how we can use this property, right? So here also we'll be using the same property. So I have a post, I am getting the user, I'm finding the user, and I want to know all the posts created by that user. So that definitely I have to go to the user.php, and I have the relationship user has many posts. Definitely user with id 1 can have one post, first post. User with same id 1 can have second post, third post, and so on. Okay, so I can use this property here, I can use in this way. So if you want to check this, let's go here into the users. Now let's make this as a post as, so that will be the more meaningful. And now here in the use table I can simply loop this post for each post as h post in for each, and here we'll write p tag, and here we'll give. So now I'm grabbing the data from the post. Now I can give the name. So now I'll get the name of the post. Sorry about this. This is compact, compact, and the error here is compact undefined variable post. So this is post as, and if you refresh, then you can see these are the two posts created by the user with id 1, right? And I can access this post here. 2, and I'll get all the posts created by this user with id 2. Okay, so instead of writing this property here, you can also write in the blade. So if you don't like to write here, just find the user, and that property you can use here, post, and then you'll use the relationship post. Not in this way if you are using blade, just relationship here, and this work exactly before. Okay, so you can also use in this way. Okay, so now I want to know the name of user who has created this post. So let's go here and let's write one. We know that the owner of this post is the John. We can check in our database with the user ID 1 we have a John, and user ID 2 is a Sam. So this post is created, these both posts are created by user ID 1, so we want to know the owner of user. Now we have to use the inverse relationship to get the name of the owner. So we assess the user and we assess all the posts created by that user with the help of relationship. Now how do we know the name of the user? So for that, since we are grabbing the post here, now we have to go to the post and we have to set the relationship. So the reverse relationship is that obviously all the post belongs to the user, right? All post belongs to user. So we write here return $this PEL belongs to user. Make sure to import the user class here. And now I can use this property here. So let's use, and now here I write created by, created, created by. I'll write here post and I write user as a relationship. Now I'm in users table and I'll write a name. So this will give the name of the user, and you can see the first post created by John, the second post by UID created by John. So both posts are created by John. You can, you want to don't write this property here. Yes, that's fine. We can again put it this back here. The result is obviously same. And now if I put 2, then you can see the posts are created by the same. Welcome back guys. Now let's learn about many-to-many relationship. Many-to-many relationship is very important relationship in Laravel, and we may be using many-to-many relationship a lot of time in our application. So let's understand the concept of many-to-many relationship, and then we'll make the table and we'll do the remaining stuff. Before that, you can see I have changed my route. Now it's many-to-many, and if you go in the route, we have the same controller, we have the same method, just I changed the route here, which is many-to-many. I have the same controller, same index method, and same view file. So let's consider a situation where we use the many-to-many relationship. Let's say we have a block and a user or admin can create a post in the block, and when you create a post, we attach some tag, right? Let's say we have the post table and we have some name or some attribute in the post table, and the title can be like this. Let's say install Laravel on Mac something, and it can have a tags, right? So let's say we have a tags table and the tags are like Windows, Linux, Mac, Laravel something. So while we create the post, we attach some tag to this post. So we may attach like for this post install Laravel on Mac, we may attach, let's say, Mac and Laravel as a tag, right? That means this post can have many tag, right? So this post belongs, actually this post belongs to many tag. Let's say another one, let's say another post, make API with Laravel. Okay, so this post can have tag, let's say Laravel from the tags table, and it can have something, let's say we have another tag like API and something API, and it can have also tag like API, right? And this tag also belongs to many posts. They are not only belongs to one post, they can belongs to many posts. For example, you can see for the first post, Laravel belongs to this post, and again you can see this Laravel also belongs to another post also with the post ID 2, and here with the post ID 1. So post belongs to many tag and tags belongs to many post. So the relationship is belongs to many. So for this, we'll make a pivot table between the post and tag. Let's say it will be the post tag, and this is very simple table. It just store the post ID and it store the tag ID. So for first post, let's say first post, which is install Laravel on Mac, which is post ID 1, it can have a tag. Let's say it can have a tag. This is Mac. Let's say this ID is 1 2 3. It can have a 3. And again for same the post we have Laravel, right? So it can have a tag 1 2 3 4. So it has a tag 2. So this post has tag 2. And whenever we fetch this all the post, we'll also fetch the tag, and we'll show that this name install Laravel on Mac, and it will show this 2 tag from the database. Okay, so let's start then. So first I have to make the migration file, and I'll make the controller. We have the controller. I'll make just migration file. So I need two table, post and tag. From the previous lecture we have already post table, and that you can see here we have a post table, and we have a user underscore ID. So let's get rid of this. I'll teach you this about this. I just make this behind the background. So in the post table we do have user underscore ID and name underscore name. Actually we don't need user underscore ID, but it's okay, just leave this as it is. Okay, so now I'll make another model and the migration file. So I want to make a tag, and I want to make a migration file. So what's error then? So PHP artisan make model, because there was a space, and now we have a model and the migration file. So we have a tag model and we have the migration file. Okay, you can give label and something like that in the tag model if you want, but I'm going to create the tag from the database, so I do not want to provide this. So let's attack. In a tag we have a table, tab, and a table, string, and name. Okay, and let's migrate this. So I'll write php artisan migrate and migrate it, and we'll create some tag there later. Now I want to make a pivot table between the tag and the post. So when we make a pivot table, we always follow the convention, and the convention is that it should be in ascending order. So we join the two table, and the table when you join and make a pivot table, that the name of the pivot table should be from the ascending order. Let's say we have a pivot table for the post and tag, so the P comes before the T, right? So P should be front, so it will be like post underscore tag. This will be our pivot table name, not tag underscore post. This is the convention. You can make this also, but when you don't follow the Laravel convention, you have to provide the table name also when you set up the relationship. Okay, but whenever you write, you don't have to provide anything. So, and one more thing is that we don't make this plural. For pivot table we don't make plural, like post, tag, post and tags are like tag and support. We don't make plural, we just make the singular. So let's see how we do this. So I have to create the migration file. So between the post and tag, that is the intermediate file, that is the pivot table. So php artisan make migration, and I'll write create, since I'm creating the migration. So post, post, because p comes before t underscore tag, and I'll write here table. So I'm going to create this pivot table dash dash create, and again we'll give the post underscore tag, which is the table name. Now we have this table, so let's go to the migration file here, and I said before that it just stores the ID of the two table, so or two model. So int is your integer, let's say post underscore ID, and table integer, int is your integer, and tag underscore ID. So it stores the two ID. Now let's migrate this. PHP antition migrate, PHP antition migrate, and this table is created. Let's go here, refresh this. Now we have a tags, it has a name, and we have the pivot table, which is the post underscore tag, and sorry, post underscore tag. It should be here. So post underscore tag, you can see here, and it has a post underscore ID, tag underscore ID. So it stores the post ID and the tag ID from the post table and tag table respectively. So now let's create. We don't have any post here. I just remove all the post. We'll create that post later. For now, I like to create some tags here. So let's make this some tags. So insert here. I'll Laravel, and I'll make the PHP, and let's say go, and I'll make again insert two more tags. I'll make a VueJS, and I'll make React.js, and go. And now you can see I have 4 tags in my table, in the tags table. Now let's consider a scenario. We have an application where user create the post, and along with the post you will choose certain tags. You can choose multiple tags, and when you create the first post you also want to attach the tag for that post, and those things will be tracked in the post underscore tag table. So let's do that. So we have here a controller, and now another thing is we need to set the relationship. So we are going to create a post, right? So let's create this example for many to many, many to many, relation relationship example, example. Okay, so here we are going to create the post, and along with the post we are going to attach the tags. So that's why I'm creating here in the post.php. So tags, tags, and return $this belongs to many, this is a belongs to many, and here we'll provide the tag. Okay, so our current model is a post, and post belongs to many tag. We have already seen that example, right? One post can have many tags, so they belongs to many posts, and tags belongs to many posts, and post belongs to many tag. And here we can specify the intermediate table name, and that is the post underscore tag, and here we give the parent class for an ID, which is the post, and in this case it will be post ID, and we have another tag, so we'll give here tag underscore ID. Okay, since our naming convention is okay, so Laravel will automatically detect that we have a post underscore tag table, so we don't have to provide these things. If we had a different name, let's say we had the intermediate table name was post underscore tags, then we have to specify. In that case we specify these things. Or let's say something different, let's say post ID underscore tag ID. So if it was like this, then we have to specify our table name, and we have to specify this to key as well. Since we are following the naming convention, so we don't have to provide all of this thing. Laravel will automatically detect that our table name is post underscore tag. Okay, now let's go and let's create the first post, and let's attach some tag for this post. Okay, so I like to create the post from here. So let me instantiate the post model, and let's attach some tag as well. So here I'll write a post and new post, and here we have a post and we have a name in the post, right? So this is first post, and in the post table we have also ID, user ID. Actually we don't need user ID here, and it does not make any sense, but we have user ID and we need to provide some user ID. Okay, so in the real application we do have user ID in post table because we need to know the name of user or owner of that post. But for this example we can get rid of this user ID, but we have in post table other, so if we don't provide this it will just throw error. So let's make something here, and the post save. So it will create the post with, this is first post with the ID 1. Now when creating the post, user also choose some certain tag, right? So we have a 4 tags in our tags table. So in that case we'll write things like that. So we'll write a post, our post was created, and we'll write a tags as a relationship which should be in the post model because we are creating a post, and then we'll write something like attach. Okay, we'll not write save or something like different, we'll just write attach. So it will attach the tag. In many-to-many relationship we use attach, and you can provide ID here. So this ID will be now tag ID. So if you go here, and if you go to tags, the ID 1 is Laravel, right? So if I provide 2, then it will be the PHP. So now you can provide tag like this. So, or you can also do something like this. Let's say tag and tag find one, and you can provide this tag here. So we are going to attach first tag, and let's go here and let's give a refresh. Let's run the server php artisan serp, php artisan serp, and let's reload. Everything looks fine, and let's go to post, and you can see the first post is created. And now if you go to the tags, post underscore tags, it should have post ID and tag ID. You can see we have a post underscore ID and we attach one ID to that post, that was tag underscore ID. Right, now let's create a second post. Let's give 2 ID. Okay, we can provide multiple tag ID also. I'll just make like this, it will be more easy to understand. Tag ID 1, and let's say tag ID 2, and this will be second post, and we'll provide tag ID 1 and 2. So when you provide the multiple tag or multiple things, we have to provide here array, and here we'll write tag ID 1 comma tag ID 2. Okay, this is second post. In second post we are attaching 1 and 2 tag. So let's refresh. Done. If you go here, we have, now you can see we have a post ID for 2, and this is 2. We have a 2 tag ID 1 and 2, and we have now here post. Right, great. Now let's create another third tag, third, third post, and in this case I like to provide another tag again. So let's make T as a tag ID 3. We have a tag ID 3 also, and here we'll provide tag ID 3, tag ID 3, and let's create a third post. Some error here. So because we have to close this, refresh, and create it. We have the third post here, and if we go here, we should have the post tag. We have the per post ID 3. We have a 1, 2, 3 tags. Okay, and those 1, 2, 3 tags are Laravel, PHP, and VueJS. Now our second task is to fetch all the posts and all the tags for that post. Okay, so let's do that. So now we saw how to install the tags in many-to-many relationship, or anything. We can attach anything, not about tag. You can get other example also. We create the post and we attach those tags here. Now let's remove this, and now my task is to get the post and get all the tags for that post. So here I'll make a variable post as. Here we can write get, that helps to get all the post. And if you return this, so you can dump die and you can see all the post. So if you go here, now you'll see all the posts. So we have a 3 posts, and you can see we have the 3 posts here, right? So I'll do return. I think that will be more clear here to see all the data. Return, and we have a 3 posts. So I have this plugin, so I can see in a nice format. You can have this plugin from the Google Chrome extension also. So now I like to load the tags with this post. So we'll set this eager loading. So we'll write it with, and if we have a multiple relationship, we can provide array and we can provide a relationship name. Suppose A and B are my relationship, I'll provide in this way. I have one relationship, I don't have to provide any array, anything. So I'll just provide this tags, which is my relationship. Okay, so I'm loading the post with a tags. That means if I go here, now I'll see all the tags, and you can see here for this post we have tag. This is from tag table, and this is our pivot table, right? So we have one tag for that post, and for this post we have a 2 tag, and for last post we should have 3 tag. Now let's get this in the view. So let's return and let's view, and let's make the index and compact. Now we'll make post as. Okay, now my target is to get the name of the post and tag associated with that post, right? So for each we'll write post as post, and let's write in for each, and here we'll write that will display the post. So post and name. Save this, refresh this. Something over here, post. So you have to terminate this, refresh this, and you can see the first post, second post, and the third post. We have 3 posts. Now to get ID or tags associated with that post, I have to loop it again. So now within this for each loop, again we'll have another for each loop, and now we have this post. Okay, post $post, and now we'll use the tags as a relationship name, and we are now in tags table, and we'll get those tag in for each, and here we'll get the tag. Let's say $tag name. Okay, now we should see all the tag for this post, and you can see this for first post. Let me give this HR or something like that, so that it will be more clear. Okay, and for the first post we have a tag as Laravel. For the second post we have a tag Laravel and PHP. Let's give this here, refresh, and I think not here, I think this. Okay, after tag. Okay, just after tag, so this should be here, and this is clear now. The first post we have Laravel, for the second post we have the 2 tag Laravel PHP, and for third post we have Laravel PHP and VueJS. So let's make another tag for the first post. So let's go here in the post underscore tag, and for the first post we have just one tag. Let's make this also, let's insert another one. So post ID 1, I want to add tag with ID 3. So tag with ID 3 is the VueJS. So first post should have now VueJS also, and you can see we have the VueJS as tag. Okay, in this way we work on many-to-many relationship. We saw how to insert the record with attach, and we also saw how to get a record by eager loading, and we loop in the view. Now one more thing I like to show here is how to detach the tag. Let's say if you don't like, then you have to detach, or if you want to remove, you have to remove from the post underscore tag, and how we can do that. For that we can simply write detach. So here I'll write a post, and let's say post find with id 1 and post detach detach, sorry, post, and relationship is the tags, and we'll write detach detach detach. Let's write 1 for now. So for the post 1 we like to detach id 1. So if you go here in the post underscore tag, for the post 1 we have id tag id 1, right? So we want to detach this, and if you go here, tag with id 1 is Laravel. So let's refresh this now, and now if you go here, and that is detached, it is removed from here. Now if you do the same thing, and if you loop, and if you display here, you won't see now for post 1, you won't see those tag id. Okay, it's removed from the post underscore tag, but still we do have a post here that is not going to be removed. Okay, now let's get the tag, and for that tag we'll find out the post. Okay, so in the last video we worked on the post and we find all the associated tag for that post, right? And we have defined belongs to relationship. So now we are going to find the tag, and we are going to find the post for that tag. So obviously we have the same relationship now here. So now here I'll change it into post as and the post model. Okay, so tag also belongs to many posts. Post belongs to many tags, so tag also belongs to many posts. And make sure you have the name is special post. And let's go here and let's make this as a tags, and tag get and if you return this tags, you will get all the tags here. Let's go here, and we see we have the 4 tags, right? So here I'll write the post post, which are our relationship, and we can see all the posts for that particular tag. So for this Laravel we have the 2 posts right here. You can see this is the second post, this is the third post, and in both posts we are using the tag called Laravel. Similarly, for PHP there are 2 posts, and for VueJS there are 2 posts. For React.js we don't have any posts. Okay, so in this scenario it may not make sense, like we find the post and we find the tag. That makes sense. We find the tag and we want to find a post for that tag. It really doesn't make sense. But let's think another example. For example, user and the role. We find the user and we try to find the role for that user. That really makes sense. We get the role and we want to find the owner for that user, right? In that case it really makes sense. So anyway, we have to learn this. So let's go and let's write the index here, and let's make the compact. So com pasd compact, and here we write tags tags. Now here I'll write for each each dollar tags 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 as tag tag, and in for each, and here I'll write the tag name tag name tag and name. Save this, reload this, and you can see you have the 4 tag, right? So if you go here in the database, and if you go for the Laravel for 1, so if you go to the post tag, here you can see tag for id 1, and here is 1. So this id is a Laravel, and they are attached with the 2 posts, with the post id 2 and 3. Now let's take all these posts. So now again we'll do the same thing. We'll do for each, and we'll write a tag, and we have a relationship in tags model tag.php with the post. So post h post, and in for each, and now here we'll see that post and name in the post table. Now let's refresh, and you can see here. So Laravel, it has two posts. This is second post and this is third post. It has two posts. For Laravel 1, it has ID with the 2 second post, and for Laravel 1, it has a post with ID 3, that is the third post. Similarly for PHP, this is second post and this is third post. It has a two posts. For VueJS, it has also two posts. For React.js, we don't have any posts. Let's make one post for React.js, and we know the tag ID for the React is the 4. This is the 4, and let's go to post underscore tag, and let's attach. So I want to attach the first post for React.js. So 1 and tag ID is 4. Now we should have one post for React.js, and you can see for React we have the first post. Welcome back. Now let's learn about the attach. We already learned about attach and we know what it does. Now let's learn about the difference between the attach, sync, and sync without detaching. For this, we are taking an example of this pivot table. So I want to remove all the data from this pivot table, and we'll insert data into the pivot table, and we'll see how this three method works. Okay, so we already know how this attach work. So let's make again something for attach. So here I like post. Let's say post, and I want to find the post. Find first post I want to find, and then post, and then tags with the relationship, and I'll write intricacies attach, and I want to attach ID 1. Okay, so we have already seen this. So if we refresh this, sorry, spelling mistake, ATTACS attach, and reload, and here now you can see we have tag ID 1 is attached. Similarly, I can attach ID 2, and refresh, we have ID 2, right? So let me attach more ID. So we have a tag ID 3 also, we have a tag ID 4 also, we have a tag ID again 1 I want to attach. So we have already one attached here, again I want to attach it. So if you refresh, everything is fine, and you can see here attach. So attach, keep on attaching. Okay, it won't see whether these data are already exist in table or not. For example, you can see for first ID, tag ID 1 already exists. Again I am able to create another tag ID for the same post. So attach won't see, you just keep on adding things in your table, right? So in this way attach work. Now let's talk about sync. So if I write sync, and let's write 1. So how this works sync? So it is taking the post ID 1. You can see here we have the post ID 1, and it is taking this one is actually tag ID. You can also find the tag, something like tag, and then you can do like this tag and find 1. You can also do something like this, and you can provide here tag. This is also okay, TAZ tag, and what it's doing is that it's taking the post ID as 1 and tag ID as 1, right? And now it will look in the database. So it will look all in the database, and it will see it will look all the data in the database, and it will see whether post ID 1 and tag ID 1 exist or not, right? So and then if these things are in the database, they won't get removed, and rest of the things will be removed. Let's see then. So here, if I go here and if I refresh this, fine. If I now reload this, and you can see here, so sync work in this way. So sync just take those ID and match with in the database, and if they do not exist, then it just remove them, and if they exist already, and it preserve them. Okay, so let's take another example. So sync and data. So you can see a lot of things here. So here you can pass same like multiple ID, like data 1 2, and refresh, done, and you can see here is now in 1 is preserved, and there was no 1 2, so just it attached 1 2. Okay, so the things that are coming from here will be inserted, and the things that are not coming from the this method, they will get removed. Okay, so sync work in that way. So let's take another example. So let's say 3. Okay, so we are attaching 1, 2, and 3, and let's say we have here another one. Let's say for post 1 we have ID 4. We have ID 4, and now you can see here. So we have 1, 1, and you can see 1 we have here, and tag ID 1 is also we have here, right? And we have post 1 and tag ID 2 here. So we have here post 1 and tag ID 2 is also coming here, right? And we have here 1 post ID and tag ID 4. We do have post ID 1 is coming, but we don't have a tag ID 4 is coming from here. So this will get removed. So and this will get removed, and new thing will be like 1 and 3 get inserted here. So because 1 is coming and we are inserting new ID 3. So now let's refresh. Okay, done. And you can see the 1 and 4 was deleted, and now we have 1 and 3. I hope you understood from this. Now let's take an example of sync without detaching. So sync WITH with out DETACHIN, so detaching. So for this, let's remove this one, and let's remove this one and insert. Okay, so sync without detaching will not allow you to insert a duplicate item like the attach does, right? So here you can see we have the 1, 1 already exists. So if I try to add 1, that means it's going to insert a post ID 1 and tag ID 1. So this will not be inserted here. So you'll check this table, and if they are already there, it won't insert them. So refresh, go here, and you can see this is not inserted. Now let's write 2 and 3. 2 and 3 does not exist. That will be inserted, but 1 and 2, they will never get inserted. Sorry, 1 and 1, they will never get inserted. So yeah, it works just fine, because for post 1, tag ID 1 already exists. Let's make 2 for 2 only now. For 2, we don't have anything here. So now you can see here. For post 2, we're attaching tag ID 1. So it's not allowing you to insert the duplicate item. Again, like if I want to insert a 2 for 2, and if you refresh this, you browse that, now we can insert 2, 2, because this does not exist here. But if I try to insert like 1, 1, it won't give you. If you try to insert 2, 1, it won't give you, because this already exists. Let's check this. So 2, and if you want to insert 1 now. So post ID 2 and tag ID 1 already exist, and if you try to do, you won't able to insert them. But you can do that with ATTACH attach. So if you refresh this, and if you click here, you can. Okay. Welcome back, guys. In this section of the course, we'll study about the VueJS. We'll learn the basic of VueJS. And this section of the course is for absolute beginners who have never used VueJS in their project. We are not going to cover all the stuff of VueJS, but just the basic, and this basic concept is useful, and that's enough to work on our classified as system, where we'll be using some VueJS in some point to make our app more reactive. So what is VueJS? VueJS is obviously a JavaScript framework. It is a very powerful framework, just like the React and Angular, and it can be used for any size of your application, whether it's a small application, whether it's bigger application, you can use VueJS. And one good thing about VueJS is it's very easy to learn in comparison to Angular and React. That's why I have used the VueJS in this project. And in this section, of course, we'll learn just the basic things like click event, like submitting a form, component, props, and things like that. So I'll see you guys in the next video. First, display hello view message. Here I have a view folder in the desktop, and here I'll make the index.html within that folder. And this is my HTML, and here I'll write in the body, I'll write a Vue.js. And let's start here, and you can see the Vue.js. Now we'll load the Vue.js here, and this is how we load the VueJS. You can see here I'm using the direct link https://onpkg.com/view. Okay, now here I'll make the script and close my script here, and here I'll instance it. So I'll write a let app. You can write anything, any name, let. I just wrote a let app, and now we'll first instantiate our view. Okay, so we'll write new view and this way. So this is the structure. Okay, and within this we'll write element, and where you want to display all this data. So that will be within the body. So we have to make a div, and we have to give the name. We have to give our selector where we want to display our things, right? So in jQuery we give some ID and we generally bind that div, and we'll do like dot show, dot hide, things like that, right? So in here Vue also we have to give one ID of the app, and here we'll specify that ID. So it means that we want to load all the Vue stuff within this div, within this ID div. So you can give this name anything. Okay, so it means basically means we are loading all the data within the ID app. So if we don't have this ID app, we won't detect these things. And the second important thing is we'll write data, and we'll give the two curly braces here, and we'll specify all the property that we're going to display here. So for first I'll write here message. So okay, message, and let's say this is hello Vue. Okay, now in order to get this message within here, I have to use the two curly braces, and I can use directly message, and it will display the message from this data. So now if you go here and see, and you can see hello Vue. So we'll do more in the next video. We learn to display the simple message. Right now in this video we learn about the if and else statement in the Vue, and this is very important, right? We frequently use the if and else statement, condition statement. So let's see what we can do with the if and else statement. So let's take the basic example. Let's display hello Vue message if something is satisfied. So I'll write here another property. Let's say task completed. Let's say task completed, completed, and initially it's false. That means task is not completed, right? So here is my message, and here I'll make the p tag, let's say, or you can also make div. I'll make the p tag, and here I want to show the hello Vue message only if the task completed is true. So here I can write here something like v if, and then I'll give task completed, task completed. So if task is completed, then I'll see the message, otherwise I won't see the message, right? So if we do this, I don't see, because task completed is not true yet, so I don't see this message. So let's open our console, and let's go here, and let's write app.task completed, and you can toggle this status, and now it's true. So now what I want to do is I want to display something else if task completed is false. Obviously if you write a true, we have already seen this task is completed, we see the message. But if task is not completed, we'll show some different message. Let's make another p tag again here. So we'll make another p tag, and here now we'll write p else, v else, else. Otherwise we'll write task is not completed. Okay, so this is important whenever let's take an example. So whenever you face data from API, and if you want to update some status, and then in that case that this if and else statement can be useful. You just write something like some property like task completed, and initially you make false, and whenever that is success, you'll just call this as a this dot task completed equals to true, and in this way you can toggle the status. Okay, so now if you go here and if you refresh, and you can see task is not completed, that means obviously this is false, so this statement is not executed, So we so the view cache this is statement because this is the false, and you can see task completed. Let's learn about the hooks in VueJS. According to VueJS documentation, each Vue instance goes through a series of initialization steps when it is created. For example, it needs to set up data observation, compile the template, mount the instance to the DOM, and update the DOM when the data changes. Along this way, it also runs the function called lifecycle hook. It gives user to opportunity to add a piece of code at each and every stage of this hook. So there are a lot of hooks in the Vue.js here. So you can see before created, we have the created hook, we have before mount hook, we have mounted hook, before update, updated, activated, deactivated, before unmount, unmount, error capture. So there are a lot of hooks, but we are not going to use all the hooks in our project. Okay. The most important hooks that we are using in our project is a mounted hook, because within a mounted hook we can fetch the data from API and then we can display in our pages. And a created hook is also same like the mounted hook, where we can write our logic to fetch the data from API. Okay, and we are going to we are not using like before created before mounted to fetch the data from API, and this is not recommended. Let's see some of the example of this hook. So here I have written some of the example of this hook. So first is the before created. Before created is triggered before the instance is created. That means instance of the view is not at created. It is before the before created hook is the first hook on the initialization stage. It is triggered before the instance is created. Hence the reactivity is not set up on this stage. Okay, so reactivity is not set up because this is triggered before the instance is created. This means that we cannot access or update data. If had change come from the backend API, calling it within the before created hook will return the undefined. So we'll not use any API, we'll not use anything in the before created hook because it is triggered before the instance is created. And you can see here a little example. So we write a before created and we'll write this console and something will display here. Okay. So now we have another hook which is called created hook. This is also popular hook because this hooks allows you to fetch the data from API. Okay, let's see the example of created hook. The created hook is triggered when the component is created. So the difference between the before created and created is that before created is triggered before the instance created, but created is triggered after the instance is created. We can have access to the components, data, and reactivity in the created. However, template and virtual DOM are not at mounted, but template and virtual DOM is not at mounted within this hook. Okay, so this is the example of created hook. Here is how we have data, and we have like it's like a method we have, and here is the created. And similarly, we have before mount. Before mount hook is triggered before the initial render of the virtual DOM and compilation of template or render function. And this is the little script before mount. And finally, we have the mount, and this is the very important that we'll be using to get the data from APIs. For example, you can see here the mount hook is fully reactive and established and template and render DOM, and it is used to fetch the data from API. So here page is mounted. Page, we can write something like page is mounted. So here I have a little example and that I'll show you this. So here, so let's see about the hook only here. So I have first written a created hook and before created hook. So I have a lot before created, I have mounted, and you can see here after mounted and before mounted. Now you should know which will be called first. So first is that according to the Vue documentation, the first hook that will be called here is before created, right? Because this is triggered when before the instance is created. And then we'll go to the created and then before mount, and the final we call mounted. So when page reloads and come to this stage, we use the mounted. So let's refresh and let's check this. Okay, so let's go here, and if I refresh this page, and you can say before created, that means first this hook is called before created, and okay, and you can see created hook, that means, and we have the created hook, and then it should call the alert, that is before mounted, and finally mounted after mounted. In this way Vue lifecycle works. Here we'll learn about the list rendering. So we'll use the v-for to get the item from an array. Here you can see a little example. We have data, and within data we have this array, and we are using the v-for and we're getting data. So here is the list item. You can use a v-for either in p tag, you can use in div, you can use with anyone. Okay, so in PHP we can do something like items for each item as items, right? But in Vue we do like item in items. So this is the array which is here, and we're getting item one by one. So let's do something like that. So here I'll make contacts, okay, and let's give the name of the people in the contact list. So it can be John, and it can be Deb, another contact name. It can be Shem. Okay, there are 3 contacts, so I'll use your v-for. So we can use in ptag also, we can use in the div, we can use order list anywhere. Okay, so v-for I'll use contact in contacts contacts, and now here I can display this item. So here I can do something like this, contact, and now I should get all this item, and you can see John, Dave, and Shem. Okay, so we can also give the key, we can also find the index. We have to bind in this way, to column and write a key, and here we'll write a key. So to provide the key index, here we'll wrap this within a small bracket, and just after the contact we'll provide something. You can give either I, you can give an index or anything. So this is the index now, and let's give index here as well, and you can find now index here. So this is the index. So index starts from 0, 0, 1, 2. Okay, now let's take a bit more complicated example for v-for. So we have already studied about the mounter, right? So let's make this as a post array, post post. Okay, and here we'll get let's remove this one, post array, and let's remove this one. We have already learned about the mounted, right? So we write a mounted. So let's assume that we are getting data from the API, and we want to push in the post, and we want to loop all this data. So here is the mounted function, and what we do is we usually call like this dot post. That means this one we're calling, and whatever response we get, let's say response something response we may get from the API, and do something like a response to data. So this is the response that we are putting in the post, and then we can easily v-for and get that. So in our case now the response is not coming from the API, but we'll make here an array. So let's make here array. So and this is the array, and we'll have the object, and let's say ID for the object is the post with ID 1, and let's give the title, and this is post title, and let's give the description of the post here. Let's say body, BODI body, and this is the body. Okay, let's give another data, another piece of data, and here I'll write this is ID with 2, and this is the second post, second title, this is the first body, FR is the first body, and this is the second body. So let's think that this is the data that we are getting from our endpoint, that is we're getting the API, right? And we're pushing this into, assigning this into the post, which is this array. We use this and dot. We use this dot, and then we call this post, and we're pushing all the data here. Okay, now our target is to loop this data. So now we write here post in post. So before that, if you go here and just to make sure that you're getting data, let's write the post as, and we should get all the posts here. So you can see we're getting the 2 posts. Now we have to loop and get data from here. So let's remove this one, and here we'll write post in post, and here I'm to display. You can use list item also. Something like you can do this and make the list item, write this, right? So you can do, and you can display within here also in this way. Okay, but let me display this within the p tag. Here I'll display p tag, so I'll write a p tag and close the p tag. Now I want to display the title and the body for the post. So we have the title and body, so we can simply do like this. Now post dot title, let's give h1 tag for this, so that it will be in the bigger size, and this will be another p tag. This will be the post dot body, post dot body, and let's refresh, and you can see this is the first post, and this is the body, and this is the second title, and this is the body. So this is the way we get the data from the API, and we'll fetch the data within the mounted, and we'll define a property or array in the data, within the data, and we'll push all those data we get from API into our property that is defined in the data, and this should be the array since we are getting data, right? And we'll loop this array here using the v-for, and we'll get data. Obviously sometime Visual Studio complain that we have not given key, we haven't defined the key. So in that case you can provide the key like this. You can give the index, okay, and you can give something like key here, key equals to index. Okay, that's all. Now I'll see you guys in the next video. Example of API and how we can fetch the data within the mounted. And for that we are going to use a JSON placeholder because it gives an API. For example, you can see here JSON placeholder, it is using fetch. However, I'm going to use Axios. So let's see here. So if you go here in the guide, I want to get all the posts here. So you can see here we have the list of posts here and things like that. So I want to get all the posts, so I want to use this one. Okay, so I'm going to use the Axios to get a request. So here I'll pull the Axios, http unpkg.com/axios this/axios.main.js. Now I have Axios in my application. Here I'll make the post as, okay, and here I'll have a mounted function, mountd mounted, and what I do is I'll get axios.get, and here will be the my URL, and then when it's success I'll write here response, RESPONSE response, and then I'll push this data into my post. So this dot post equals to response dot data. So let's use this API. So I want to use this API. This will give all the post, and here I'll push this here. Obviously you can console this, you can console the response dot data also here. Yeah, you can do all. I want to just push this data in the posters, and I want to get here post. Let's see what you get in the browser. So post, and we should get a lot of posts now. So let's refresh this, and you can see we have a lot of posts here. Okay, now let's get the post. So how to get the post? So we'll do again v-for, and we'll display the post. So I'll write here div. I'll make a div here, and I'll write a v-for, and again I'll write post in post, and here I will display the post. So what we have in the post? So we have user ID, we have the title, we have a lot of things, we have the body, right? So let's get the post dot title and the post dot body, post dot body. So let's make this in h1 tag, and this I'll close it, and this h1 tag, and this should be all in the p tag, and I'll define this in the p tag. This should be p tag, and this will be p tag. Okay, Now let's save this. So what we have done is we're getting the data from the API within the mounted, and we push all data in that response, the data into the post, and now we're looping this post, and we're getting title and body. Since we have here title and we have body, we do have user ID also. Now let's refresh this, and you can see title here and this body. So we have a lot of posts here. Welcome back. Now let's learn about the click event, and click event is very important in application. We may be using click event a lot of time in our application. For example, if you want to click and update the status of user, you want to toggle the status of user, you want to disable the user or something like that. Another example would be like you want to implement a like and dislike button with the click event. So let's learn about the click and how this works. So here I'll make the anchor tag. You can make a button also, it's up to you. And here I write click me, and first we'll write a v on colon click. This is the way we define a click event, and here will be our method. So I'll make a method click clsk click me. You can write in this way, or you can make this as a function. Okay, that's same, that is the same thing. And just outside the data we'll write a methods. We'll define here methods, and here we'll write the click me, clsk click me. Okay, so we can have a lot of methods. So within the methods we'll define all the methods. So we can have another methods here. For example, if you have another anchor tag here or another like a button, then you can have another method, like it may be update user status, something like that, and here you write a logic to update user status. So we can have a lot of methods here. Okay, so for now let's see, we have one method, and whenever a user click this, let's see the message a lot, you clicked me. Save this, and let's go and let's refresh click me, and you can see you clicked me. Okay, however you can see here the page is reloaded after you click this. If you click here and the page is reloaded, this is the default behavior of the browser. So in order to prevent this default behavior, we use in jQuery you might have used like something like that. You pass the event here and you write something like e dot prevent and you prevent default default to default, and this will prevent the default behavior of the browser. So now if you click here, nothing happened. This is not reloading. You can click here, nothing happened. The better way in VueJS, we don't define anything. Just here you can write the prevent dot prevent prevent, and it will prevent from reloading this browser. So whenever you click, the browser is not reloading. Okay, the shortcut for v on click also you can write in this way, @click clsk click. So it works in the same way. So you can see here. Okay, now another example I like to give here is whenever you click, I want to increase some data here. So let's say the count is 1 for now, and whenever user clicks, we increase this count. We'll write this dot count plus plus. Okay, and let's display this data here, and count we're displaying here, and let's see, the first is the 1 obviously, and whenever you click, this is now incremented. Let's learn about submitting the form. So we might submit the form and we might send that data via AJAX request and save into our database, right? So in that case we use the submit form. So let's make the form here and let's see the basic example and let's see how it works. So form, and probably we'll have something action here. At the moment we don't have any action, and here we have button to submit this one. So button, close this button, and here we'll write submit, and the type will be the submit, submit. Now here we'll write the method. You can write a v on dot subm submit, or in shortcut you can write @ and submit subm submit, and again we'll write a prevent to prevent default behavior of browser. Here we'll write a submit subm submit form, You can give any name. You can write in this way also, or just a submit form. This is our method, and this will be always will define within the methods here. Submit form, and here we'll write a lot and write you have submit submitted a form. So you have submitted a form here, and save this. Let's go here, reload it, submit, and you can see you have submitted a form. We'll see input binding. So for that, let's make your input field. So here I'll make the input field, let's say input type text, and here I'll close this input type. So this is the text. So now we should have some text here, and let's keep the placeholder. Please write your name. Please write your name. And now we should have the text, and please write your name. So in order to achieve the two-way data binding, first we'll define here property, and then we can submit this form. So I'm using the same submit method here, and here now I am to submit something, and let's get rid of this first. Now we can define something like here name property, okay, and initially this name is null. So now here we have to write, so in HTML we write something like name equals to name, right? So name equals to body, or name equals to title, something like. So for two-way data binding in Vue, we write a v model, 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 and we'll write the property that we define here. So we have a name. So initially the name is null, right? So if you go here and if you write here something, we don't get anything. So now what we like to do is I want to display whatever text written here just below here. So here you can see name. I'll display this name here, and initially this name is null. That means you will not see anything here, but when I start typing John, you can see I'm getting the text. So let's write something like this. Your name is John. Your name is John. So now you see your name is Dave. Okay, so you can write something like app dot and name, and we can change the status. We can change the name here, and this is called two-way data binding. So let's say John, J-O-H, and John. Sorry, let's give name and John, and you can see the John, right? So similarly you can write something like this, John, and you can give again to Deb and Deb. So this is two-way data binding. That means whatever you write here, that is also going to be displayed here. Whatever you write here, that is also going to be displayed here. So it is called two-way data binding. Now in a real scenario, let's consider a form. So we can have a first name, last name. You can have another V model like this. So here you can have V model, and you can have like email, right? And here you'll say the email null initially, and here you can get another email of the user. So this will be the email field, email, and here we'll provide the email. So this is the name, and this will be the email @gmail.com, something like that. Okay, so now let's get this value. Okay, so let me get just a name here. Let's not make complicated. So here I want to submit the form, and I want to get the name. So we'll use, let's use the console.log, or you can also use a lot. So we'll use this keyword and get the data, any data that is defined within the data property. So this dot name, I want to access the name. Okay, and refresh here, and whenever I submit, I should get the name. So let's see what's the error. Okay, email is not defined. Sorry for this. So email is not defined. B model name. Sorry, this. Let's remove this one and say this, and let's say John. Okay, and whenever I submit the John, you can see John is submitted here. So we're logging this data, John, Dave, and you can see here component. And component are a very important concept in VueJS. So why we use components? So instead of writing all the code in one single file, we can have different component and we write individual logic in that component. Let's take an example. For example, you have the block, right? And on the right hand side, on the left hand side, you may want to list the tag like Laravel, VueJS, PSP and something. And in the middle, you want to display the title and the body of the post. So these things can be done in a single file. But here we can make component, like for all the tags, we can have one component and that component will display or load in the left hand side. And for the title and body, we can have another component and that we can display in the middle of component. So doing this is much easy to understand the code, and that will be more clean and is a really good way to develop a large application, right? So that's why components are very useful. So in this video, we'll see how we can load the component and how to define the component. Obviously, this may not make sense to you because we have not started our project yet, but still it will be a good idea, a good thing to at least know about the component. Before that, I'm to show the component that I have already used in my project. So in the marketplace, if you double later, then we'll have some component here. For example, let's say save add component. Okay, so it's a save add.view, and this is our component. This is a small piece of code, right? So this component always start with the template. It should have template and it should have at least one element, which is here div, and we'll write some logic here. It may be form, it may be button, it may have a click event or anything. And here we'll write, we can have a methods or something. So here we'll write the code. Okay, and this component perform particular action. Similarly, we can have another component like here. It's also within template and it's within the div, and we can have some function here. For example, we have here, you can see a button here and it performs a certain activity, right? So this is the small component again here. So similarly, we have another component. Okay, so once we do this component, we'll give the name to the component as well. So here by default we have an example component. This is the name, this is the image, and this is loading the component here. Okay, and finally we load this in the page. Now let's see our own example. So here, so within the script we'll write a component here. So let's make component. So this is the way we define the component here. So you can see here we have the view.component and you give the name of the component, and in my case it's the test component that I'll give the name. And we have to have template, right? And within template I'm displaying this is coming component, and you can write anything. You can write the h1 tag, you can give any HTML tag, a p tag, whatever. So we have now component. Now we can define, we can load this component here. So we'll just write the test component and then close this here. So you can hear we have a slash test component, and now this component will be displayed. So let's go here and let's check, and you can see this is coming from test component. And we can have multiple component. For example, let's copy this component again and let's display another component here. Test component 2, this is coming from test component 2, and let's load the component test component 2, and here write a test, we'll give this name test component 2, test component 2, and call this test component 2. And now this is our second component, and each component will have some data. For example, you can see this is one component and it has some data property. You can see it has some data. This is another component, it has its own data property, right? It has own data, it has own methods, it has everything. So this is another property, it has own data, it has own methods, right? So each component has their own data, it can have their own data. So let's try. So now we instantiate our view instance here. Now it's not necessary that you have to give data here, or you can get rid of this, or you can keep this as it's not a problem. Okay, so now we are defining data property within the component. So this is the data. So this way we define data, and then we write a return. And let's say name is John Doe. Okay, now we can display this name here. So this component has own data and it has a property name. Okay, so name John Doe. Let's give here comma, and this should display here. And you can see this component, and you can see John Doe. Okay, similarly, this component can have also same thing. This component can have also the same data property, and it can have its own data. Okay, for example, let's take an example of this component. For example, uh, I'll show you this. For example, this component, you can see, uh, let's see the example where we get the message. Maybe this component, for example, this component has its own data, and in a mounted we're getting the user list of user. We are pushing this into the users, and we are displaying this in here. Okay, so this component has its own function. This component may have for its own purpose, this may have its own purpose. So here we have a two component. This we display simple message and the name within the data property, and we have another component and we're displaying the simple message. About the profs, and profs are important when you talk about the component. So we may have to pass piece of data to our component, and our component will receive that as a profs. Profs means a property. Let's see a basic example of profs, and this may not make sense to you unless we work with a real world example. But if you understand the basic concept now, it's gonna be more useful and more helpful when we actually develop a classified system, where we use the real data and we pass as a profs to a component, and we'll use that data and we'll do some AJAX requests to insert data into database or do something. Okay, so let's see. So profs always comes with a component. That means we have to write a component. We'll make a component here, view component, component component. Make sure spelling is correct, and let's keep the component as user. Let's keep the user component, component component. This is the name of my component, and this, and then here we'll have templates, templates templates. So each component will have one template, right? We'll wrap everything within the template. So each component will have a template, and we'll wrap everything within the template. It may be form, it may be the click event, it may be the button, whatever. So it should be within the template tag. So now here I like to make something. Let's give the s2 tag here and close this s2 tag, and here I want to display the props that I sent from here. So let's display this component here, user component. User component. So here I'll write user component and close this user component. And now if you go and if you refresh, we don't get anything because we don't have anything in our user component. It can have anything, so it will display here, right? So now what I like to do is, let's say this is the component we register in some page, right? So let's say in user.play.php file, maybe in the contact.play.php file somewhere else. And now we want to assign a piece of data to this component, and we want to receive here. We want to receive here and finally render in our browser. So how we can do that? So we can do this like something like this. So we can write user name. Okay, this is username, and I'll write here username as a John Doe as a username. And now here I'll receive this as a props, see props props, and now we have as a kebab case, and we'll receive this as a camel case. So user and name. Okay, not same like this, user and name. Okay, you should write user and name. So if you had a singular name user, then you can just write here user. But if you have something like user dash name, then this should be now in capital letter, in camel case. So user name. So we assign this piece of data username to user component, and now user component, to access this data within this component, we should have a property called profs, and within the profs we'll have this. If we have a multiple profs, we'll have another profs here. in this way we'll receive these props, and we can have multiple props also. So if you want to assign another props, you can again give another example like contact, and you can give something like this. Okay, so we can have a multiple props also. So let's take this example. So we receive this props username and here in our component. So we write simply username and a name, and it should display this here, and you can see John Doe. Guys, we have completed the basic of Laravel. Now we'll use all that knowledge and build a basic app that looks like this. So we'll have the simple app where you can create the list of book. You'll give the name of book, description, you'll choose a category, and you'll choose the image for the book. Obviously we'll have a validation for this also. So we'll learn how to create a migration file, we'll learn how to create the controller, we'll learn how to store, update, create, and delete those records. We learn about the pagination, right? So we learn about uploading the images, and we learn about extending the template like header we are extending here, right? And you will also learn about including the icon here, which you can see here. Okay, so let's start, guys. So we have learned the basic of the Laravel. Now we'll use all those knowledge and make a basic book app with the Laravel. So it helps to learn more about the Laravel, and we'll understand a lot of things. Okay, so the first step is to download the project, and I have already shown you how to download the project in the setup section. So here you can see I have a phrase project, Laravel project name with the book app. And now first let's go to .env file, and we'll make here database connection. Okay, so it's a .env, not a .env.example, just .env. And here I'll make this as a book as my database, and I'm using PHP my admin, and I'll make the book. Okay, my book is created, and now the next step is to make a table. Okay, so let's start the, sorry, not this one, this one I think. Yeah, you can see I'm in the book app, and here I'll write PHP artisan sort, and it will start my project, and here I can see my project running. So let's design how our book app will look like. So in the book database we'll have the one table books. Okay, so it's gonna be a basic app. We'll have the name of book, we'll have the description about the book, and we'll have a family of a book, or let's say category of a book, like fictional, non-fictional, comedies, things like that, right? And later we'll also add the image. Okay, we'll not add image now, but later we'll do that. Okay, so let's make the let's make that one then. So I'll terminate this one. So close this, clear it, and now here let's make the model PHP addition make, that's command model model, and I'll write book. So it will create the book model, but if I give the flag -m, it will also create migration file. So it will create the two things, one is the model and one is the migration file. So hit the enter, and it has created that. So if you go app models, you can see book model. Okay, and we have now migration here in the books. So let's go resources, sorry, migration database, migration, and the books. Okay, and here as you can see here we have a user model. This is given by the Laravel whenever you download project. So we are not going to use the user model or users table, just we'll concentrate on the books table. Okay, so we have user table, and we have user model and the users table as well here. So this is the users table with the name, email verified, and things like. So we actually use users table when you make login and registration in our system, but we want to make this very basic. Let's think about only the book. So let's go here in the book, and now let's add some attribute here. So here you can see ID, so here you can see the timestamp. So timestamp will give created at and updated at, and ID will give the ID, that will be the auto increment ID, okay, in the books table. So table and string is like a varchar and name. So the name of book here, again table and text, so that I can write more about the book. So this will be description, DSCRIPTI, description. And the final thing I want to write is the family of the book, or let's say category, in which this book belongs. So let's write category. Let's make this very simple, okay. Now we'll migrate this, and to migrate we'll write php addition migrate command, php addition migrate migrate command. Okay, this is migrated. And now if you go and if you check here, then you can see we have the books table and we have a name, category, description, okay. And again in the book you have a user table. This is the, I already said that this is by default given with the Laravel whenever you download the project. And we have also like failed jobs, we don't need this one, we don't need users, and this migration will show how many migration files are there, okay. So 1 2 3 4. Okay, now the next step is to make a controller, okay. So let's make the controller. So I'll make php addition make controller, and I'll make book controller, CMTRO, controller. So book controller is created. Let's start server, php addition serve, and I'll show you our book controller. So all the controller will be created in the controller directory in app http controller book controller, okay. And now let's make the first route, okay. So route, let's go to web.php. we have api.php for API, channel.php for like if you use the third party like pusher or something. Here console.php for making custom command, okay, addition command. Here we are using only web.php. So we have one route that return welcome.play.php whenever you go to this route, that is localhost 8000, and all the views file are created in the resources, views, and this is the welcome.play.php. That means whenever you visit this particular URL, it returns the welcome.play.php. Okay, so you can remove this link or you can leave as it is. Now I'll go here route, and then I'll write get, and let's write books, 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 and name of our controller, book controller, 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 and let's make the index method. So in the book controller I have to make now index method. So let's go here, http controller book controller. Here I'll make the index method, public function index, and let's return something for now, okay. Let's echo something. So this is index page. So whenever I go to the books URL, then it should display the index page, right? So if I go to the books, it will target the index method within the book controller, and that will return index page. And let's see what it returns. So book, obviously it's gave this error. That means sometimes it gives error, sometimes it says the book not found. That means let's check our web.php. It's the books, so let's make the books, not a book, books, and this is the error you get, okay. So it's a target class book controller doesn't exist. So that means you have to use the namespace. You have to let Laravel know where this book controller is, okay. So you can write here use app http in this way, or the best way is to go to the controller, go to the provider folder in the app. You have a provider folder here, and in the route service provider here you just need to uncomment this variable, okay. Just uncomment this variable, and it will use the namespace app http controller. That means all the controller are in controller directory. In the app folder we have http folder and we have a controller folder, so all controller will be in controller folder. So we enable this, and rest of things are same. Now we should not get that error. Okay, you can see we got an index page. Now I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back guys. Now in this video we'll just design the form. Okay, we'll not use any bootstrap, we just use HTML and we'll design the basic form. And in the next video we'll use the same form to store the record. So to design the form, first we have to return the form, right? When we hit the particular URL, it should return the form. For example, we hit books as our URL and it returns the index page that we will be using later to show the list of books. So why not write here, let's go here in HTTP, why not write here list of books. So later on we'll return a page here and that will in which we can list all the books from database. Okay, now we'll return a form. So let me make another URL. So I'll copy the same one and I'll make the get here and I'll write a books create. Okay, and I'll make the create method, create, and let's go here and I'll make public function create method, and here I'll return something. So I'll write a create for now. Okay, so it should return the form. So create, and if you go create, you'll see the create. Now what we do here is we'll make the create.blade.php. So we'll write a return view, and if we write just create, now you have to create the file. You have to create a file within the resources view. Just you'll create file here, just like the welcome.blade.php. But if you want to give something like book, you'll have this book will be as a folder. So in the book folder we'll make the create. Okay, so now let's go here in the views, we'll make the folder as a book, and within that folder we'll make the file create.blade.php. now let's write a create view, and now it should show this page. Okay, create view. Now here we'll make the form, basic form with the HTML. Later on we'll use the bootstrap. So form, and let's write action, and method will give action later. Post, since we are submitting a form, so obviously it should be the post, and here we'll write cross-site request query, and this we have already started in the basic of Laravel. So if you are still unsure about this, you can check that video. So now here we'll write a label, and let's give the name of book, and here we'll write the input type text, name, and let's give placeholder name of book, and let's give the break here. So name of book, similarly we'll give the description for the book, and description DSC RIPT, and description of the book. For the description of book we'll write a text area, text text area, and close this text area, and here we'll write a name and description DSC RIPT and description. That's all, and then finally we'll write the category for the book. We'll choose this category, so we'll have the, let's write category, and we'll have a drop down here, so we'll use the select, select, close the select, and here you will get the name, category, and here we'll have the option value, OPT and option, and value, close this. Okay, so here we'll write select, select, and then copy this one, and here we'll write the fictional, FRICTION, fictional book. Here we'll write FRICTION, fictional book, and copy here and paste here, and you can write, give another like biography, GRAPHI, biography, and here you write bio, BIOGRAPHI, biography book. Okay, and you can add as many as you want. So I'll write one more, comedy, C-O-M-E-D-Y, comedy, and C-O-M-E-D-Y, comedy book. Okay, and finally here we'll make the submit button. So input type submit, or button type submit, and submit submit, and then here we'll write a value and we'll write submit, and that's all. So save this now and let's refresh, and you can see we have the basic form, name of the book, description, user will select one category, and finally submit this form. Okay, now I'll see you guys in the next video. Now let's add the image in our form. So we'll add the image field. So let's go here and let's add the image field. So I'll copy this one up to here, one of these, and just paste up to this category. I'll paste over here after inif. Okay, and this is the image of book. Image of book, and this will be the file type now. So I'll write input type file and give the name. I'll give the name as image, and class form control. Okay, and image, this should be image now. If there is any error, then we'll just be image. And since we're uploading the image, we have to mention the int type in our form. So let's make the int type. So int type in typ in enc type equals to multipart slash form data. Okay, you're uploading the image, so it's important that we mention int type multipart slash form data. And now we have to go into the books model, in the model and the book, and now we have one more field, so we want to insert that, right? So we have to write image here. Okay, and now let's do the validation as well. So we have the request here in http directory. We have the request and we have a book store request. Now here we want image, so we want image to be required, required, and we want different type of extension. For that we write mems, and let's write png, jpg, jpeg. Okay, so what mems will do is mems will basically validate the extension of that image. For example, if user has uploaded like doc file or pdf file, that won't be submitted. Okay, because here in the mems we define that image should be either png, jpg, or jpeg. Okay, so now if you go here and if you refresh, and we have the image field here, try to submit, and you can see the image field is required. Now let's store this image field. Okay, so to store it, so let's go here in the controller, book controller, and here in the store method. So let's go here in the store method. We have the store method here. Now we need the image also, so we are going to store the image within the storage directory. Okay, and then we'll move it into the public directory. So we are going to store it in the storage directory. So we have a storage directory here, so you can see we have the storage, we have the app, public. So we're going to store image here. So it can be done within one line of the code. So image as a variable, I'll write a request and file, and the file name is just image, right? And I'll write store, store, and where I'm to store. So we have a public, public. So folder will be created within this public, and we can give any name, like we can, let's say this is the book. Okay, we can give any name, let's say product image. Okay, so product, and terminate this statement and copy book here. So we're getting request file image, and we're storing in the public, in the product folder. And now we want this image path, so we can write here now image, and we want this to be image. That's all. So it's very easy. So just we're getting the image field from the create.blade.php, right? So here is the create.blue.php image, and then we're storing that image. And then we're storing that image in the public folder. In the public folder, we'll have product folder, and this will give the image path, and we're storing the image path. So now let's check this. So let's keep something random and choose the file, and let's go to the product, and I'll upload this one, submit, and new book added. And if you go here and refresh here, and let's go to at the button, you can see we have now image here. And if you go here and if we check here in the product, you can see we have now the new image. Okay, now we'll use Bootstrap in our application and we'll design this form. So I do not want to make any complicated, so I just directly go to get a Bootstrap, and we'll use the get Bootstrap via CDN. Later in our project in classified system, we'll use npm, and we'll use Bootstrap via npm. Okay, we'll use the VueJS via npm. So for now, let's use direct link here. So we have here CSS, and you can see we have here the JS. So copy this one, and let's go to create.base.php. Before that, let's write here doc and skip this one. So I'll cut this form from here and place this within the body and format this one. Okay, and now I'll use the link here. So copy CSS link and paste this within the head, and we have the body link. So we have the JS link. So copy this JS link and we can paste this also below here. Now we should have Bootstrap here, and if you refresh, we can see some changes. Now let's design this form with the Bootstrap. So here we have the form body. Now here we write a div class container and close, and again we'll write div class row, and we'll close this, and let's close the row and container here. So close the row, close the container, format this and save it. Okay, so save this now. So let's reload, and we should see some changes here, and you can see the changes. Okay, now here we write a class form control, class form control, and use this one and use this one here as well, and we'll use this one here as well, class form control, and that's all. And we have to use here also class button primary. Okay, and let's save this, and you can see this one. Okay, now let's make, again we have to design this here. So here I'll make div class call, let's make the card first. We'll make everything within the card, and then we'll have a div class card body. Okay, and let's copy this and let's close this somewhere here. We'll close one div and again another div, and then format this. So shift option and S, okay, keyword S will format this code if you're using the Visual Studio. And you can see now we have the card. So here I'll write row justify contain center, as it will display this in the center of the page. Okay, and here we write justify contain center, and here we write div class call md it, and we'll close this div and format this. Save this and reload this, and you can see this is now looks a bit nice. So we have the name of book, description of book, we have the category, right? And let's keep the header also. So card, and then here we'll write tip class, sorry, tip class card header. Here we'll give the card header, header, create a new book and save this, and now we have the header, so it looks better. Now in the next video we'll design the table to list all the books. Before that I want to move this a little bit down, so here I'll write margin top 5 in the card, so now it should be a little down. Okay, I think this is great. So let's write here table. If you write a table, then you'll get table here. So I'll copy this first table, so copy this code, and let's go to now we have to design the index page. You can see this is the page that will list all the books, so we'll make the index page. So instead of writing this one, now we'll write return view and book folder. We'll make index.play.php file. So now let's go in the book. So we have the book here, and here we'll make index.plate.php file, and here we'll make the table. First write this one, and then here we'll make the table. So within the body, paste this one and format it. So to format, you'll write Shift, Option and F keyword in the Visual Studio, and it will format for you. Okay, so books. If you go to books now, then you'll see this one. So we don't have the bootstrap, so why not copy again from the create.play.php. So I'll copy these two scripts from the create.play.php, and I'll paste this over here, the create.play. Okay, and you can see here. Okay, so here as well, so what you do is we'll make the container, we'll make the core, MD, everything like this. So I'll copy up to here and I'll paste this here. So as you can see, we have this div is closed here, but we have one div here, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need to close the 5 div, right? So let's close this 5 div here. So this is one div, the next one, and this is the third div, this is the fourth one, and this is the fifth one. Okay, format this. This is formatted, and now let's save this and let's start this, and you can see we have the list of book now. So here now we'll change the title as a list of book, list of new books, list of all books, list of all books. Okay, now we have to get the books right from database. So how will we get that? So to get here in the index method, we'll make the books here. Okay, and we'll write the book, which is the method here, which is the model here, and we'll write a get method, get, that will get all the books. So now you'll write compact, and we'll pass this books variable so that we can loop in our view file books, and now we can loop this in index.play.php. Okay, and let's remove this one. Here will be the name of book, here will be the DSC, RIP, and description, and here will be the family or category of that book. And let's remove this 2, and now we'll loop this one. Okay, so for each, you can write for each books h book. Okay, and you can in for each, in for each, and here you can get the name of book. So you'll write here $book name, you'll write the description, DSC RIPTI in description, and you'll write here the category, CATEGO, category. and you can see we have the first book and it is displayed here. So instead of writing for is, you can also write for else, and the advantage of using for else is that first we have to write it for in for else. So if you don't have any books, it will display that the message there is no any books, and this can be done within the empty block. We'll write empty here, and here we give something like td or p tag and no any books. So if we don't have any books, it will display the things within the empty. Okay, so you can also write for else. So we got all the books, right? So I'll see you guys in the next video now. Welcome back, guys. Now let's use the validation. Currently we don't have validation, and if we submit, it gives an error. Okay, so let's work on validation. We can write validation within the method also, but something like this. You write this validate, you'll pass this request here and the name required. Similarly, you can write description, which is the name coming in the form like required, and similar category required. So let's not write here, let's make a separate file. Okay, and for that here I'll write here, so clear it, and let's make php addition make request. So you write a request command, and you can write book store request. You can give any name, so I'll give the book store request, request request. So it will create the book request. So if you write the separate, if we make the separate file for validation, it will make our code more readable, since we don't have to write all the logic here within the store method, so our code will be more clean. So now if you go http, you will have a request and you have your book request. Okay, so now here we'll write the authorized true, so that means we're authorized to perform this action. And here we'll write a basic validation rules. For example, name, which is in our create.play.php, we have the name, right? So we have the name, we have the description, we have the name as category, so we'll validate these things. So we'll write a require, and you can also write a min character, max character if you want. So min should be at least 3, and let's say max should be at least name of book 120 or something. And you can write description, dsc rip and description, and I'll write required, requi required, and category required, requi required. So category required. Okay, and now what we have to do is let's use this one here. Now we use this one, so we use the namespace use app http, and then in the http we have request, request request as, and we have book store request, right? So we'll use the book store request, and we'll copy this book store request. Now here, instead of request, now we can write the book store request. Now it will automatically validate our form. So let's try. So if you go back and if we try to create, so store, we redirect back, but our record is not saved here. Okay, now we have to display the error, right? So to display this error, we'll go here in the create.play.php, and here we'll display the error. So how we display the error? We'll just write if statement, $if, and if errors, errors has name of the field is the name, has name, and we'll write inif, and here we'll display the error. So let's display error here, and we'll write something like span, and close this span, and we'll give the class here text danger, text danger danger, and we'll display error here. So here we'll write error, errors first name. So all these are coming from Laravel. Okay, so we just have to write these things to display the error here. So let's write here as well, and now we have the name as description, so write a description here. Sorry, so this is description, copy this and paste your description, and here as well and again copy this if statement, and now finally we have to paste in the category, and here I'll paste this. Now we have the name as category. Copy this one, paste over here, paste over here, save this. Already studied about the flash message, so now let's include the flash message whenever we create a record. Okay, so to include the flash message, first of all we have to go here. Let's remove this one. Let's remove this one as well. Let's go to the bootstrap controller, and here we'll use flash message. So return back, we'll write a with, and here we'll write a message, and you can give any message. New book edit, edit, and then we'll now go to the create method, and then we'll write here the flash message. We'll display the flash message here. So we'll display here. So if S capital, if session hash message, message message, and we'll write inif here, and here we'll write tip class tip, and here we'll write tip class alert success, success, and we'll display the flash message here. So we'll write session get message. So we have already discussed about this in learning basic Laravel section. So session get message. Okay, so let's refresh this, and here I'll write the name of book React.js or React book, React.js book, and educational. Submit this, and you can see new book added, and we have now the new book. Back, now we'll edit our record. So let's start then. So first we'll go in the web.php, and we'll make another get route so that we can render another view file for editing the record. So it will be now, you can give a name. So we have to edit record based on ID, right? So we have to pass ID here. So use the double curly braces and ID, and I'll use edit. Okay, so you can use in this way, or you can also pass like this, book/edit/id. Okay, but never use in this way, book/edit/id, because id is going to be dynamic things. Okay, so it can be 1, it can be 2, it can be 3. So what you are going to pass here is 2 color brushes, and then you'll give id, or you can give like book id or anything like book id, whatever you like. So id, and here we'll have edit. So now edit method should accept one id, right? This is id, and let's make this as name route as book edit. So now we have to go here, and we'll make edit method here. So public function function edit and id, and here let's display the id for now, dom-die and id. So what we do here is, now we go index method, and we have here edit. So here we'll make edit and delete. So edit and delete. So edit and delete, delete. So let's make the td here, td, and another td again, and here will be the edit. So we'll make anchor tag here, close this anchor tag, and then here I'll write button class button info, and close this, and here I'll write edit. So now we can provide here our route name. So here our route name will be route, and then name is the book.edit. You know that book.edit, which we have provided here. This book.edit, now it will target this method, right? This route, but it has id also, right? So we have passed here id also. So how we can do? So we can provide array if you have multiple things like book id. Okay, and if you have something like, again, if you want to pass something like book and slot, you can have like this array in the array, Or if you have single also, you can use this to array, or you can also use in this way, book ID. Okay, this is also fine. So now let's go and let's refresh, and you can see we have edit now. So if I click this edit, you can see I am redirect here to 1/edit, and 1 is displayed here from our method, because we have dump die in method and it display now 3, right? So we have to edit now this. So return a view. Let's return view and book dot edit. Okay, and we have to make the method book file name book dot edit. So we'll make here edit.blade.php, edit.blade.php, edit. Let's copy all thing from create, because this will be somehow similar to edit, and we'll paste here. Okay, now here what you do is we'll write update or book, update book or updated book, and our action will be different, we'll do later. And now here what you do is we'll copy, and instead of placeholder we'll display the value. So write a value and we'll display the value here. So for now, if we go here and if we refresh this, then you'll see, so we have to display the value here, right? So to do that, let's go to here again and let's find the book that we want to edit. So I'll write a book here, and book, since this is a single record, we'll write a find ID. So we are finding this record. So if you return this, if you dump die this, then you will get a book here. So if you go here and either if you return or if you dump die, then you'll get this the book, okay, with ID 3. So now we'll pass this book, this single book, we'll write compact, and then we'll pass this book here. Okay, we pass this book, and we can easily now do something like this, like book name, to curly braces, and write book and name. Okay, and we do the same thing for description also. So for description, we'll do here between this book description, description description. Okay, now let's save this, and you can see book and book description, and we have to do logic for this to get the recent selected category. So let's go here, and we have these things, right? You can write here if logic. So if the book category is educational, we'll make this selected, and then we inif, and we'll copy here and we'll do the same thing. If book category is comedy, COMEDO comedy, that will be selected, and here as well, if it is biography, biography, then the biography will be selected. If the book is frictional, then frictional will be selected, FRICTIONAL, frictional. So now let's go here, and if you refresh, and you can see educational selected, because this is educational book. So if you go here, this is educational book and education is selected. Now let's update this record. So to update this record, we go again in web.php and we make one route. So we'll make another route, and this route will be, you can make the post route to update record. So I'll write a post/update, post/update, and here will be the update, and we have to find the ID of the record that we want to update, and we'll simply write here update, posted update. Okay, so now let's go to update method here. So we'll make the update method here. So let's make update method public pub public function update, and here I'll write book and find the book that you want to update, book find ID. So this will find the book that I want to update, and then so here will be the request and ID. Since we have ID coming from our URL, you can see, so we need here one ID, we need to accept that ID, and we're finding about book based on that ID, right? So now we can write something like this. We find this and we write a book, and then we'll write the name and whatever we get from the form, request name, and copy same thing, and this will be a description, dsc RIP description, dsc RIP DIO description. So these things we are getting from the form and we are saving this into the database. So we are getting this from the form. So first we get the name and we save in the name, then we get the description, dsc RIP and description, we save in the description, we get the description, we get the category from the form, and we save into the category, CATEGORI category, and finally write save, book save. And what to do, we return back and we give the message. Okay, we write this and return back with the message book updated, updated, and this time let's write routes, because I don't want to redirect there, I want to redirect to the index page. So index page is route is book.index, so we redirect this page book.index, route. Okay, so once this record is saved, we'll redirect user to the route page. So something error here, so return route, return route book.index is because, so whenever you use route we need to write redirect also. So return, redirect, and route. Okay, so we are redirect route and book.index, so that means we're redirecting to the main page, which is the book page. So once we first find the record and we get the name from the form, put here, get the description, put in the description, get the category, put in the description, and finally category, put in the category, and finally save and return user. So now we'll go in the edit and we have to provide the action. So now action is not a store, it's the book dot update, and we need to pass ID here, and you can see from the edit method we're passing the book here, right? We're passing to the book.edit, and this is the edit method. Now we need this ID here, book ID. We need ID because in update method we have the IDs, we are accepting ID. Right, now only thing I have to do here is include the flash message. So let's copy this because we don't have flash message in the index.play.php. So let's copy here and let's paste over here, and let's try to update this record. So refresh this, and I'll make educational to biography book, and this is Masters in Laravel, this is biography of biography of scientist, SCINTS scientist, and bio book. And now let's submit this, and you can see book updated. Now is the biography book, right? Now let's delete the records, and it's very easy to delete the record in Laravel. So same like before, we'll find the record and then we'll delete the record. So here we can write the post method, so route and post and book slash delete, and you can pass the ID here. Okay, and we'll use the book controller, and we make destroy method. Okay, and keep the name route as book.destroy, destroy. Now we have to go in the index, and here we'll make the form to delete the record. So here is the TD where you can delete the record. So I'll make the form action method post, and we'll use the cross-site request forgery, CSRF, and close this form. Okay, and here will be the button. Type subm submit class button danger. Okay, and the action is now is the route book dot destroy destroy, and we have the ID as well, so it's the book ID, right? So now we have to receive that ID and we'll destroy that book. So let's go here in the book controller and let's go here and it will make a destroy method. So public function functn function destroy ID, and here we'll write book. Let's make variable book and we'll find the book, find that book based on the ID and delete this book, delete it. Okay, easy. And then we'll return back user in the same page, return redirect route book index and book deleted. Since we are in the same page, you can also write return back and with message. It's up to you. Now let's go here, refresh. So here we have to give delete in the button. So we have not closed our button also. delete delete and close the button. And let's check this, show delete, and get method not supported for this route. So the form action, sorry, mistake here, this is the post, post. Let's go back, let's try delete, and you can see record is deleted. Delete this one, delete it. We'll extend our header and make it available in every page. We have index page and we have a create page. So we'll extend a header. So for that I'm going to use the bootstrap here. So just type navbar, you'll get this header, and here I'll copy one of these. So let's make copy this one. So I'll copy this one. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to paste this header here in the create.blade.php. Just within the body I'll paste over here, and now if I refresh this, then you will see the header. Now I want to change the color, so I want to make it black. So for that I want to use navbar dark busy dark, and I'll replace this one navbar light busy light with the navbar dark busy dark. Now it will give me the black navbar. Now if I go to index, you can see this is totally different page because we don't have any header, right? So what we're going to do is we'll create another file called app.blade.php where we'll paste all our navbar, all our CSS, JavaScript link, and we'll extend that file in each and every template. Okay, so let's see how we do this in Laravel. So what I want to do here is in the resources views, within the views folder I'll make a folder layouts, and in the layouts folder I'll make app.blade.php, and in the app.blade.php I'll copy all of this stuff from the neighbor, from nav to up to header. I'll cut this and I'll paste it. Okay, and below here we have the HTML and body. Let's cut this and paste it. Okay, now what we're going to do is we are simply not going to do something like go and here write include and give the layouts.app. We are not going to do that. Okay, so here we want to extend this template app.blade.php from the layouts folder, and we want to make sure that we are displaying this body. This is the body things, right? Within this body. Okay, so here will be the displayed. This will be actually our container or the body where you display the stuff. Okay, so if you do that, then whenever we extend our index.blade.php, everything that comes under within the body will be also displayed in the same place. So I think it will be more clear if I show you how you do that. So let's go here, and now we go to the create.blade.php, and first we'll extends. So we'll write extend is extends, folder is layout.app, which is app.blade.php, and we'll start here section sectin section, and we'll write a content. Okay, and then here we'll end the section end section. So we'll write these three stuff, like we extend our main template, which contain the header, which contain the JavaScript, CSS, bootstrap, everything, and this thing will wrap within the content. This thing will wrap within the content, and finally we'll end our content in section. Okay, we'll do that. And now in the container, so now save this, and let's remove this for now. Now if you go here and if you refresh, we don't get anything, we don't get content, right? Because we have not added this content add. So I get only, so what I have to do is now I have to display this container within this here. Okay, so only I have to display this here. So that's why we are getting container here. So if I refresh I remove this one and refresh, I don't get. So now I have to yield here. Here I'll write yield, 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 and I'll write content, content. So all the content, all the stuffs within the content will be injected here. So you can see here, this is here we have a content, and within a content is basically like a body in HTML. Okay, so within content we have all this stuff, right? And this stuff will be now injected here. That means it will be displayed here. Now if you go here and if you refresh, then you can see here, now we got the body. Now let's go to the index and we'll do the same thing. Sorry, books only. Okay, so now we don't have to write these stuff. So we'll code this, I'll code this stuff, and I don't have to write this body and HTML. I'll code this stuff. Now I'll do the same thing that I have done here. So here I'll copy this one, section in section. First I'll copy, extend the template here, layers.app, and I'll in the section, and in section, and this all these stuffs within the content will be injected here now. Okay, injected here now. Now save this, and you can see. Now let's do the for edit also. So for edit also we'll do the same thing. So now I'll copy again this one. I'll copy this one. Now we can remove this one, and let's go to edit, and here also I'll do the same thing. So now I don't have to include in every page this header and this stuff. So just above the body I'll remove this, and I'll extend, I'll wrap this within the content, and I don't need the body in HTML here, and I'll end the section here. Now we'll have this one, right? So now let's go and fix the link. So let's go to app.play.php. This is our master file or main file, and now here we'll give name as a book app, and URL as URL. This one that will be the main URL. Okay, URL. Make sure this is correct. So refresh, and so no URL, and I think this one, or we can just give this one. Just do this. I think we can just do this one and refresh. Yes, we can just give that one. Or we want to go in the books, right? So not in the, it's going to go in the books. So what we can give here is we can give the route name. So if you're going to go in the book, so we have the route name here. index page. So it is the book.index. We'll just give your route name, route route, and the route name, and close this, and all right, two color brushes and two curly brushes. Okay, and now let's refresh, and if you click, then we're in the books. And home, same for the home as well. So copy this and do the same thing for home also. Here is the home, and now we'll make this two route. One is add and one is view. Okay, so one is add and one is view. View is also same page, and add is, let's see, add. So to create the record, we use the book.create. It will render a form. So now here we write book.create. Okay, and remaining we just remove this, save this. Now let's go refresh it, and you can see book app, home, add. So you can see I have now a lot of records, and in this video we'll see how to implement the pagination. We'll use the bootstrap pagination. Okay, Laravel 8 use by default tailwind pagination, and we have to change it into bootstrap. So what change we need to do first? Let's see. So first, in the book controller index method, we're using get method to get all the record. So here I want to write paginate, P-A-G-I-N-A, paginate. So I want to paginate 5 record per page. So if I write paginate 5, then here I can see only 5 record. Now in order to get the links, let's go here. So we have here books, right? And we're passing this book here. Now we have to go into the index page. So let's go to the index page, books index here, and now we will display the pagination here. So our table is started here, our card here, our card is started here, and it is closed here. Okay, so let's skip here. So we'll write that books, and then here we'll write links. So it will display the pagination. So now let's refresh, and you can see pagination. So yes, it obviously not displaying in a way we want it. Okay, so let's use the bootstrap pagination. So for here I'll write pagination, 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 and so here you can see using the bootstrap. So first you have to copy this one and go in your app service provider class. So it's in the app provider folder. So in the app we have a provider folder, app provider folder, and paste it on the top. And the second thing is we have to use paginator use bootstrap. We'll be using this one within the boot method. So use here. Okay, that's fine. Now let's save this and refresh, and you can see now we have a bootstrap pagination. So you can see the pagination and it works perfectly. Now let's add an image. Okay, for each of book we want user to upload the image. So if you go into the books table, we don't have image, so let's add one image here. So for that we have to make extra migration file, and we'll add that column to our existing migration file. So we have a books as a migration file. So if you go here, if we go in the database and in the migration, we have this books table. We can obviously go here and make a new string and image here, but if we do and again migrate, then we may lose data. Okay, so the other way I want to show you is to add and make a new column and add to the books table, existing books table. So it's all about the command. So I'll show you how we can do that. So clear it and just write here php addition make migration, and you have to write add as a prefix, and what you want to add underscore, and you want to add image field, right? Image field, and you write to where you want to write in the books table, right? So here will be books, add image to books, and you'll write table here, table, table, and then you'll give dash dash space dash dash table, and again you'll give here the name of the table. Okay, it creates you a new file, and here is the new file, and you can see that means here also we have the books, and now here also we have the books. That means we are going to add the new column into the books, but in the from the different file. So here I write table, and then here I write string, and I write image. That's all. And again here I'll write table and drop column. So when you roll back, we need to delete this as well, so I'll write a drop column. So again, this piece of code we can write here as well. We can just copy and just paste over here as well. Okay, sorry, how it comes. This piece of code, which is dollar string name, we can obviously write here, and we can do PHP addition migrate colon phrase. It will create new image column into the book table. But when you do that, we have a data, right? We lose our data. We lose all the data in from the books table. So I think the better way is to create a new migration file for the books and add whatever we want to add here. Now if we do PHP addition migrate, PHP addition migrate, it will create the image now, and you can see we have now image, and we still have all the data here, right? Now let's add the image in our form. So we'll add the image field. So let's go here and let's add the image field. So I'll copy this one up to here, one of these, and just paste up to this category. I'll paste over here after inif. Okay, and this is the image of book. I am image of book, and this will be the file type now. So I'll write input type file and give the name. I'll give the name as image, and class form control. Okay, and image, this should be image now. If there is any error, then we'll just be image. And since we're uploading the image, we have to mention the int type in our form. So let's make the int type. So int type in typ in enc type equals to multipart slash form data. Okay, you're uploading the image, so it's important that we mention int type multipart slash form data. And now we have to go into the books model, in the model and the book, and now we have one more field, so we want to insert that, right? So we have to write image here. Okay, and now let's do the validation as well. So we have the request here in http directory. We have the request, and we have a book store request. Now here we want image, so we want image to be required, required, and we want different type of extension. For that we write mems, and let's write png, jpg, jpeg. Okay, so what mems will do is mems will basically validate the extension of that image. For example, if user has uploaded like doc file or pdf file, that won't be submitted. Okay, because here in the mems we define that image should be either png, jpg, or jpeg. Okay, so now if you go here and if you refresh, and we have the image field here, try to submit, and you can see the image field is required. Now let's store this image field. Okay, so to store it, so let's go here in the controller, book controller, and here in the store method. So let's go here in the store method. We have the store method here. Now we need the image also, so we are going to store the image within the storage directory. Okay, and then we'll move it into the public directory. So we are going to store it in the storage directory. So we have a storage directory here, so you can see we have the storage, we have the app, public. So we're going to store image here. So it can be done within one line of the code. So image, as a variable, I'll write a request and file, and the file name is just the image, right? And I'll write store, store, and where I'm to store. So we have a public, public, public. So folder will be created within this public, and we can give any name, like we can, let's say this is the book. Okay, we can give any name, let's say product edge, product image. Okay, so product, and terminate this statement and copy book here. So we're getting request file image, and we're storing in the public, in the product folder. And now we want this image path, so we can write here now image, and we want this to be image. That's all. So it's very easy. So just we're getting the image field from the create.blade.php, right? So here is the create.blade.php image, and then we're storing that image, in the public folder. In the public folder we'll have product folder, and this will give the image path, and we're storing the image path. So now let's check this. So let's keep something random and choose the file, and let's go to the product, and I'll upload this one, submit, and new book added. And if you go here and refresh here, and let's go to at the button, you can see we have now image here. And if you go here and if we check here in the product, you can see we have now the new image. Okay, now let's add the image in our form. So we'll add the image field. So let's go here and let's add the image field. So I'll copy this one up to here, one of these, and just paste up to this category. I'll paste over here after inif. Okay, and this is the image of book, image of book, and this will be the file type now. So I'll write input type file and give the name. I'll give the name as image, and class form control. Okay, and image, this should be image now. If there is any error, then we'll just be image. And since we're uploading the image, we have to mention the int type in our form. So let's make the int type. So int type in typ in enc type equals to multipath / form data. Okay, you're uploading the image, so it's important that we mention int type multipath / form data. And now we have to go into the books model, in the model and the book, and now we have one more field, so we want to insert that, right? So we have to write image here. Okay, and now let's do the validation as well. So we have the request here in http directory. We have the request, and we have a book store request. Now here we want image, so we want image to be required, required, and we want different type of extension. For that we write mems, and let's write png, jpg, jpeg. Okay, so what mems will do is mems will basically validate the extension of that image. For example, if user has uploaded like doc file or pdf file, that won't be submitted. Okay, because here in the mems we define that image should be either png, jpg, or jpeg. Okay, so now if you go here and if you refresh, and we have the image field here, try to submit, and you can see the image field is required. Now let's store this image field. Okay, so to store it, so let's go here in the controller, book controller, and here in the store method. So let's go here in the store method. We have the store method here. Now we need the image also, so we are going to store the image within the storage directory. Okay, and then we'll move it into the public directory. So we are going to store it in the storage directory. So we have a storage directory here, so you can see we have the storage, we have the app, public. So we're going to store image here. So it can be done within one line of the code. So image as a variable, I'll write a request and file, and the file name is just image, right? And I'll write store, store, and where I'm to store. So we have a public, public. So folder will be created within this public, and we can give any name, like we can, let's say this is the book. Okay, we can give any name, let's say product edge, product image. Okay, so product, and terminate this statement and copy book here. So we're getting request file image, and we're storing in the public, in the product folder. And now we want this image path, so we can write here now image, and we want this to be image. That's all. So it's very easy. So just we're getting the image field from the create.blade.php, right? So here is the create.blade.php image, and then we're storing that image, in the public folder. In the public folder we'll have product folder, and this will give the image path, and we're storing the image path. So now let's check this. So let's keep something random and choose the file, and let's go to the product, and I'll upload this one, submit, and new book added. And if you go here and refresh here, and let's go to at the button, you can see we have now image here. And if you go here and if we check here in the product, you can see we have now the new image. Okay, and so this is two color brushes. Sorry, this is not one. Okay, so two color brushes, and let's give the width as well. So I'll give width as 100, and if you go and refresh here, and you can see this image. So let's make this even smaller than this, so 80. And if you don't have any image, I want to grab the image from the public directory, so img image src, and in the public directory I have image. So if you go in my public directory, here I have img folder, and I have one image. So I'll write /img and test dot png, and I'll make this png, and I'll make this as width of 80. Save this and reload it. You can see image, and here I don't have image, so it's the img and test.png, and this is the default image, and you can see default image. So let's go to book, and this all have default image. To work on edit, and here we have to add the image. Okay, so let's add the image. So what I like to do is I have to go again into the resource of views and create, and here I'll copy all this. Okay, I'll copy this one, and I'll paste this in the edit. So in the edit.play.php, this is the select statement, and it's close here. Just I'll paste over here. Okay, and okay, I paste here, and let's go and let's save and refresh, and we have this. Now we have to mention again int type here in the form action. So let's make the int type. So here I'll write int type multipart slash form data, int type multipart slash form data. And now we have to work on validation. So what user can either choose a new image, or if user do not choose the new image, you should still able to submit this form, right? So we are not making this mandatory. Okay, so if user has submitted, then we'll give user to upload the image. If not, then if user has choose the image, then we'll update the image. If user has not chosen an image, we'll save the image here. We'll keep the same image. So let's go to book store, and book controller, and in the update method we have here update method. Okay, so we'll make the request, we'll make the validation for update as well. So clear, php addition make request, and let's write update form request, request request. So now we have the update form request, and let's go update form request, and here we have same as this, so I'll copy all of this here, and let's go here, make this authorized true, so that we can authorize to submit this form, and here I'll copy and I'll paste this over here. Now in this case, image we are not making required, but if user has uploaded the image, then we'll check the type of image. Okay, so now we have to copy this update form request. So let's go here, and we have to use the name space here. So update use app slash http slash request and update form request. And now you have to use this update form request in here, update form request. Okay, so now if I try to update, making this blank, let's make this blank and try to submit, and it say this field is required. Okay, so now we have to store the image, right? So now what we'll do is that we'll find if user want to, if we are getting image from the field or not. So if request has file, check if user has uploaded or browsed an image or not. Has file, and name of the field is image. Name of the field is image in the form. So if you go here and if you assist in the edit or in the create, we have image as a name. So you can see name as image. So we'll check that if request has file image, request has file image, then we'll do this action, we'll take this action, otherwise we'll don't do anything. So here we'll get image and book image. This is the recent image from the database, but if user has chosen image, that means we have to upload the new image. So I'll copy this one and I'll paste this one here, paste over here. Okay, so if user has the if user has uploaded a new image, then this will be executed, otherwise this will be executed, right? And then we need to save this record. So I'll copy this one, we'll execute this statement, we'll execute all of this statement and save this. Now we need one more thing, that is the book image, image equals to request, no, is equals to image, this image. Okay, and we save this. Else what we do is we'll not save image, we'll save remaining stuff. That means we'll not update an image. So we don't need to write this one now, we don't need this one. So if request image is coming, then obviously we're adding image and we'll execute this one. If user has not uploaded any images, then we're not saving image, we'll save only name, description, we'll update only name, description and category, and finally we'll save this. So let's see whether it works or not. So I'll choose something and I'll not choose any image, and let's say test this one, and this is ID3, and submit this, updated, and you can see this updated without any image. Now I'm going to choose some image here. So let me choose any image from here. So I'll choose this image, update, and you can see updated. This is the last video in this section, and in this section we are going to use the icon here. Okay, instead of in edit and delete, we'll use the font icon. So I'm here in the Font Awesome website, and the first thing we have to do here is let's go to the start here, and here we have the option. I'll go for the download, and let's go down. So you can download and you can put in your folder, and you can have in a public folder, and you can access in this way also, but you can use the direct link here as well. So I'll use the upgrade from version 4, and this page will get this one, and here are the files that I can use. So we go here. So these two files, I'll include these two files in the head section of my app.play.php. So I'll use here, and now I have to use the edit and the delete button. So to go, let's go to icons, click the icons, and then here I'll write edit, and it will show me something like this. So I'll use this edit and copy and paste over in the index.play.php here. So let's go here and copy this and paste here. We'll paste this here, and now delete. Now I'll write trass, and I'll use this one. Copy this and let's paste in the delete here. So now I should have this icon. So let's go and let's refresh, and you can see now I have edit and I have delete button. Welcome back, guys. Now we'll build second project, which is the classified ad system. So the first step is always to install the Laravel. So let's install the fresh Laravel, and from the next video we'll install the bootstrap, and then we'll start our project. Okay, and I have already shown you how to install the Laravel. So let's see again. So I'm installing by Composer. So if you click the documentation, and you can see here, let's go here, and installation you can see here, and it should be here, you should have installed by a Composer, and this is the command that helps to create the project. Okay, so I'll close this, and uh, I'll go to the htdoc directory. Clear. So I'm using the gem, and here you can see I'm in the htdoc directory, and I'm going to install this project, Laravel project here. So just copy this one and paste over here, and here I like to change this to marketplace, marketplace, and this will be our project. So it's a Composer create project Laravel, and this will be the name of your project. Okay, so now you should install the project. So now I'll see you guys in the next video. Guys, so I'm using the Visual Studio here, and this is my project, and let me show you the folder structure of my project. So everyone have the same folder structure. So first we have the main name of the folder, in my case the marketplace, and we have the app directory, and two main important thing within the app is the HTTP and the models, right? We frequently use these things, and here we have also routes. So we have an API route, we have a channel, we have the console, and we have web.php. We frequently use this web.php. We define most of our route in the web.php. Okay, and we have the other important thing is the resources. In the resources we have the views folder, and we'll make all of our views file within this views folder. For example, you can see we have the welcome.play.php given by Laravel as a default view. Okay, and similarly we have here database folder, we have the migration folder here, we will have all the migration here. And if you go here, the app directory, we have the models, all the models will be here, and by default Laravel has given us user model and the user migration, and they have the name, email, and the password field. Similarly, if you go here, then this is another .env file where we do database connection here. We can do a lot of things here. For now, we just see our database connection and setup. Okay, so let's make a database connection. So here, DB database is Laravel. So I'll give my database name as marketplace, marketplace, and the username is root, and I don't have passport, so I'll leave this as it is. And I'm using phpMyAdmin, so I'll go here and I'll create a new database and name this as a marketplace. Now my Laravel app is connected with the database. So let's go to this project directory first. Here you can see I'm in the marketplace, and I'll start my application by typing php artisan serp. So I'm using the MySQL database. You can also use the PGSQL. Okay, everything will be the same. So now let's go here, and if we go to localhost 8000, then we should see our application running there, and you can see this is our application. Okay, now second thing we do is we will install the bootstrap and jQuery, and we are also using a 45 package for authentication. We'll install 45 package in the next video, but in this video we'll install the bootstrap, jQuery, and the purple.js, and we'll check whether we have installed successfully or not. Okay, so let's see. So here to install that, we'll write npm install. First we write npm install. Let's write this, and then once this is done, we'll install the jQuery, purple.js, and the bootstrap. So let's wait for some time. So guys, node module has been installed, and if you go to the project in app directory, you can see node underscore modules, and it has a lot of packages. So make sure you have the latest version of a node installed in your machine. So let me show you my node version. So if you type node-v, then it will give your version. So in my case it's 10.15.1. so make sure you have the same or higher than this. Okay, and if you don't have, or if you have below this, then just update your node version. For Windows, you can just download the latest node version that will replace your previous one, and for Mac, you can update the node version with Alpha Brew. Okay, so it's done, so everything's fine. Now if I write npm run dev, then it should compile my all the files, and I should not get any error, and I should get the message that says everything is successful. So let's wait for some time, and it's compiling. It's 10%, and you can see you should able to get this message. Okay, show Laravel mix build successfully. So we got this message. Now let's install the bootstrap, jQuery, and purple.js, and I'll write this command. So npm install save bootstrap, jQuery, purple.js, and we'll install the cross env package. Okay, so now it should install all these things. So if you are confused, then I'll copy this command, and then I'll write here. So the command is npm install, and we're saving this, and bootstrap, jQuery, purple.js, cross dash env. So you can see we have these things installed: jQuery, bootstrap, and purple.js, and we have a cross environment as well. So this much for this video, guys. In the next video, we have to do little bit things so that we can see our bootstrap things or stuffs are working. So we'll continue this video in the next. So let's talk about the error before we move to the next part. So if you got any error, if your node module is not installed any error, then this is probably because you don't have the latest version of node. So you can always update your node version, or there is something wrong in your node package.json. Okay, so go to your package.json and replace your package. If you have got an error, if you have not got this type of your file are not compiled, you are getting some error, then just replace your package.json with this package.json. So I'll leave this package.json as a note. You can use this package.json and copy and paste it in your package.json, so that you can replace your previous package.json with this package.json. And then once you do that, you again write npm run watch, and once you write this, and you should get this success message. Even if you don't get, then what you have to do is you again try to delete your node module. Just delete the node modules from here, and then again start the process from the beginning. Write npm install, and once you do this, just write npm run watch, and make sure that you have changed your package.json with this package.json in case if you have got any error. Okay, welcome back. In the first video we installed 4 packages that were across the Pop.js, Bootstrap, and jQuery. And in the second video, we talk about the error that is related to npm. Now still a couple of things is left to make a Bootstrap working, so we'll be working on that. Okay, so for this you can go to Google and if you can type the Laravel UI stuffs, and this is the first link you'll get. So here are already Laravel UI stuffs, so that we can use from here. For example, to make a login and registration, instead of making login registration page, you can directly get everything from here. So if you go here in the stuffs, here in the SRC preset, we have everything here. Bootstrap stuffs, everything is here, and we have the bootstrap.js, and things that we need in our Laravel application is this one. So we need to load our Pop.js and the jQuery. So let's do these things. So this is the first steps we need to do, and we have to go to the JS here in the resources. So let's find the resources folder first here. So we have, this is the public directory, we have the resources here, and in the resources we have the app.js and bootstrap.js. Okay, so here I'll write here, so you can follow exactly what I do here, or you can just go to the Google, type the Laravel UI stuffs, and then you'll get this page, and this is the link. So if you go to UI src preset bootstrap.js, and these are things you need to write in the bootstrap.js. So let's load the jQuery and the proper JS here. So I'll write try. So we'll have a try and catch block here, and then we'll have a catch here, and let's open and close the sketch. Now first thing here we write is window, window, window dot popper, p capital popper, popper equals to require. Here we write popper.js, popper.js dot default, and here we need now jQuery, window dot dollar equals to window dot jQuery equals to require require jQuery. Okay, this is the first step here, and here now we need a bootstrap, so I'll write require bootstrap, and this is done. So we load the Popper.js. First we load jQuery, and then we load the bootstrap. Okay, this is the first thing. So you can also copy from this exactly here, or you can follow this video. And the second step is to, let's make here SAS folder, scss, and here I'll make app.sas file here, app.scss, and let's import the bootstrap here. So I'll import the bootstrap here, bootstrap, and then here I'll write import and $, and then bootstrap /scss / bootstrap. So let me zoom this for you. So this is the things we need to write. Since we are going to use the 45 package, we are not going to use a Laravel UI package, and since Laravel UI give everything when you install it, Bootstrap comes with the Laravel UI. You can also easily install the VueJS, but when you install the 45 package, it's not giving you the Bootstrap. Okay, so you have to make your own environment so that we can load the Bootstrap, jQuery, or VueJS. So we have to work manually. We have to do everything by ourselves. Okay, so this is done. This was the second steps. Let's give a semicolon here. This was the second step. This also you can get from here. So if you go here, maybe it should be somewhere here, app.sas, and you can see this is the things that we load here. And the final thing is we have to now go to webpack. So let's go here and let's scroll down, and we have the webpack here. And let me comment this, or let me remove this one. So mix.js resources slash js slash app.js. So we have the resources folder here, and within the resources folder we have the js folder, and we have the app.js, and this is making available to the public folder. So you can see the target folder is public slash js. So in the public folder we have again js folder. Okay, so this is everything, whatever we write here, that will be available in the public folder. So now one more thing we have to write is the sas, sass, because we have the app.sas folder here. In the resources we have newly created folder, that is the sas, and we have app.scss. So this should be also make available in the public directory. So write sas and resources resources slash scss slash app.scss, and this will be public slash css. Okay, this is done. And now let's write here npm run lib. So I'll run here, so I'll write npm run. You can write was, so whenever we make changes it is watching every time. But if you write npm run lib, it only compile your sas file, js file only one time. But if you write run was, then it is watching every time. It's watching the changes that happen in your application. So let's wait for some time and we should get success message. Now let's see, let's make one route here to check what we get, and you can see I got a success message and everything is fine. So I'll copy this and let's make the test route to just load a bootstrap stuff, and I'll make the test.blade.php. So in the resources, so all the view will be within the views folder. Here we can see the default is welcome.blade.php. So we'll make here test.blade.php, and I'll write here test. And if you go to this test, it should render this view to the test. So let's go here and let's write test, and you can see test. Now we'll load here. For now, just we'll do the link and just make a design for now. So let's make the design input type text, and class form control, and let's make the button and close the button, and let's write here sep and give the class button primary input string, and we'll include this file in the public directory. We have this css and we have the sas, and let's include this app.css. So here I'll write a link and src, and here I'll write acid, acid within two curly braces. That means it will, if I write acid, it will target the public folder, and within public folder I have css file and I have app.css. For now we are writing this in this way. Later we'll make a different layout folder and we'll extend our template, and everything this content will be within the content section. For now, just I want to test this, whether we get this button and whether we get the input field or not. So now let's refresh this, and you can see I have not got here. So it should give me the bootstrap button, but I have not got here. Let's see what's wrong. So sorry, it's not src, it should be href. Okay, and rel equals to style sheet. Now let's see this, and if I refresh, and then you can see this is the bootstrap input field, and this is the primary button in bootstrap. So everything is working fine. So now I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back. In the last video we made an input field and one button using the bootstrap, and in this video we'll make the navbar using the bootstrap, and also we'll extend our main template. Okay, so for that you can go to the get bootstrap and you can copy and paste. We can also use this navbar. Bootstrap has given a navbar, but I like to use the navbar that Laravel use, which is obviously the bootstrap navbar. So again in the Laravel UI package you have the layouts, and here is the app.stop. So we can use this navbar, and you can get this from here directly also, or you can get from the folder. Here you can see in the views, resources views, I have a design folder here, and in the design here the app.stop. So you can use this as well. The reason I'm going to use this one is because it has everything already. You can see it is linked to JS file also, which is pulling app.js from our JS folder in public directory, and it has also font, so it is also loading the app.css, which is this one. Okay, so similarly we have the nav. You can see here this is the bootstrap nav, and we have the logic also, whether user is logged in or not. If user is a guest, we are showing the login button on our navbar, and if user is not logged in, we are showing the register button, and if the user is logged in, we are showing the username here, and we have a drop down also, and we have a logout button. So everything is here. So I like to use this one rather than using this, because it saves a lot of time. So I'll copy this. So I have already this in the design folder in the app.stuff. So I'll copy this one, and then let's paste this first in test.blade.php, and let's see how it looks. Okay, for now I'll remove this yield content. Here body, we can write everything that we write in the body section of HTML. So now let's see here. So we have everything here, and let's see. So let's go to the test, and if I refresh this, now you can see we have the Laravel, and we have this navbar, and if I write something here in the body section, you'll see that one as well. So let's make the container here in the body section. So I'll make the container, and I'll write body, and let's refresh, and you can see the body is within the container section. Obviously you'll not see the login and registration button here, because we have not installed a 45 package. So once we install a 45 package, you'll see login, registration, and then we'll work on making the form for login and registration. Okay, so now let's remove this from here. So I'll remove this from here. Let's copy this, and I'll cut this from here, and here in the views I'll make a layouts folder. So layouts layouts, and in the layouts folder I'll make app.blade.php, and I'll paste everything, this app.stop. You copy this one, and again I'll paste in here. So copy from app.stop, and I'll paste over here. Okay, now let's remove content here. So first what we do now is, whenever we worked on the new page, we'll extend this app.blade.php every time. The reason is that we have the navbar here, so we don't have to write same navbar, we don't have to make a navbar again and again, and moreover we have this JS and CSS files, so we have to extend this template every time. So let's see. So if I write test here, then you can see we don't have any navbar, we don't get anything, just to get the text. Now let's extend that. So I'll extend here. So we'll write exte, and this extends, and we're going to extend the file in the layouts. So layouts dot app, and then we'll write here section, elaborate SECTN section, and content. So our body will be within the content, and we have to in our section, in section. Okay, so this will include include the navbar, it will include the HTML, CSS, link, it will include the JavaScript, and the things we want to display in the middle of the page, we write everything in the content. So this is like a body in HTML. Okay, so let's write a body here for now. And so we're extending, so we don't get body for now, and I'll explain why. Now let's see this, and you can see we got the navbar in this because we are extending the main app.blade.php, and you see we are not getting body. The reason is that here in the body section, so here we have to yield this content. So we have content here, and in the content we have body. It can have a form, it can have a Buddhist table, it can have anything. So we have to yield here this content. Okay, so let's yield content, yield, 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 and here I write content, content, content. So this will be injected, this content will be injected here. Okay, now we should see this one, and you can see we have a body now. Now what we can do here, we can obviously use the container here, we can use to make the card, we can do everything, body, and now this should be within the container. Okay guys, this much for this video. I hope it was not so hard to understand, and in the next video we'll install a 45 package. Welcome back guys. In this video we'll install a Laravel 45 package for our authentication, and Laravel 45 package offers you a lot of things like two-factor authentication. It provides you registration, login, password reset, and a lot of things that you can read from the official documentation of laravel.com. It gives a lot of things. However, Laravel 45 package do not comes with the bootstrap, you know that. So we have to work ourselves, like installing the bootstrap, making the design with the bootstrap. And one more flexibility that Laravel 45 package provides is that it does not care what framework you use for front end, like either you use Vue or React, Tailwind CSS, Bootstrap, Bulma. You can use anything, okay, of your choice. So for that reason, whenever you use a particular framework, like if you are going to use a Tailwind or if you are going to use a Bootstrap, you have to have a good knowledge of those framework, and you have to have a good knowledge of designing the different forms, tables, and different layouts. Okay, so there is it may takes a little bit time when you use a Laravel 45 package, because you have to do everything by yourself. For example, if you use the Breeze, Laravel Breeze, then it comes with the Tailwind CSS. So it already gives you the navbar, it already gives you a lot of things. So you don't have to do a lot of things, just you need to extend the template. But with Laravel 45 package, we are using the Bootstrap, so we have to make our own login and registration, navbar, and everything. Okay, so let's install the Laravel 45 package here. So the first thing is composer require Laravel 45, and I'll open my terminal. Let's clear this and install this. And then the second thing is the Laravel 45 will 45 service provider. So now, it's installed, almost it's installed. So let's wait for some time, and then finally we'll migrate this. Okay, now the second command is this one, and finally now we have to migrate this, and migrate this. For this you are using default database name Laravel that does not exist, so we have to go here in .env file, and let me check this, and we have marketplace, market marketplace as a name, as a database. So in a database name you have to write a marketplace, and username is root, and password I don't have anything. Okay, so now again I'll write migrate. Now it should migrate everything, and everything is successful here. Okay, now let's see this package here. So now if you go here to the app directory, now you have the actions here, and this is the 45 you can see here, and here they create new user, and this is the logic for creating the new user. First we have here validation here, and we are creating the user with the name, email, password. Obviously we can add more field here. Similarly, we have the password validation here. We have the password reset functionality here, so every functionality is here. And we have the update password functionality, so it's checking the password whether the user password is enter password is equal to hash password in database or not. Similarly, we have the update profile functionality, so 45 gives all a lot of this type of features. And now if we go to the config, we should have 45, and you can see we have the 45 here, and you can see here, so it comes with the registration, password reset, email verification, updating profile, update passport, and it also comes with a two-factor authentication. Okay, so it comes with a lot of features. So we have installed the Laravel 45 package successfully, and in the next video we'll be working more on the 45 package. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back, guys. Now let's design our register form. So if you don't like to write this code, then you can still use the register.stop here. So it's in UI src output stops auth slash register.stop. You can use this in our register.play.php file, or you can follow the video. Okay, so it's same thing. So let's start then. So we have here container, and first thing is I'll make a row here. So let's make a div and close our div, and let's make class row, and I want to display form in the center, so I'll write justify justify contain center, contain center center, and close this. And here I'll give the call md8, so div class call md8, and I'll make the card here, so div and close this div, and we'll make the card here, so see the card and close the card. Now finally I'll make the heading here, so I'll write the div div and close this div, and here I'll give the class. I'll make this text center, so I need to display this heading at the center, and margin top 2, and simply I'll give this in s4 tag, s4, and here I'll write register, just register, or you can write make an account, anything. Okay, so within the card, let's make the card body here. So first is the card body, so div, and here class card body, and we'll make here the form now, form action, so form, and we'll close the form and provide the action. We'll provide the method which will be the post, and we have to write cross-site request forgery since we are going to submit the form for registration, so we need to write the cross-site request forgery. It should be 1 and we'll provide the action in the later video, not now. Okay, so this is done, and now we have to make the label here, so I'll make another class here, so div and class form group, group group. I'll give the row as well, and close this div, and here I'll make the label, close the label, and for name I give the class, and the class for this is call md4 call form label, label label, and text md write. Okay, and it is the name, name. Let's see this how it looks. So if I refresh, then you can see this is our card. We have heading register, we have a name, and now here we'll make one input field. So let's make the input field here. So let's go here, and just below the label here I'll write a div, close the div, and give the class 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 call md6, and here we'll make the input field. So input type text, and we'll give the class which is the form control, and call this, and let's make the span just below here where we can display our error message. If validation error occur, then we can display our error message within the span block here, and we'll give the class also. So class is invalid feedback, FEED feedback, and role alert, alert. Okay, and here will be our error message will display within the strong block. So strong slash strong. So now let's see this input field, and you can see here we have one input field. So whenever users submit this form and some error occurs, then we have to highlight this input field with a red bar, and we have to display message just below it. So for that we have some block in Laravel that is already made, so we can use that. So in the form control, just in the class, give one space, and then you can write error, error, and name of the field. So here we have name, and then outside of it we'll give the class that is in valid, and then we'll in this error, error, and then we in the error. Okay, so that's all, and here we have to display the message. So $message message. So now let's see this undefined variable message. So maybe something error occurs. So this should be actually in the strong tag just above span. Here it should be within the error block. So error, and the name field, and just below the span write int error, and in error. Okay, now save this and refresh. Okay, everything is fine. Now we have one input field. Now we need email, passport, and password confirmation. Now let's make the email, passport, and confirmation password. So I'll copy this one. So div class form group row. So it is closed here. So let me copy this, and I'll make input field here, and I'll paste over here. Now I should change this to email, and here this is email, and this will be now email, and this is fine. Now input type should be here now email. I'll make this HTML, and finally so you have the message, and here error is email here because email field, and we have an error here. So we should see the email field now, and you can see we have now email field as well. Now similarly we'll make the passport field as well. So just below this, so this is closed here. Now I'll paste this again here, and we'll write here password, and this main type is password, form control, and we'll make this password password, password, and similarly this is also password, and make sure that we have email here. So we have email, 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 and password. So now finally we need password confirmation field as well. So I'll copy the same thing and I'll paste over here, and this is the password confirmation. So confirm password, CONFIRM, confirm password, and this is text is password, and this is again password, or you can write password confirmation. And here, so let's go here, and the name is, so input type, so we have to give name. We have not mentioned here in name, so we have to give name here. So let's go here. So input type email, and so here input type is text, and we have not provided any name, so let's provide name, and name is simply name, and input type text email, and name is simply here email. Okay, and here also we have name is password, 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 and finally here we need the name, and I'll provide name, and the name is password, password word underscore confirmation, CONFIRMATIN, confirmation. And let's copy this here. We'll provide password confirmation here. Everywhere we'll make this password confirmation, and in the class here we have to write password confirmation. Okay, actually we don't need this, because our passport will already, we have already another field for passport, so it's not necessary to mention this. You can just remove this one if you want, or you can leave as it is. And finally we have to make one more div here, so let's make another div, and here will be our submit button. Okay, so I'll copy the same thing here and paste just below here, and form group row margin button 0. So here MB 0, we will not have any label, we'll have button type, will not have any error message, we'll have here button. So let's remove this, and let's write a button, close the button, and here we'll write register, and type, this will be the submit, SUBM submit, class button, and let's make this danger, so button danger. And this, now let's see this, so refresh, and you can see here, so we have name, email, passport, and the confirm password, and register button. So the register button, we should bring this in the left hand side, or it in the center. So let's give some class so that it works. So we have here call md6, and I'll write here offset md4, and I'll save this. So now this is fine. So now let's go here and let's check the route list. PHP artisan route, route list -compact compact. So if you type this, then you see the action and URI. For example, to log in, my action route name will be the login, okay, and its method will be the login controller, and create will render the view, and here is the action. And similarly, to register, the URI or the name route will be register. So in the action, I have to write here register. So let me start this, and let's go here and provide our route action. So the action will be the register, for registering a user, and login for login user. So now the backend thing is handled by the 45. Just we have to make a login, and we have to provide action as a register, and methods will be route, and make sure that you have crfc here. Okay, and the things we have to take care here is this is the name field. The next should be the email field. Here is the email field. Similarly, we have the password field. Name should be password field, and finally we should have password underscore confirmation field. So save this and refresh this and try this. So you see here you get an error field, and let me submit this form. I fill the form and let me submit this. So before we submit that, so let's go to here in the route service provider, in the provider route service provider. So whenever user is logged in, it is redirect user to the home. So we don't have /home URL. So let's go to the main page, welcome page. Okay, later we'll design the welcome.blade.php page as well. So again, I'll refresh, let me fill the form, register, and we are registered, and we are redirected to the main page. And now we can see now we have a home. We don't have login and register anymore, and obviously we don't have any home route. Welcome back. Now let's make a home page before we make a login page. So I'll go here, and since this test route was made for just testing, so we don't need anymore. I'll make this as a home now. So I'll make this as a home, and I'll make this as a home. So when we go to /home, it should render the home page. So let's go to the resources views. So here are the views, and within the views I'll make home.blade.php, home.blade.php. So we have now home.blade.php, and from the register we need to extend this, and I'll paste over here, and I'll in the section int sction section, and here I'll make the container div class container and close this, and div class row. Let's make the card as well here, div class card, div class card header, class card card, head header. You can write anything here, and here will be our body. So div class card body, card body. You can write anything for now. Let's say hello. You can also get the name here, auth username. That will give the currently logged in username. Auth username, hello. Okay. Now if we go here in the login now, so let's try to register again. So I think already log out, and let's register one account. So I'll register with this name at gmail.com, and password, confirm password, register, and you can see I'm logged in and redirected to this URL. And if I click home, then you can see this one. So this is not perfect. Let's see what happened. So div class container, div class card. So one more thing is that we have no logout button here. So let's give the div class call md it, and let's close the div here, and now this should work. Sorry, this should be within the row. So I'll code from here just below the row, and now it should work. And you can see, and we can make this middle justify content center, justify So you enter the content center, and now it should be in middle. Okay, so this is the username, current logged in username. So in the next video, we'll design the login page. Welcome back, guys. Now let's design the login page. So I'll copy everything from the home.play.php, and then in the auth folder we have a login here. So let me remove this and paste this here. So we have here everything. So instead of doing that, let's get from the register.play.php since we have everything here. So I'll copy register.play.php and paste here in the login.play.php. So now we'll get the register page in the login. So we need the email, passport, and remember me. So let's do this. So here I'll write login, and we don't need the name, so I'll remove this. So form group, and this is closed here, so let's remove this one. So I'll remove this one, and we have the email, we have the passport, we have confirm passport. We don't need confirm passport, so let's remove. And we need a button, so we don't need confirm passport, so we remove that. But we will put that because we need a remember me checkbox, so I'll remove that. And here is a cool MD, and here is it. I'll remove this one. Okay, and finally I'll make this login. Now if I save and if I look here, then you can see like this. So this is the login, and now we have to go here in the cool MD6. Here I'll write offset MD4, so to move a little bit right, and here I'll make the div, close the div, and I'll give class form check, check, and input type. So input type will be the checkbox, typ type is checkbox, and class I'll give form control, form control. Form control is the class. No, it's not a form control, it's a form check, check input, form check input, and we have a type as a checkbox. Now we need a name as a remember, 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 and I'll give the ID as well. ID is same, remember, remember, remember. And after this, here I'll write the old helper, and I'll write remember, remember, remember. And if user has, so actually what old helper does is whenever you submit the form and if something goes wrong, and if you have already checked that checkbox, and when you come back after refreshing the page, the checkbox will be still checked. Okay, so it remember the things that you have. So for example, if you write a remember in a value, in the HTML value, remember remember password or remember email, then if something goes wrong, the email will be still within the form. Okay, so this is the use of the remember. So in a checkbox I want to write the remember here. So remember, it's the name is the remember old helper, and then here I'll write the question marks. If that is true, then I'll make this checked, check is checked, otherwise you will not check that. So if user has already checked that checkbox, then that will be checked even after the refresh of the page if something goes wrong, otherwise it will be unchecked. Okay, and then let's close this here. Okay, we have this, and I'll make this here label, label, and let's give the class is the form check, check label, label EL label for label, label, and here I'll write remember me, REMEMB, remember me. Now this should be fine. So now let's check this and see how it looks. So this is the button, remember me is the button. Okay, so everything is fine. Now let's log in. So these are my credentials which are already saved. So if I logged in here, so it said undefined. So I think this was my email ID and password. So let me check this. Yes, this is my email ID and password. I'll paste here my email ID and my password, and it's still wrong. So this is wrong because of our route action. Since we are in the login page, this should be the login, not a register. And one more thing I like to show you here is, so this is my already saved password. If I provide something wrong here, and if I check this check mark, and if I click, the page is refreshed, it gives me error, and this is still checked. This is because of the old helper that we have used here. Okay, this is because of the old helper. So this is my correct email ID and password. So let me log in, which is already saved here, and you can see I'm logged in and I'm in this URL, and this is my home page. Welcome back. In the last video we made the login page and everything was handled by the 45 package. We even didn't write a single line of code to log in the user or to check the credentials. Okay, everything was handled by the 45. Just to recap, three things we need to keep in note while we make a login page. The first is should be route name should be login if it's logged in, and if you are in register page it should be register. Since we are in logged in, it should be route name should be logged in. And the second thing is email, the name should be email, and final thing is the name should be the password. Okay, these are the three things that we need to take care. And if you don't like to write all this code, you can also get all the code from Laravel UI stuff. So it's in UI src auth bootstrap stuff auth slash login.stuff. Just you can copy this and you can make a login.blade.php, or I hope you already followed the video. So now in this video what I want to do is that since we are in the initial stage of our application, I want to add three more field in my users table. They are the address and the avatar of user or profile picture, and one is a Facebook ID. The Facebook ID is because in later part of our course we want to allow user to log in through their Facebook account instead of putting everything manually. Okay, so let's add these things. So instead of making new migration file, I want to add all the things in the previous migration file of user, because you are in the initial stage of our application, so it won't be a problem. Okay, so I'm going to add in the same migration file. So in the migration we have the users here. So here is the users, and now let's add three more thing here, and I'll make this nullable. That means it is not compulsory that user have to put this field, so user can submit the form without filling this field as well. So I'll give the string and I'll write ABATR avatar, and similarly I'll give a table and string. I'll give address, ADDRES address, and table, and then here I'll give string and I give Facebook ID, FP underscore ID. Okay, now let's refresh this. So I'll clear this PHP partition migrate phrase. So once you run this command, your previous data from database will be deleted, so you have to create new record. So everything is migrated. Now if you go and see the users table, you should see these three fields. Now one thing you need to do is you need to make a new account here again, and then only you can log in. We have to make this nullable. nullable in nullable, and I'll copy this nullable so that user can submit the registration form without filling avatar address and the Facebook ID. Okay, later we can update these things from the profile system of user. So this is fine, and let me clear this CLR clear, and you have to write php artisan migrate and the phrase. So once you run this command, your data will be deleted from the database and you have to make a new account. So everything is fine. Now you should have 3 more field in users table, and let's go here, refresh this, and let's create an account. An account is created, everything is fine. Welcome back. Now let's give user ability to reset their password whenever they forget a password. Here we'll have the reset password link. User can click the reset password link. We'll take user to the next page where they can put their email, and then we'll send the reset link to their email box. Okay, actually we'll use the mail trap to catch the email, so we'll send everything in the mail trap. So first thing is you need to make an account in the mailtrap.io. It's totally free, so just go to mailtrap.io, and in the inbox you can give the name of the inbox here. So I'll give just as just marketplace, or you can give anything. And whenever you click the marketplace, choose from here drop down where you can see the integration. We have everything set up for Laravel, so I choose a Laravel. And if you go to .env file in your application, you'll see the set of things here for mail. Okay, so this is the things. So now we have smtp. Now the host will be the smtp.mailtrap.io. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here. We have to change the port as well. So port is 2525. So let's change 2525, and make sure you use your own username and password, otherwise you won't receive the reset link, password reset link, or any messages in your Mailtrap dashboard. Okay, so you have to use your own username and password. And the encryption is TLS, so I'll copy this TLS, and you can provide any email here. So I'll write marketplace @gmail.com. Make sure it's not necessary in the Mailtrap, but whenever you're sending to the user account, it's always a good idea to use a valid email address here. For now, I'll just use some fake email address here. So mail is sent from the marketplace @gmail.com. Okay, so this is the first step, and let's go here in the auth. And first let's go here, and if you type the PHP addition route list, you will see the list of route. And for passport, so you can see actually this is not enough big to show you everything in my case here. So here you can see we have the passport.request to passport.request we have the get route, and passport.request we have the post route also. So the post route for the passport.request is to process whenever you enter the email address. User will click that button and then will send email to the mail trap. So post method will do that, and passport.request is for the get method is simply other one link. And similarly we have the passport.update. Whenever user click the reset link from their mailbox, they will be taken to the different pages where they can enter the email address, new password, and confirm password, and that will be updated by the passport.update. And this passport.update is also somewhere here. So here is the passport.update, and you can see it actually update the passport, and the store method will handle everything this. Okay, so you can just type php artisan route :list and you can see this. Okay, now let me start my server PHP artisan sharp, and let's go back here. And the first thing is I'll make the link here. So let's go here and let's make the link here. So we have the login page here, and in the login page we have the remember me, and just below the remember me I'll write here. Okay, I'll make the p tag here, and then I'll write anchor tag. I'll make the anchor tag, and let's close the anchor tag, and forgotta. in forgotten a passport, and then here we'll give the route name, and we have already seen this route name. The route name is the passport dot request, password dot request, so passport dot request. And if you go here, if we click this, and here we have the forgotten password. If you click here, then you can see you are in the forgot password. Now we have to create the view, so let's create the view for this, where we'll make the email address and where user can put the email address and then they can get password reset link. So we'll make first, before that we have to go to the Fortify. So let's go to the providers, and here we have the Fortify service provider, and let's copy one of these and we'll make page for this. So this will be the request password reset link view. So request request password request passport reset 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 link view, align link view, and then our page will be auth, and it will be the forget password, PSSWORD, forget password. Okay, all right, now we have to go in the views and we'll make this page. So let's make this page forgot forgot pass password dot blade dot php. Let's write forgot, and let's see this. Now we should get this page, and here you can see you got the page. Now what I like to do is I need an email field there, so let me copy from the login. So I'll copy every stuff from login and I'll paste in the forget password. Okay, we don't need here the password, so I'll remove this password. We just need email, so I'll remove this password, and here we have now here email, so we have the name as email, and we need to change two things. So this is same, this is also password dot reset, and this is the post. In the login.play.php we had the password request, and this is the get, but this will be processed through the form, and this is the post, so we'll have the password.request here. So this is the first thing. So instead of login, we can write here forget your password, sorry, enter your valid email, enter your valid email, and then here we don't need this as well, we don't need remember here, and then here send password reset link, send password reset link. Okay, now let's go here and let's refresh. Now you can see you have this field with the email, and here is reset password link, and we have provided the route name, which is password.request, and everything is now handled by 45 packets. And since we have done setup in the .env file for the mail trap, now we should get the email. Okay, so in the mail trap here, so let's go here in the inbox again. So currently we have 0 email here, so let's try here. So I'll provide the valid email address that is in my database, so this one, so I'll provide this one, and let's click, and now we should get password reset link here. So let's check this, and you can see here I got in a few seconds I got one email, and this is from the marketplace@gmail.com to this user. And if I click here, and you can see we obviously need another page for this, and this is the reset password slash, and we have a token here, and email is for that user, right? So let's make another page again. So again we have to go to Fortify service provider, and I'll copy one of these and then I'll paste over here. Now it is the reset link, so here I have to write reset password, view, and let's make the page. So page is the reset password. This is the reset password, and we'll make the reset password.blade.php in the auth folder of the views, inside the views. So here in auth view, in the views auth, here we'll make the file dot blade.php reset, and if we refresh this, now we should see this page. Okay, great. Now we need email. Since you can see we have email here, and we need the passport and confirmation passport, right? And we need to track this particular token also, because if we do not track this token, then anyone can change the password. So it helps to know that this token belongs to this particular email address. So now let's copy everything from register.blade.php and let's paste in the reset passport link. I'll paste over here. So again I'll copy, I think it was not copied. So copy from here, and in the reset passport I'll paste this here. So now here I'll write change your passport, ch and change your password, and obviously we have to change our route name. We'll do that. We don't need the name, so let's remove the name. We need email, passport, and confirmation password. So you can see we have name as email, we have passport here with name as password, and we need confirmation password as well. So we have a passport underscore confirmation, here name is password and confirmation with the confirm password, and here write ch update passport, or let's say ch and it change password. No, it's not change password, it's create new password. That's right, create new password. Now let's go here. Now you should see this. So let's get the current email address. So to get current email address within the field, here I can write a value. Here I'll write a value, and then first let's go into 45, and whatever we are getting from the request, we can easily cast this request here, request request, and let's pass these in the view. So I'll write request request. So we are catching this request, whatever we are getting in the URL, and then we are passing that in the view as a request. Now let's go here, and in the email, in value, here I can simply write that request, and here I'll write email, so that I'll get email in the email field. And this is the email, right? This is the email which is in the URL. Now I need a token. We'll make this hidden field, so let's make the hidden field here. So we can make anywhere here. So here I'll make this input type hidden, or for now you can write text and you'll see name token, and token. We'll write a value. Value is route, and this is a route, and we need the token, route, and then token, and token. So if you refresh this, then so request route, sorry, this is request, request route token, and this is the token that you get here. This is the same token. Okay, so let's make this hidden. I'll make HIDD and hidden, and now let's change the password. So I'll change the password. I'll write something here, and so this should be hidden. Sorry, this is token and type is hidden. It's a dd and hidden. Reload again and change this passport. This is my new passport. I'll confirm the password, and everything is, if correct, then we will redirect to the login page. It says that email, sorry, the one thing we still miss is that we have to change the route name. So the route name is now password.update, which we have already checked. So you can see this if you type in your terminal php artisan route :list. You can see the route name for updating password or resetting password is password.update. Now let's give one more try and confirm password and click. Great, our password is updated and we are in the login page. Now I'll try with my new password. Let's see. And we are logged in. You can see here we are logged in. Good. Just give a flash message to the user whenever you send email reset link and whenever you reset email. So at the moment we don't have any flash message, right? So let's go to this forgot passport.blade.php, and then we'll write a session status. Session status will give the status. For now we'll write dip, we'll make this, and here we'll write the session status, SESSION session status, STATUS status. It will track the current status, and here I'll give, sorry, dip class, I'll give a lot success, SUCCESS success, and let's give the if condition. First we'll check the if condition, because if we do not check then we'll get here a green bar, we'll get this sort of green bar. So we'll only show this div when we have something in session. So session STATUS status, and here and if okay. So now let's go here and let's try this. So refresh this. I'll copy one of this email address and paste over here, submit, and let's go here. We should get email and we should get here. So we have mailed you passport reset link, that is the message, and here is the link. Now let's copy this in the, so we have to paste this in login.blade.php, because once the password is reset we'll redirect user to the login.blade.php, right? So let's paste in the login.blade.php, save this, and now let's go here and let's try this, and let's change the password. Great, we got the flash message. Email verification is one of the most important features while developing an application. When you create an account in a different website, they will send you email verification link in your email box, and you have to verify your email by clicking the link they provided in your email box so that you can access the application. So in this video we'll learn how we can create email verification with 45 package, and for that we'll assume that we have one particular page where we need email to be verified. Before that, let's see here. I want to show you something here in the database. So here you can see we have an email underscore verify underscore add. So this is actually Laravel know whether email is verified or not by looking this column. So here you can see the both are null. That means email is not verified. If the email is verified, it will contain the current date and the timestamp. Okay, so Laravel know by checking whether this is filled with a particular date and time or not. So let's assume we have one controller. So let's make the controller here. So I want to make the dashboard controller in HTTP controller. We don't have any controller. So let's make PHP artisan make controller DASS dash board control controller. So this is a dashboard controller. We have now dashboard controller, and let's start the server as well. And let's go to the web.php, and let's make one route get dashboard dass board, and this will help me to access the method within the dashboard controller dash board control controller, and let's make the index method in the dashboard controller. So let's go to the dashboard controller. We'll make first here constructor public function underscore construct, and here we'll write a middleware middle middleware, and for now let's write the auth middleware, so only the authenticated user can access this page. And let's make the method here, which is the index, and let's say it will return the view dashboard. Now we have to create the dashboard. So let's go in the resources view. So in the view I'll make dashboard.blade.php. So let's make the dashboard.das as dashboard.blade.php. Sorry, dashboard. In fact, I do have dashboard.blade.php file here. So you should have here dashboard.blade.php. So make the dashboard, and I have written dashboard here. Okay, that's great. So only the authenticated user can access this particular method, because we have in the constructor we have the auth. So if you go to if I am log out, let's say if I am log out, I'm log out currently, and if I try to log in dashboard, then I'm redirected back here, right? So let me log in. Now I can access dashboard because I'm logged in. Now let's include the verified. So if you go to here in HTTP, you have the kernel here, and here we have the verified in a route middleware. We have the verified, so we can use this verified in a middleware. So here I can write a second option, verified, and then what I have to do is in the models here I have to implement this one, must verify contract. So it will check whether email address has been verified or not. Okay, it will check whether email address has been verified or not. And final thing is that in the config folder in the Fortify we have to enable the email verification. This actually is important because to send the email link whenever user create an account. So whenever user create an account in a register page, it will automatically send email to the mailbox. For now, in our case, it sends to the mail trap. Okay, so obviously now I cannot access this page because it says that email need to be verified. So we need one particular method as well, from where we can one particular view as well, from where we can send the email verification as well. So before that, before accessing this page, let's go to register, and so let me log out from here and let me create an account again. Let me go to register now. Now if I create an account, it will send me the verification email verification link, because we have enabled this email verification and we have implemented a must verify. If we implement this must verify, then we will not able to access a particular page without verifying our account. For example, we cannot access dashboard.blade.php if we have not verified our account. Now we have got here email verification link, and if you go here, we have now one user, and you can see the email verified date is null. If I click this, then my email will be verified. So if I click this, you can see this is verified, and if you refresh this, you can see this is now verified. Okay, this is verified. Now I am able to log in. So let me log out and let me create another account again, and this time So I have now another, so it will send another link. So now let's go here. So I have another verification link as well. Now let's go here. If I go to dashboard, it's not giving me to access because my email is not verified. Now let's go to 45 providers. Let's go to the provider first. In the providers, we have the Fortify service provider, and I'll copy this one and paste below here. Fortify service provider, and this will be the, so this is the reset. We don't need this request, so remove this request. And we don't need request here. Okay, so the page so first let's go here, and this is gonna be the verify email, verify verify email view, and auth dot verify email, verify verify email email. Now let's make this view verify email.blade.php. So in the auth folder, so resources, we have auth. Here I'll write verify verify email.blade.php and verify. So let's see. So we got to verify here. So we need to verify. So whenever user tries to access particular page, and if user has not verified his account, will redirect user to this particular page verify. So here we must have again email one link from where user can verify their an account. Through by clicking that link, they can send email to their mailbox, and then they can verify their account. Okay, so here let's copy this thing on the header, and I'll paste here, and then in the section, in SCCTN section, let's make the container, and let's make the deep class class card, and deep class card header, class card header. Here will be verify your account, and in the card body, deep class card body, here we'll make the form where they can again resend the verification link. So here the form, and close the form, and we'll provide the cross-site forget requires token, just one at the rate, not two. And here we'll write action. Here will be the method, which will be the post, and you can check the action name by writing PHP artisan route link that we have already seen, and the action is the verification dot send, verification verification dot send. Now we need here the submit button, so I'll make the button, close the button, and here I'll write a verify, and let's give the type will be the submit, and class button danger, and let's give the message. So if the account is verified, then we'll give the message. So if the link is sent, then we'll give this message. So let's copy this message, flash message, and let's go to the verify email, and within the container I'll just paste here, and session status, and then will see this, will show this message. Okay, so now we should see this syntax error, so we have to in the section here, so we missed the inif. Now that's fine, and you can see here is a verify. So if I click verify, I should get another link, and when I click that link, I should be able to get verify my account. So verify, and I should get here the verify account link. So wait for some time, and I should get a flash message here. So currently I'm not able to access the dashboard page because it's protected, and we must verify our account to access this dashboard page. So verification link sent. So we can write verification link sent. So here with a verification link sent, and we are verified. Now we can access this page, and if we refresh here, we have the current date and timestamp. That means the account is verified for this particular user. And one more thing here, you can see it's giving me the flash message in this way, is the verification link sent. So I don't like to verify my account every time I create an account. So for now, what I can do is simply, let's go here, and in the user, in the dashboard controller, I'll remove this. Once we complete our project, we can protect our page by just writing the middleware verified. For now, I just want to user to access the application without verifying their account. Okay, now one more thing I have to do is I'll remove this one, implements this, and for now I'll go to the 45 in the config folder, and in the 45 in the 45.php, and I'll just disable this so that it won't send email verification link. Okay, welcome back. We finished our authentication system. Now let's give some time in designing our app. Let's design the navbar. I'll change the color of the navbar from white to red, same like the color of the button we have here. And here I like to make another navbar, that will be the second navbar, and this navbar will contain the category, and when you click on category or when you hover in the category, it will show all the subcategory if it exists in the database, and when we click the subcategory, it should show all the child category. Okay, so it will be a multi-level drop down menu. So this will be very useful when we actually have some category, subcategory, and child category in our database. For now, we just design. So let's start. And one more thing, if you don't like to design the second navbar, you can get all the code from the design folder, which is in the resources views. You'll find the design, and you can see here it is the second navbar.html. You just need to copy this css and this navbar and need to paste here. In views, you have app.blade.php, and you have to paste just below the first nav. So here is the completion of the first nav, and you can paste over here. Okay, this is the second nav. So now let's start. So first thing I like to do here is I like to change the navbar from white to danger, so that I will have the red one, and this is what I want, and I want to make another navbar here. So to make another navbar, I'll copy up to this. Okay, so you can get the code from here for second navbar, which is in the design folder, second navbar. Okay, or you can follow me. So I'll copy up to this much for now. Let's go here, and our second navbar starts from here. Okay, let's say second navbar or something like that, second navbar, and we end this navbar here, and let's give here. Okay, this is our second navbar. Still we need to close a lot of divs here. So first I like to change the class here. So we have a light here, and here danger, which is red obviously, so I'll make this white one, and shadow sm, and text white. I don't want it text white. It be black, and set SM, and then finally I need a hover, right? So I'll write nav navbar hover, hover, because when I actually hover the category, it should show the list of subcategory. So I want to make this class as navbar hover, and we have the container here. So actually I'll remove this container. We don't need container, so I'll remove this div, and we have anchor tag. This is a nav brand, and we don't need anything here, so I'll just remove this and give the hash here. And this is not nothing, this is just, I'll remove that one. And we have a button here, and have a toggle button and the toggle collapse, same as before. And here I like to change this one, the ID. So it's the data target is navbar support content. We already have this one, so I like to change it navbar hover. I have to change it as navbar hover, hover, navbar hover. And we have here again area control, so we have to change this as well. So let's remove this, and this will be nav nav br bar and dd, and aerial expand is false, and we have aerial label. So I'll change this aerial label also. So aerial label, I'll just write is NABIJATN navigation, and then our button is closed here. Now I need another div, so I'll copy this div from here. So I'll copy this, and I'll copy UL tag as well. So let's go down, and here I'll paste this. Okay, now I have to change this. First I have to change this. So we have navbar hover, not a navbar support content. So let's change this navbar support content to navbar hover. Here we have navbar hover, here we have navbar hover. Okay, let's remove this one, and here is ul class navbar nav. If I put mr auto, then it will put all the menu into the middle of the navbar. So let's get rid of mr auto, and so we have the ul tag here, and ul tag is closed here. So let's make the ally tag. So we can copy ally tag also from here. So let's write here, let's copy. So ally tag, and close this ally tag here. Let's give the class. So this is nav link. So first we write nav link, and then sorry, this is a nav item, and then we write here drop down, drop, drop, dow and down, and then we need anchor tag here. So let's make the anchor tag here. So anchor tag, and let's close the anchor tag. Let's give the class. The class is nav link, since this is a link. Nav item, this is li is nav item drop down, and this is nav link, and drop down toggle, toggle, and let's give href. I'll give href as has, or you can just leave as this also, as like it is. And here data toggle, or you can also copy this from here. So it should be here, anchor tag, and then so here is everything. So here is the data toggle drop down. You can copy from here also, and so that's paste here, or you can write here. So data toggle is drop down, and then we'll give underscore remove. I'll write remove, and drop down class underscore class clickable link, for clickable link, fr4 click click able link anchor link, and let's skip the enter, and I'll write Arial has pop-up equals to true, and Arial expanded exp and it expanded equals to false. And let's keep the name here. So the first menu will be the category here. So for example, category can be the electronics. So I'll write electronics here. And now we need the the subcategory, and we need the child category, right? So if category, if this is the category, then we need here subcategory, and that will be drop down. So whenever user click the category, we need to show all the subcategory. So our UL tag starts from here. So it should be within the main UL tag and main li tag. So UL and the class is drop down menu, DOW drop down ME menu, and here with the li tag, and here with the anchor A, and class drp drop DOW down item drop down toggle, and we have href here, and here we'll give the subcategory sub categori category. So if category is electronics, then subcategory can be the laptop, subcategory can be the computer, right? So let's keep laptop as a subcategory. So now we have here the UL tag and li tag. So now its child categories should be also within this UL tag and within this li tag. Okay, so this UL tag starts here, it ends here, this li tag starts here, ends here, so it should be within this UL tag. So here we'll make another UL tag and close this, and here we'll give the class drop down menu, yummy menu, and we'll have the li tag, and here will be the anchor tag. Okay, and let's give the class here. So class drop down item, and here will be the child category now, child category. So if category is electronics, subcategory can be laptop, computer, anything, and child category can be the, let's say if it is laptop, then it can be the Dell laptop, SP laptop, or MacBook, things like that. Okay, so this is here, and this is done now, and this should be fine. Now our nav bar should be completed, and now let's check this. So I'll save this and let's refresh, and looks like some div are missed here. So we have not closed our nav section, and we have not closed the div as well. So we need to close this nav, and we need to close this div. So let's close here div and then the nav, and I'll format this. Okay, now everything should be fine. Now let's refresh this and let's have a look. So now everything is fine. You can see here we have the second nav, and here is the category. So in the next video we'll use the CSS so that we can show our subcategory and the child category. Back, we are designing the navbar, and in this video we apply CSS so that we can have a look of all the sub menu when we hover on the main menu. Okay, and as I already said you that you can also get the second navbar code from the resources views folder and it's second neighbor. You can also get from here. We have all the CSS and we have all the neighbor. Okay, so now let's start. So before starting, I like to log in here, and if I go here in my dashboard home page, here I have to click to get the logout button, right? So I like to make this I like to drop the logout button when I just hover on this instead of clicking it. So let's do that. So I'll go here and I'll apply all the CSS here. So within the body here I'll make style tag and I'll close the style tag STYL style tag, and let's work on this. So I'll write a drop down DOW down colon hover hover dot drop down menu drop DOW down yummy and menu, and I'll display the block display block. Now I should get the logout, this one link, when I hover here. So refresh, and now you can see when I hover it just saw me log out. So let's log out and let's go here again. Now let's work on this. So you can see we have the hover effect is also here, but we don't have hover effect for the child category, right? So let's work on this as well. So now here, so here I'll write, and let's work on the media screen. Let's make this responsive. So I'll write a media only SCREN screen and max width width. I like to make it this 991 pixel, and open and close it, and dot neighbor hover hover dot show dot drop down toggle toggle after, and open and closing brushes here, and then I'll transform rotate rotate 90 degree. Okay, again I'll copy this media screen, and I'll paste here. This is for the smaller screen, so I'll copy this. This one is for max width and this is for the mean width, so I'll make this as mean width width 492. So whenever we decrease the size of our browser, when you decrease, we want to show this, we want to show this one. So for this we want to work, and when you still make the size small, and we still want to show our all subcategories and our categories, even we make the size of browser small, or you can say in mobile screen. So media only screen and mean width 492 pixel. We'll skip here pixel, and here I'll write dot nav navbar hover dot collapse ul li tag, and opening and closing buses, and I'll make the position as relative, and I'll copy the same line here. I'll copy it and I'll paste below here. So it's the neighbor hover collapse uli li tag, and here I have to give the colon for hover and li, and here I have to display the subcategory. So I write a display and block. Okay, again I'll copy the same and I'll paste over here, and neighbor hover dot collapse ul, and this is now ul, and position is now absolute. I'll give the top 100%, left 0, left 0, mean width of, let's get the mean width of 250 pixel, and display none, display none. So let's copy this line and paste display here. So this will be our final line. So never hover, collapse ul, and again we have to go another ul tag, we have to enter another ul, and position is again absolute. Top is now 0, top is now 0, and left is now 100. Just reverse this one, 100%. Okay, and our mean width is 250 pixel and display none. So we are just reversing these two things. So here you can see top 100%, left 0, and here top is 0 and left is 100. So this should be fine. Now we should able to see this one when we click. So let's refresh. We saw this, and so it is not showing this. So let's see what happened. So the mistake is here we have two dots, so we need only one dot here, and after and we need one space here. Now save this, and I'll format this as well and save it. And if I refresh this, now I have the submenu as well. So I have a category, subcategory, and child menu. So in the last video we made the drop down using the CSS, and in this video we are going to add a slider at our front page, which is this one. We'll just remove this one, and before that let's see how it looks when you have a lot of menu here. So for that let's loop this, the same thing. So here I like to use the for loop, and I'm going to use here just above the ally tag here. So I'll use the for, and $I equals to 0, $I less than or equals to less than 12, and $I plus plus, and let's in the for loop here. So I have to int here, int for, so I'll int for, and now let's see this. So you can see it looks like this. And one more thing here is I have added the container fluid here. So just here above this neighbor, so if we get rid of this, then it looks like this. So if I add a fluid, it goes to the corner of the page as well. So I just added here neighbor fluid and give it space. Okay, and let's refresh, and it looks like that. So now let's go to the welcome.blade.php. So I'll copy everything from the home section. I'll copy this, and now we'll go to the welcome.blade.php page here, and before that let's go to the route and rename the page name. So route for now here is welcome. Let's make this as index page, and I'll make this as index.blade.php. So let's rename this, and now we have the index.blade.php, index.blade.php, and let's open this one, and I'll remove this and save this. So everything is gone. If you go here, so everything is gone, and let's place the code from the home.blade.php. Okay, so it looks like that. So we have to refresh this again. Let's see something. Oh, okay, so we have the auth name because we are not logged in here, and let's refresh this. Okay, it should look like this. Now here let me remove this container for now, we don't need this, and I want to add here slider. So I have already 3 images here in the public directory. So in the public directory I have a slider folder. So if you download this project code, you'll get the 3 images here, or you can have your own images. So I'll use this as a slider in front page. And let's go to the getbootstrap.com, and if you type here carousel, then you see a lot of carousel here, different type of the slider here you can see here. So I want to use the first one here. I want to use this one, so I'll copy everything from here and then paste over here. Okay, and after this here I have to change, I have to give the path of the image. So slider, which is my folder in the public directory, slash slider, and I have slider 1, slider 2, slider 3. So slider 1 dot png, and then I'll copy this everything here, and then I'll paste here, and I'll make this 2. So we'll have 3 slider, and I'll paste over here as well. So 3 slider, and let's refresh this, and this is how it should look. And you can see we have a little gap here between a nav and a slider. So let's fix this. To fix this, I'll make here one class, and let's give the name as the slider, and let's close the div here. Okay, and I'll format this, and I like it to inline CSS. So margin minus top minus 25 pixel, and this should fix our problem. And this is how it should look. So you can see we have the menu, it looks in this way, and we have the here slider, and it should scroll. So let's wait for some time, you'll see scrolling, and slider 1, slider 2, and slider 3. So you should see scrolling this one. So yes, this is moving. You can see 1, slider 2, and then we have finally the slider 3. Welcome back, guys. So we are designing the front page. Now I like to add here one more carousel for our category. So we'll display some of the important or popular category here, and in form of the carousel. Okay, so I'm still in getbootstrap.com, and I'm going to use this carousel. You can see here carousel fade, and if you don't like to code, I have already written the code for this. So when you download the project, you can get it from the views. It's in the resources folder. We have the views folder, and in the views you have the design with a capital letter, and here the carousel.html. You can simply copy and paste this code. And one more thing I have done here is I have created the product folder in the public directory with the 2 images of the car. So I want to display the car here. Okay, so make sure that you have 2 images. So now let's go here, and I'll copy this, and I'll go to my index.blade.php, which is the front page, and just below our slider, let's copy this. I'll copy this and I'll paste over here, and then let me format this. Okay, this is done, and here I have to make changes. So carousels right, I'll get rid of this carousel fade effect, and we have now, you can see we have the 2 div here. One is the active div that shows the proc in the front page. Whenever page reloads and it comes back, it will show our active proc, and another is the carousel item. So we can have number of images within the carousel active. At least we can have 4 images. Okay, and we have another carousel item, and we have another again carousel item. So I'll remove this 2. So currently we have the 2. Okay, one is active and one is item. So here we'll have that. So now here I like to give the class. So we have, so actually before this, let's make here a container. So let's wrap this everything in the container. So div class container, container, margin top 5, and I'll close this container. I have to close this here. I'll close it, and let's go here and here. I'll give the span and close the span, and here I'll give the heading tag and I'll display the name of category. Let's say for example our name of category is car, and we'll display some of the car, and whenever a user clicks the view more button, he'll view all the car, view all. And let's give this class as float right. I want to display this on the right page, on the right hand side of our page, and as so it should look like this. You can see we have the view all and we have the category here. Now we have to display the images here. So I have here cross-all active, item active, and then cross-all item. So here I'll remove these images here. So let's write here without removing image. So I'll make a div here, div class row, and then I'll close the row here. It's done, and here I'll make div class goal 3, and let's close here so that I can have 4 images, okay, within this container. And after this we'll have here images, and we need to show the title of the images, and we have to show the price of images as well. So within the p tag, I'll do this in the p tag, and I'll give here a class also. So class is text center because I want to display in the center of the page, and let's give card footer. So we'll have the footer and we'll display all the text in the center of this footer, and let's give the name of product, and we'll have price. Okay, let's say this is the price. Okay, and if you want to give the color, you can give the color also. So color has, I'll give CCC. So let's format this. Okay, and I'll make this row. So we have the div goal 3. So I'll make 3 more. 1, 2, 3. So altogether I have now 4. Now only thing I have to do is I have to change the image here, and here I'll also change. First I'll change the give the class different class. I'll give img thumbnail, img thumb thumbnail. So image thumbnail, let's change all the class here to the image thumbnail, and this also image thumbnail, and this one as a thumbnail. So I already said that you can also get this code from the design folder, which is here. If you don't like to follow this video, in the resources design folder we have the crossall.html, and everything is done here. Okay, you can also get from here. So image thumbnail, and now we have to get the image here. So our image is in product folder, so I write product/product and car1.jpg. So this is our image, and I'll copy this and paste here also, here and here. So these are within the active, so we should see once page reloads and it comes, we should be able to see these images, and you can see these are the images, and we have here the product, name of the product, or yeah, we can change the color as well. So it is CCC, you can give 222, and yeah, it looks fine. Okay, so we need to give this color, I think yeah, we need to give this color everywhere, here as well, everywhere. So let's skip here as well, and here. So now let's work on here. So this is also same in the cross-all item tip, and we'll make the row and everything will be same again. So let's see where our row div closes. So our row div is closed here. Copy this and we'll paste over here. Okay, now I'll make this as card 2, and this is 2, and this one is 2. Save this and format. So I'll save this and let's have a look now. So this is the forefront card, and so to scroll down, so we have this cursor here. So actually it's not working, so let's see what happened here. So let's remove this one, data bs, right, and this should fix, and we should have this on the button as well. So let's remove this as well, and in previous and next button also. Now let's see this. So save it and let's go to the main page, and now you can see this is scrolling. Okay, and I like to change the timing of the scrolling because this the slider on the top and they are scrolling at the same time. So let's change this, and we can do that easily by giving here data interval attribute. So we have data right, and we can give data interval interval, and I'll give it 25 second to 500. Now this is fixed. Now they have a different scrolling time. So these are the car, every 25 seconds they are scrolling. You can see, perfect. Welcome back. Now let's integrate the Bootstrap admin template. So I'm going to use this one, which is Majestic admin free Bootstrap admin template, which you can download directly from the GitHub as well. You can download from the GitHub as well, or you can download from the Udemy also. I'll put this our whole file in a zip in Udemy, where you can download from there also, or you can search through this name also. Okay, so this is the template that we are going to use for the backend, and you can check this, you can check the demo of this template, and I like this template, so I'm going to use this one. Okay, so I have already downloaded it, and it's in my public directory, so I'll show you it. It's in my public directory. So let's go here. So once you download, you have to unzip it and you have to put it in public directory. So here is the public directory, and I put the file here as an admin. So I have an admin now. Okay, and all the files are within this admin folder. So and then templates and rest of file are same as it was. Okay, so just I rename the folder name, main folder name, and change it to admin, and rest of them are same. Now let's see how it looks, the design, or how we'll make the folder structure. So I'll show you one picture here. So this is my picture. Here we have the views, which is this one. You can see we have the resources views, and we have already auth folder. Now we have to make one backend folder. I'll make a backend folder, and in the backend folder we'll have a two main folder. One is admin and the other one is layouts. And admin folder have the index.blade.php, and the layouts folder will have a 5 file. There is content, footer, header, master, and sidebar. I'll explain each of this file later. First, now let's make this two folder. Okay, so first I'll make the backend, and then I'll make admin and the layouts folder. So let's go to resources views, and here I'll make backend backend. This is one folder, and in backend folder I have to make two folder. One is layouts layouts, and in the backend again I'll make another folder, that is admin and admin folder. So I have now two folders in the backend. One is layouts and one is admin. So in the layouts folder, I'll make the file. So my file will be the content.blade.php, and again in the layouts, the next file will be the header.blade.php, and again another file will be the footer.blade.php, and another file will be the sidebar.blade.php, and the final file will be the master.blade.php. And one more thing here, if you don't like to write or design this backend template, you can easily copy all of these files, content, footer, header, master, and sidebar, from the design folder. I have already made it. So if you download this project, in the views you have the design, and in design you have a layout. So I have everything here. Here is the content, blade, header, masters, and the footer. Okay, so you can simply copy this. Let me show you the folder structure again. So we have the backend and we have admin folder. We don't have anything inside admin folder, and we have the layouts, and in the layouts we have the 5 file, same as it in the picture. So we have the backend, we have admin folder. In admin folder we'll make the index.blade.php, and in the layouts folder we have a 5 file. Okay, so it should be exactly like this. So now let's make index.blade.php here. So I'll make index.blade.php file. Okay, now let's go to our main file. So in the public directory we have admin and template. So here we have to get the index.html, and this is the index.html. So let's see this. So if you go here, let's check the demo here. So this one is the navbar, okay, and this is the sidebar, and this is the content, and finally we have the footer. So now what we do is, first let's get the header. So nav is closed here. You can see the nav is closed here, and we have the sidebar, and sidebar is within the container. Okay, so let's copy all of these and let's put this in the header part. So I have copied this one, everything, and I'll put, if you don't like to do this, you can easily get all this code from the design folder, which is in the design folder. I already said you that. So it's in the design folder, and we have the layouts and everything is here. Okay, so now let's go to here and let's copy everything, and I'll put this in header. Okay, once this is done, let's go here again in the same file. So header is done, and let's go to the, I'll got this, and let's go to again this index.html, and let's go here. Now we have to work with the sidebar. So scroll down. If you scroll down, you'll see this one. Here you can see sidebar.html, but it is wrapped within the container, right? So, and this is closed in the footer. So what we do is we'll copy this. We'll find this nav. So let's find this nav. Here is the nav, and here are the sidebars. So copy this nav. I'll copy it and I'll paste it in the sidebar. So copy, and what I like to do is I like to copy this div also, because this sidebar should be within this container fluid page body wrapper. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll put this in the sidebar. So I'll put this here, I'll paste over here. So we have still one more div need to be closed, that is we have here one extra div, and this will close in our footer section. Okay, this is done, and the other thing is we need, this is the container, which is the main, this one you can see from welcome back, this is our container. So it is here, and we'll copy everything from here until we reach the footer. So let's copy, this is a container and we have footer here, so let's copy up to here. and I'll paste all the container here. Okay, so paste it. So let me copy again. I copy and then paste here. Okay, and finally we have the footer. Let's copy the footer. Everything I'll copy and then I'll paste over here. Okay, now let's change the path. Okay, so the JS and CSS file, so you can see here it starts with the vendors, which is template, and then we have the vendors and all the files are here, JS file are here, everything here. So first we have a admin and then template, right? So let's do /admin admin /templa template, and rest of folder are same as it is. So I'll copy these two things, /admin /template /vendors, and just put on above it in front of the JS, and here we have the JS, but before JS we have the two folder. They are the template and admin, so we need to mention these two folder also. Now our file are linked here in the footer section. Now we have to go to the header section also, and we have to do the same thing. So let's go to the header section, and I'll do the same thing. Let's go on the top, and here I'll do the same thing. Okay, and let's do everywhere. I think this is fine. Now here I'll make index.php, and let me include all of this file, and let's see how it looks. So include backend, and we have the layouts. So let's make this layouts, layouts layouts dot header, and I'll copy all of this header header 3 more times, and we have now content, sorry, layouts here, content, content. Similarly we have a sidebar. First sidebar, we have the content, and we have footer. Now let's see how this page looks. For that we need to make a route, and let's go here, and for now I'll simply copy this one. Later on we'll add a middleware so that only admin can check this. So I'll make this auth, and now our all the layouts file are in the admin index file, right? So we have to go to the backend, end dot admin admin dot and then index. Now let's go to the auth directory. We should see this one. So I'll write auth, and you can see this is our file. So we have the sidebar here, we have the name, and we have the content, and we have the footer. So this was for this video, guys, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In the last video we divided single index.html file into different parts based on our usage, and in this video we're going to extend those file, okay, in our every pages. So still we have to do a couple of things here. So let's go in the master.blade.php. We have not used this file app. We have used the index.blade.php but not master.blade.php. So the things I have written here, I'll just cut from here because I don't need any more in the index.blade.php. Just to show an example, I have pasted over here. Now I'm going to paste this in the master.blade.php. Here I'll paste this here. I have a header, sidebar, and this content. Now this content will be the dynamic content, okay? This is whatever you can see the welcome back. Here can be the table. Here can we can have a form. So this is always dynamic. The rest of part will be the same. We'll change the name of menu, we'll change the link, but these things are dynamic, so we need to make it dynamic. So I'll just remove this, and here we'll write yield content. So whenever we wrap everything within the content, that will be injected here. So I'll show you how it works. So let's go to index.blade.php. Now in the index.blade.php, I'll extends backend layouts dot header. First we'll extend the master template, because in a masters we have header, we have sidebar and footer. Okay, and then I'll start a section here. I'll write section content, SECTION section, CONTENT content, and I'll in the section, in section. So what this means, the section content means whatever I write in the section content, let's say in the body, whatever I write this will be automatically injected within this content. Okay, and this content has already a sidebar, header, and the footer. So if I do, and if I go and refresh here, now you can see we have the body here. Obviously this is the header, footer is coming on the top. This is because of design issue, but you can see this things is automatically injected in the master.blade.php, because we wrapped this within the section content, and we're extending the layout master, which have header, footer, everything. Okay, now let's go to this content.blade.php. Here everything is wrapped within the main panel and content wrapper, and we have a row. Let's copy up to this one, cool ambitable margin grid, or we can copy up to this two also, so it's okay. I'll just copy up to this one. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 div. So let's see here, and I'll paste over here. This is the div, and we have 2 3 5 divs, so we have to close the 5 div. So div, this one, and this one, and I'll format this. This is formatted, and if I write something here, it will be displayed in the page, but footer is still not fixed. You can see footer is still not fixed, and the reason is that whenever we started the sidebar section, we have one div here, right? This div is at not closed, so this div need to be closed either here in the file that we extend every time. Either we can close here, or instead of doing that, let's close this in the footer section. So here I'll write extra div, so that it will close that opening div, which is opening from our sidebar. Okay, this one that is now closed in the footer. So now this should be fine. So refresh, and you can see our body is here and our footer is on the bottom. So now you can also get the images here. So to get the images, you have to go to the header and just source with a logo something, and you go to here, and we have images here, and it's now in the admin /admin /templat template. Okay, and slash. So you have to write /admin /template in every image path, or in every GS or link, GS or CSS link, and that will fix everything. Okay, so you can get this everywhere here as well, and that's all. So if I refresh this, now you can see we have a logo and everything is working perfectly. So here in the body we can have a form, we can have a table, we can have a lot of things. So we successfully integrated our admin template, and now I'll see you guys in the next video.